Welcome back. Can I actually redeem first, Stealth, or are you just gonna say it? Alexi sniped the actual redeem. Welcome, Stealth. Welcome, Alexi. How are y'all both doing? Thank you for small. How are you doing, Fang? Great to see you. Very tired? Understandable. Oh. Well, even if you end up just heading to bed in a minute, Fang, it's great seeing you at least for a moment. Got the iOS tracking to work without letting the iPhone on the internet. Stuck my tongue out for the first time. Hell yeah. I'm so jealous. Thank you for the head pats, Leon. And also welcome. How are you doing? Oh my god, hi Lumi. Thank you so much for the streak. I seriously appreciate having you around. It's great to see you. I'm afraid you've built a not a relationship, a reputation here, Leon, that you're not going to be able to escape. Were we kind to the princess last time? The mean endings give me nightmares at this hour. So, we have done weird ones so far, Fang. Ads are just about to start, so I'll just type them out. We have gotten stranger, adversary, and what was the third one called? Spectre. That's the other one. On mobile, so ads are fakeable here. Understandable. We have some nice options coming up. Hi, Twitter. Hi, Mushtak. Great to see you both. How are you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by. I do remember asking you to draw Father of the Flame. Oh, hell yeah. Ads are starting. Morning, Muffin. Great to see you. Fickle is a very good word. What is this game? So this is Slay the Princess. It's basically a visual novel where all you're really told is that you need to go slay the princess, otherwise the world will end. And that's kind of all you know going into it. Thank you for the head pats, Mushtaq. Oh, damn it, you're right, Alexi. You know what else would be a good word right about now? Pickle. I should get pickles next time I can. I was literally at the store earlier today, and I was like, there was something else I wanted to buy while I was here. It was pickles. Your cat died a few hours ago? Oh no, I'm so sorry, Stealth. That's awful. Literally had a talk with my cat beforehand, telling him it was okay if he had to sleep and that he deserved the rest and the rest should it come. And lo and behold, an hour and a half later, he passed away, eyes still open. I'm so sorry, Stealth. That's really rough. I miss him a lot already, I'm sure. Try to take care of yourself. I know I say it like all the time, but it really is important, you know? He's my best friend and my partner in crime. Oh. I'm so sorry. Is your name Ashena? On Twitch it is. It's not my real name. These green onions are really making me cry. No, seriously. Welcome, Melon. Are you slaying? Not yet. Will be soon. Well, I guess, or not. I think I'm gonna go for a couple of the more pacifist routes here soon. Her name is Salami IRL, that's why she's a cat girl, because cats can have a little salami as a treat. Most Chuck, that's not necessarily the point. Like, you're right to a degree, but I mean, it's okay to grieve and be sad, you know? Please do send pictures. I would love to see her. Him. Excuse me. The lion wants a little salami as a treat. Slay the princess. I thought you said lay the princess. Oops. Both are good. And thank you so much for the streak, Fang. I seriously appreciate you hanging out. It's always great to see you.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Thank you for the head pats, Fang. Narrator jump scare. Yeah, I should have said something, my bad. I was just like, oh, ads are definitely over by now, I'll start. Didn't even think that it was like kind of out of the blue. That's a really sweet offer, Twitter. Maybelle won't die until I do. I'll repair her forever. I can never replace her. That's really sweet, honestly. No, my mistake. I should have read your mind. Yeah, you get it.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Please change from Father of the Flame. I'm feeling pain looking at this. Cogwork dancers, then. Make you feel a different kind of pain looking at it. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
But I hadn't necessarily noticed a lot of this verbiage before. That you've made it this far? We literally just woke up. We have no reason to trust that we've made it anywhere. Like, on first play, this kind of makes sense because we don't have quite as good of a, like, conceptualization of what this world entails. And, like, even though the narrator already felt untrustworthy, like, from the, like, right out the gate, that you've made it this far, we had no reason to doubt that. But that's interesting. Again, trying to, like, shape our framework of how the situation exists. It's hard to say what exactly we did to, woke up, came to, became exactly. Exactly, like, we haven't made it anywhere. That's kind of the point. Do any of their voices remember previous cycles in any capacity? So, within, like, each kind of mini loop, before going to the, long quiet, the voices do remember, like, the previous, like, small loop, you know? Like, when we got the, Spectre, for instance, like, both the voice of the hero and the voice of the cold, even though the voice of the cold hadn't been there, both remembered slaying the princess and, like, waiting in that, like, infinite void, you know? But then, like, as soon as we go to the long quiet and come back here, none of them have any recollection, no. And it seems like canonically, we, the player character, don't remember until we make it back to the mirror. And that's when, like, our recollection of everything floods back in. God damn it, I actually want salami and salami. I regret this a bit. You dug your own grave. Like, they're somehow prevented from remembering when not in the long quiet, or that transitory place between the world and the long quiet. Yeah, I think it more has to do with, yeah, no, something like that. The voices don't remember even when we're looking at the mirror before the long quiet, though, Leon. We remember at that point. The voices are still just, like, scared. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Causality. Big fan of causality, Leon. Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist?
I
Slaying a
love this
princess
one.
that much worse than
It's
slaying
so
a
great.
fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Oh.
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules.
I was distracted by photos of Cat. I'm so sorry, Stuff. I hope you know that it really... Here he is sitting with... Oh. It really seems like you gave him an amazing life, and I hope you know that.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
I often violate the laws of causality. I'm sure you do, Nock. And how are you doing? It's great to see you. Face when causalities turn to casualties. Very interesting concept. Big role in Berserk. Interesting.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Forget this. I'm not doing
Are you
this.
serious? No, you have to do it.
Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
The way that he says, like, nihilists. Start cranking his Shinji and open that door while you're at it. Jesus. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Can you tell me what my prize is? What my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Usually I think of the door scene when you say crank it, Shinji, but today it's the hospital scene. How unfortunate. What a terrible gotcha. Okay, fine, I'll go to the cabin.
As long as you remain focused on your goal, it should all be smooth sailing. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
No! Wait, I can't throw it through the window? No! Yes.
You're on a path. Don't look while. It. Good. As long as.
There we go. Enter the basement. Oh, the contrarian isn't there. Got it. It's just our first run of the night. Exactly. I mean, I don't necessarily know that, Twitter. Remember, please don't, like, give me too much, information, even stuff like that that's, like, not direct spoilers for, like, how things play out. Because I like the experimentation.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place.
Teleports
Air is
behind the
heavy
narrator,
and
nothing personnel,
a
kid.
hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's
Oh.
hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Interesting. I got a scientific method we can try. So, I'm here to... I love when games have, like, dialogue like this, where it's like, I'm here to save you, lie, I'm here to save you. Like, that's so funny. I think I'm here to save you? Or slay you? I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
So it's interesting that simply by virtue of not taking the knife, her personality is completely different.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Which again goes back into like our perception of what's
You walk
happening
down the
changes the
stairs and
reality
lock
of what's
eyes with
happening.
the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be of threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Oh. I
Don't
guess a
worry.
knife wouldn't have
If
helped
she
with
gets
that
out of
either
those
way.
chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
The end is also capitalized. So, we've seen 4 phrases capitalized that aren't names so far. We've seen him, which is the narrator. We've seen her, which is the hands. We've seen the long quiet. Yes, comrade, the only thing we stand to lose is our chains. Exactly. He is in the bathtub for God knows why. He was always... Oh. He's a really sweet guy. Yeah, he looks... You can tell how happy he is. How happy he is. Like I said, I can tell that you gave him a good life, and I hope that you know that too. I took Hida home with me yesterday. His humor has taken a dark turns ever since. Who's Hida? Is this a joke that's going over my head? It's entirely possible it is. It's really weird that I can feel myself becoming more open to bi thoughts despite being consciously fine with them for a long time. I hadn't explored it before, and now I'm just listening to the fucking narrator like maybe he can manipulate me. Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Damn, okay, so. What's your name?
Oh,
We haven't heard a name, so. He is a classmate of mine. He was somewhat innocent, I guess. My bad, G. No, you're totally fine. No apologies necessary, Mira. I just wasn't sure.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
What happened to the other chain, though? I don't know. I wondered about that, like, when I first played Melon. Like, the first time I saw her with only one chain, and then it kind of, like... I kind of forgot to keep questioning it, because she just always only has the one chain.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
Princess. So Princess is your name? She doesn't know.
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
I think I'll call you Explosion Jr.
I'm sorry.
So with the
I've
passive
been
route,
down
her
here
eyes
so
grow
long, I
instead.
guess I've just
Get
forgotten.
the knife.
I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird.
What if the other chain
She
was for
hadn't
someone
even
else?
thought to pick a name for
Maybe.
herself. Hopefully, you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
But what? Welcome, Alex. Great to see you. And great to see you too, Mira. And Gigas. Oh my god. Welcome, everyone. How are you all doing? How are you doing, Gigas? How are you doing, Mira? How are you doing, Alex? That's really sweet of you, Twitter. The loose chain is all part of the manipulation. Exactly. She put that second chain, she installed the other chain in the wall to manipulate us. I taught him the Jujutsu Kaisen lore and the FNAF lore pretty much at the same time. Yeah, that is not what I was expecting. She installed the wall to manipulate you. Exactly. She built this place around herself. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself is weird. That's almost implying that the narrator knows that she never had a name, which then implies a kind of greater understanding of what's actually happening here, you know? She installed the universe to manipulate you. She's a creature of some kind. True. She installed Linux to manipulate you. I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
Hi, Griffin. Great to see you. How are you doing?
I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating?
Yeah.
She has to eat, right?
This feels like it was meant to be like one of the first routes that you take. Confident in the sheets, incontinent in the sheets. Got it. I have to stay up to get ready for my night job, but I really hope it goes well, Alex. That's still like so awesome that like you managed to find something. Surprising, most people choose to be nice. Yeah. In the street, my joke. It's not fun when I have to do it. No, absolutely. But narrator is incredibly sus. I was sent here to slay you. You're apparently supposed to end the world. But I don't think you're actually dangerous, but I wanted to see for myself. I'm still not sure what to believe. I'm starting to think it's true. There's something about you that doesn't feel right. No, I don't think you're actually dangerous.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Oh. The little, like, quiver in her voice is honestly really sad. Deflect, what are you going to do if I let you out of here? I've been told enough. I was hoping you'd tell me. No, but I'm sure they have their reasons for keeping that information secret from me. No, which is why I don't think you're actually dangerous. I'm sure they have their reasons for keeping that information secret from me. Which might be to convince me that you're dangerous, but...
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
That's not what I meant.
What if they're bad reasons, though?
Yeah.
If they had good reasons for thinking I was dangerous, wouldn't they have
Oops.
shared them with you? I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to leave. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that, and I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking
Yeah.
like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Unironically, I
Don't
think
let
she's
her
kind of
turn the
cooking with
tables
that.
here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
I don't think she realizes just how on the nose that guess is. But that's kind of what I've been assuming as well. Something along those lines, at least. I won't kill you, but I can't just set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed for a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. I'm sorry, but I can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Or, okay, I'm going to get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. It's always the undeniably pretty women that would be dangerous. Take Catherine from the Vampire Diaries. She was on Demon. I don't know Vampire Diaries. I don't know if that's a typo on timing or if it's a name. I'm more dangerous, no questions asked. No answers given. Ah! Well, I don't know. I'm not dangerous at all. Does that mean? No, Lumi. You're plenty dangerous. Don't worry, babe. Monarchs are always a threat. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Is there any reason that the princess would be manipulating us? I mean, because she wants out. Like, because even if we understand a bit more of what's going on, she doesn't necessarily understand what's going on. So, like, in her mind, just getting out would be reason enough to manipulate us, even if she knew she was dangerous. But I don't think she knows that, and I don't necessarily think that she is. I'm crying for the first time since I tried estrogen for a few weeks. Oh. I'm really sorry, Stealth. Because that's the plot for most evil female masterminds. Beauty is usually a loophole to attraction. I mean, there is also the other side, though, like, where, like, in some media, like, it's the inverse, where, like, ugly equals evil, you know? Lumi ran me over with a bus. Lumi would never. I, for one, welcome my new overlord. But I don't want to be dangerous, I want to be a sweet bean. I know, right? Can't afford a bus? Who do you think I am? Those were probably the friends you made along the way. Also, she said a lot about not intending to destroy the world, but the possibility of unintentional harm still exists. Absolutely. Sent cogwork dancers? Hell yeah. Feeling more sorry for that arm that is chained and probably sore as hell. Yeah. You all are seriously on the side of the narrator? No, I never said that. Absolutely not. Quite the opposite, actually. I think we're just kind of shooting the shit to a degree, Twitter. So, hey, weird development. What's up, Griffin? Don't worry, Stealth Doc, I'll run you over with a bus. Promise? As long as you promise not to ask where I got it. I think everyone here is a sweet pea. You too, Lumi. I think the tropes are evil is ugly, or if hot and evil, the hot will be used for evil. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm a very dangerous individual on a daily basis. I'm a threat to myself and those around me. I get that now. I mean, I get the first half of it. It can get better, you know? There's one correct answer here that is against the narrator. I mean, I disagree on that, honestly. Because I think the whole point is that there isn't a correct answer, you know? There isn't a single correct answer. I'm not necessarily on the side of the princess. The line prefers a secret third thing. Take it and laugh at him. I made several explosive devices. That's Jack Snock. Oh my god, thank you for the raid, Rocket! Welcome, raiders! I'm gonna give you a shout out here. Welcome! How's your stream? Escape Simulator? I love seeing somebody that was already here suddenly also tagged as a raider. It makes me so happy every time. Hi! How's the stream? How are you doing, Rocket? Great to see you. You could say it's a matter of perspective. True. Escape Sim 2 is good. It's so pretty. What's it like? Let me look it up quick. I actually don't really know it. I've heard the name. But... Escape Simulator 2. Oh, this one. Yeah. Hell yeah. So you had fun with it then? Escape Sim 1 is really fun. I never played either of them. Wait, I think I'm a raider? You sure are, babe. Escape Sim 1 and the community maps are fantastic. Interesting. I'm not a sweet pea. I've been described as chaos incarnate, puppy, silly, goober, doggo, bimbo, and of course the negotiator. I think I'm failing today. I don't necessarily think that, like, that's, necessarily a good way to look at a day, Melon. Like, I don't think it's necessarily, like, constructive or even fair to look at, like, how something like a day goes and just say, like, I am failing, you know? I'm sorry that, like, you're really struggling, though. Community maps are bonkers for Escape Sim 1. It seems like I might need to check this game out. I'd never really, like, put too much, like, thought into it, you know? I'd seen it once or twice, but not actually really looked into it. Let's see. Remember the lady who called me performative on the train, so I became kind of flirty. Like she's, it became kind of flirty. Like she's approached me today as I was reading some other book, Frankenstein in Baghdad, and she went, "Oh, so now you'll pretend to read good books too, huh?" So I went, "Yeah, a friend recommended it," and she said, "At least you have good friends. I'm gonna quiz you after you've read it," and brushed her hand through my hair and went away. What the hell? That is so confusing. You literally work in an escape room. I think that might be part of why I've never considered it. That is very funny, though. You're absolutely right. Griffin, that is a strange situation you find yourself in. As flirty as that is, it's still a major red flag. Yeah, no, that's so weird. I look to stand with the princess side by side and lead us to the scene. I'm sure you do, Twitter. I mean, I'm not saying no. This is literally why I didn't bring it up before. Mira, Stealth Dog is a girl. She, her pronouns. Not sir. But aside from that, someone hasn't matured from primary school. I think yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery. And I'm about to float away on a bunch of cherry blossom petals, so just remember that there's no challenge you cannot overcome. You're strong enough. Self-awareness to know you're just going to be unmade into cherry blossom petals. I have no idea what I'm in. Like, it's so weird because I don't understand it at all. Absolutely. Hey, Shenna, how was work? Want to go back? I thought she was Chaos Incarnate. I mean, Chaos can be femme. That's the type of situation I try to avoid. Yeah, that sounds deeply uncomfortable for, like, especially someone like you, Nock. Like, being Arrow Ace, I could see that being very uncomfortable. It'd work on me, sadly. I don't know about sadly. How do you dilute a neurotype? Does that make it less weird? I hear tales of how girls are generally more touchy with girls. Oh, no. I was not Griffin. Stealth Dog is a girl. Not the, like, flirty thing. A different train of thought where, Stealth was saying, like, I'm not a sweet pea. I'm, let's see. Yeah. I've been described as chaos incarnate, puppy, silly, goober, doggo, bimbo, and of course the negotiator. Yeah. I'm not saying anything is even worse. The narrator won't be happy and princess won't be happy. We only know what happens when the latter isn't happy, so let's make the former unhappy. No, I get you. Femme fatale. Eris coded. Oh my god. 50. You play Hades 2 as well then? I don't usually check profiles with the chat, so I can only guess by the username. That's fair. 50, that's just what we were playing before Slay the Princess. I just got the epilogue a couple days ago. Such a good game. Wife mentioned trouble reporting in. I don't know this woman at all. This is the third time I even saw her. Second, she spoke at me, and first time I ever said anything to her. Like, dude, take my hand and leave me, mate. Yeah, there's a plugin for it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna trust her implicitly this time. See what happens with that.
Only making this more difficult.
Thank you, and you won't. I promise.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
As much as I love the Sin Brat, I'm more of an Icarus shipper. Hell yeah.
Trying to break them apart.
You have good taste, 50. Thankfully they're Greek. Exactly. No, as soon as I saw Icarus and knew that he was romanceable, I was like, I need him. I shall give no hints, but here's a hint. I'm not planning on attacking Twitter. Mom, Dad, I'm Greek.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. I'm gonna ask any other ideas.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Fuck would you know, narrator? True.
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Oh.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
The key to our chains
If we
is
were
the
stuck
means
down
of our
here long
production.
enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
Yeah, seriously. Yes, Queen
You
Slay.
attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Oh.
Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out of here. Try the door. Return to the bottom of the Hey, let
Your
me out of here.
shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Anyway, sorry about that, chat. And Ash, I'm like in a weird limbo, and I felt like I needed to tell it to someone. Don't worry about it. I'm a big boy. I might be perhaps be able to handle it. No, don't worry about it. Like, seriously, I'm very invested in this, like, plot line you have going on now. I'm so curious what the hell her deal is. Princess in the bottom left. Oh, I thought she was an angel. Oh. The severity of my situation generally doesn't make me feel less stressed about the choice. Well, I think what they're saying, 50... Now here, I disagree. I'd still be nervous, but suggest that anyway. I mean, I think that it's more a matter of, like, resignation at a certain point. Or, like, if you've been there for a very long time, then at a certain point, you just kind of view it like, well, this could be an option to get out of here. And, like, have really kind of come to terms with that possibility, you know? Are you still destructible? Yeah, thank you. You give me hope. What? Lurky Lurk, hope y'all are well. Hi, Battery. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well too, girl. It'll take time to figure out what you want, and you have to be open to what you want changing. That's really complicated to keep track of, but I wish you well. Trust me, y'all might be the first people to know what happens. Good. I'm honestly, like, very curious at this point. Thank you for, like, being open to continuing to share. She's just antsy to get out. My character is based around destruction rather than need for it. I mean, who needs characters here? We're all just being real. I know I had a similar thought when I ran into the cannibalism in a certain game. I'm not gonna ask what game because I feel like you're avoiding it intentionally for the sake of spoilers. But I am very curious, all the same. Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom?
Yeah. My character is based around being insufferable. My character is based around destruction of capitalism rather than need for it. Understandable. I'm not real, I'm a figment of your imagination. Prove it. Necessity was obvious, but the two characters have very different attitudes about it. Huh. Trust me, mate, there's a difference between being kept alive and being cared for. True. I'm a pretty girl. You sure are, Melon. My character's base, but you knew that. Mm-hmm.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
My character is hungry. So true, Louis. So true. One felt like they were begrudgingly doing what they had to do, while the other was relishing in the absurdity. The latter I found way more disturbing. I mean, yeah, I feel like at a certain point, it's like people cope with, like, extreme circumstances in different ways, you know?
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
This game really is about as experience watching Eva.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
My character is based around garlic bread or rather the need for it.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
You should have killed her, that's not a human. And girls will see their own arm and say, is anyone gonna eat that and not wait for an answer? Holy fuck, understood. Game pants are coming off. Knife Ex Machina. Ash, if you want help, if you want, I can help you extend this route, though I do propose saving once you get to chapter 2. I know what you'll do, and I know you won't find the other one out easily. Don't tell me. I appreciate the offer, but...
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Boy, oh, Jesus Christ. Save the princess? That's the only option, wow.
Fine.
Wow. The knife drops down here, and...
judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
The little bit of blood around her mouth is, like, a very nice touch. It's, like, kind of cute with everything else, but in like a really unsettling way. Oh my god, the eyes are growing. They're going to consume her brain at this point. I would dead ass be staring like this. I mean, her arm was also in the chain for a long time, so it being insensitive to pain. Oh, that does make sense, actually. Is this your first grayed out option? How do I look at innocent people? How I look at innocent people, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, like...
You cut into her flesh.
Ugh.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Oh. She couldn't even wait another couple minutes, that's crazy.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy
I didn't
chains
even see a
fall
grayed out
aside.
option as the thing 50, it just only had one option. Why the fuck are her eyes that big? I mean, this is the first route where they have been. You know what? I think I'm out.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Haven't you
through
seen
the
this
whole
before,
ordeal.
50? Does this have mature content warning on Twitch? It does not. I don't think the censors saw the Armousy comments coming. I have, but it's still fun to shoot the shit.
No.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that you weren't, like, genuinely uncomfortable.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Did no one else think that that was a good cheese pull? I saw that comment and grimaced to myself. And did not want to think about it anymore. I'm going to be so real.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world.
The forbidden pasta is crazy, Jesus.
Can't just let her escape into the world.
But you can't actually do
As the
anything.
princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Oh, don't worry. I've been through things like this before, Twitter. And please don't tell me things like that. Like, even if I hadn't seen that, I would have, like, wanted to just go through it organically. But
Stop
I
that.
wouldn't have, missed that. No more help, thank you. Just so y'all know, ads are coming in 4 minutes.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
There's resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
She is zero dumb. Thank you. Thank you for the head pats, too. Welcome, Lulu. Thank you so much for the lurk. You're always welcome here, girl. Feel free to just cozy on up. She is zero dumb. Too much faith. For the most part, I think I'm pretty sharp, pretty astute. Like, we all have our moments, but I'll come as soon as I'm free. I hope all the best, everyone. And sending you love too, Lulu. Take care of yourself, girl. Even if she was down there, her pitfalls to fall into. Exactly. Exactly. I think it's good to have faith in people. Same, Lumi.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Escape room employee can do puzzles. Who could have guessed?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I'm fine.
Stay
I'm
strong.
not dead yet.
We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Faith, your religious terminology has no effect on me. Tips, Fedora. Effect, please laugh at me for my mistake. I would never.
I'm sorry.
Jesus.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
I wanted to be nice to her. I love the fact that she doesn't kill you swiftly because of her innocence. Same thing that happened to Caesar. That's why that's why he was stabbed so many times, because like the people that were killing him were the like members of the Roman Senate. They didn't know how to use a blade.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
She'd have done a better job with her teeth given what we saw. 28 stab wounds, exactly. That was really a cut above the rest. Ads are starting. I'm probably just gonna chill here for a minute, because I know that there are a couple people, like, actively participating that, aren't, subscribed to that sort of thing, and I just want to make sure people don't miss stuff. Especially since we're at, like, kind of a turning point here, you know? It's not just, like, going through, like, dialogue we've already seen or that sort of thing. Talk about philosophy in the meantime. I mean, pretty good at getting caught on that tangent. Harder to do it with no, like, external prompt first or, like, direction. I wasn't necessarily expecting this to go in this direction, though. I thought she was gonna take the knife and then just, like, throw it out the fucking window or something. And yeah, I haven't gone on this path before. 50. Gotta go to bed. I hope everyone has a good night/morning. Sounds good, Lumi. Thank you so much for hanging out while you could. I hope you sleep well, and I'll talk to you later. Night-night. She didn't hesitate to fuck up her arm. She didn't hesitate to start stabbing you. No, it's true. I'm curious why, like, the knife showed up down here and the only option was to save her, when I haven't gone on this path before. She'd have done a better job with her teeth, given what we saw. Need Jesus. Love that when Alexi agrees with you, you know that you said something sus by accident. This is my entire personality now, isn't it? Now? No, it's not actually. Jokes aside. It's kind of like how you couldn't stop to go to the cabin once a bunch of them appeared. You were too far down the path. Yeah, but like, it's interesting. I don't know. I'm gonna run and grab chips or something from the gas station. Sounds good. Take care of yourself. Talk to you in a bit, Alexi. Bye-bye. Gotta show you the Slay the Princess song after you do all the routes. It's hype. Hell yeah. Oh my god. I still have some leftover cupcakes from a local place from my birthday. And I didn't know what flavor this one was going to be, but it's carrot cake, and I am loving it. I never did look to see if there were any Slay the Princess Nerdcore songs. I'm sure there are a lot, honestly. Alright, looks like ads are over. Welcome back, everyone.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark.
Don't let any cupcake out of my nose. I can send a link to you, the best one. Actually, I hadn't scrolled up in food pics before today. Your desserts look stunning, by the way. Thank you. I have a few more pictures, but those two are like the ones that I'm most proud of for sure. At least
You're
like
on a
purely
path
visually.
in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I just finished putting my shoes on when it occurred to me that I needed to say I'll cup your cake, uwu. I'm sure you would. I'm gonna ask you not to click on this link so you don't get spoiled. Okay. Yeah, Muffin, Oh, thank you, Leon. The two things that I'm... Like, those are the things that I'm most, like, visually proud of. The two that I'm most proud of, like, actually, like, more, like, technically wise, or, like, most proud of, like, having made in the first place, are my chocolate chip cookie recipe, because I made it over, like, 60 or 70 batches and, like, made the recipe myself, and I think it's, like, the perfect chocolate chip cookie. And, making macarons that have actual proper feet in the town where I currently live, which is at like 5,000 foot elevation, which is like wildly difficult. Macarons are like unreasonably difficult to get right as it is, and elevation really fucks with them. So I was so fucking proud of myself when I actually got them to come out like looking like actual macarons. It took so long.
You're here to slay her.
I need one of those cookies. I'm happy to drop the recipe.
It will be the end of the world.
I have like a couple of really weird things that I add to the recipe. Okay, but I died. What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead, and And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Be careful, Twitter. You told me not to click on that link. All of this is sung by the narrator. Okay, I was gonna say, you might not want to, like, type any more of the lyrics out if you don't want me to, like, get into it. Hopefully it's Monster. It is not. You've been talking about releasing the recipe for at least a month. Well, nobody, like, seemed too interested, Nock. And, like, I have the version of the recipe... That's the first verse of a 5-minute song. That's fair. I have the recipe typed out for, like, using in commercial kitchens. So it makes about 20 to 30 pounds of cookie dough. And uses, like, weight measurements rather than volume. So it's, like, I need to convert it. So, like, since nobody seemed too interested, I just didn't really put in the effort to. Is this a new loop or a continuation of the previous one? Continuation of the previous one. So yeah, that's why we didn't have any voice aside from the voice of the hero, Leon. This is how it works every time. I'm fully willing to make 30 pounds of cookie dough, 20 to 30 pounds never go up. I'd love it if you get time. I can try and scale it down and save you the effort. I appreciate it. It's not like that much effort. I just need to actually do it, you know? I can, somebody remind me, like, at the end of the stream, and I can just, like, do it before I head to bed tonight. It'll take, like, 5 minutes.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
I've heard legends of Westerns eating raw cookie dough. I wonder if this is true. I eat an unreasonable amount of cookie dough every time I make this recipe, Gigas. Smitty.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort
It's just
sacrifice
Alexi
the
and me.
whole world for a peck on the cheek.
And you, Twitter? Oh.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine.
Voice
I'll
of the
indulge
simp.
you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
Voice of the who? I feel attacked. I would sacrifice the world for a kiss on the cheek.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second
Cheap-ass
time you've
world.
met me, or at least
Not
version.
sizing up his enemy.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Okay, you know,
You were the one who did us in, villain.
I'm generally willing to sacrifice the world.
Well, not you
Yeah,
in the
that doesn't
literal
surprise
sense, but
me.
you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
If being a simp is what it takes to express my love for her, then I shall be a simp. Yeah, no, I'm getting into character. I mean, are you referring to me or the princess? Because either I am touched or the princess is touched. It's a very touching sentiment either way. What prompts a new voice to appear? So basically, Leon, every path so far, I should say, that has ended us, like, at the Long Quiet, has been broken up into 2 chapters. The first one with just the voice of the hero, and then depending on how that plays out, it resets, and then we have a new voice and a different aspect of the princess. You're a princess as well, I shall take either. Oh.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
So it's 2 aspects of the princess each loop. Both aspects converge at the end. It's more like in the first loop, the princess isn't yet an aspect, but kind of a more generic kind of version. Just like how, like, you can think of the like aspect of the princess in the first loop as being the counterpart of the voice of the hero. You have like the cliche damsel and the cliche hero, and then based on your actions in that scenario, you then get a different voice and its counterpart in like the aspect of the princess. The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world? Who locked her in that basement? What is this place? I want that one.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
The voice is the counterpart to the girl aspect. That's very interesting. That's my understanding so far. That's how it seemed to be, Leon, but I can't say it with certainty. Your Honor, shut the fuck up. You wasn't even there. Everyone to the narrator. Are we a human even? In the mirror, it looked more like a bird claw. No, like, we have seen ourselves in the mirror a few times. It's Twitter. And no.
Maybe
we don't seem
it's
conventionally
her beauty
human.
that threatens the world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
I've already done both of these dialogue options, but if people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but...
Oh, but we'll hear from the,
you're special.
smitten.
You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Are the aspect and the voice exclusive to each other as far as we know? Sorry, I probably could have gotten this info if I watched the VOD. No. There's never any expectation to watch the VOD. You're totally fine, and I'm happy to talk about it. So far, it's always been, like, a unique voice with a unique aspect. But we're still pretty early on, I think, so there's no guarantee it'll stay that way.
Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice.
I kind of like the smitten.
Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
You're being cagey. What aren't you
I've
telling
told you
me?
everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
Thanks, I am the smitten
Not to
after
sound
all.
like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Then give us some reason to, like, give you that trust. That's all.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
The princess voice actress said that her favorite voice is the smitten. That's great. Have no mouth and I must scream is going to be my response when telling something would mean spoiling something, whether that means confirming or denying your statement. Yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of what I figured. I'm with them. I'm going to find a way to save her from that cabin.
That's right. You can't stop all of us.
Yeah, let's gang up on the
We're
narrator.
going to
Fuck him.
Sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Based on your theory that you subconsciously change the world, being cagey would be necessary. No, absolutely. Because then, like, if that is the case, the narrator is definitely aware of it. Like, it absolutely makes sense why he's being cagey. I still want to call him on his shit, though.
Before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Don't believe a word she says.
We already
Tee-hee.
told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled.
I love
They
him.
must be expressed.
He's so
Sure,
silly.
Yeah, your
You
passions
do
are
not the
strong and all,
princess.
but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Oh dear, this one. Are you back already, Alexi? That was fast, if so, welcome back.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Bless me. Approach the mirror. This whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different.
Is it?
The interior is way
I
different.
can't say I
Yeah.
was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
Did I accidentally skip one there? Yes, maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you finally dropped that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. Thank you for the head pats, Leon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I aspire to be as cool as the smitten. It's a short hike to the corner, and my legs are long. That works. I actually quite like the voices bickering. It's more interesting when your personalities are conflicted. Absolutely. I enjoy it as well. I aspire to be as cool as the smitten. You already are, babe. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
But then when we go to wipe it clean,
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But There was a mirror a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
A feather? Wait, hold on. So yeah, bird or lizard or something is accurate. Interesting. And the voices in our head even seem to be aware of what we are. Yeah. I was thinking bird are like halfway to a lizard, you know. Damn bros me. As long as the smitten is a voice in our head, I'm gonna be acting as him, but our princess is as our princess never looks ridiculous. That is I appreciate it. That is absolutely false. I embrace it. Wait, bro's just like me. We're a duck for sure. True. Okay, I was thinking like, Alexi, I was kind of thinking like, the little guys that are like halfway between, you know? Like...
You take the blade from
Wait,
the table.
oh god.
It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I saw the Explorer
I suppose
prompt.
if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword.
Yeah,
That
there you
way
go.
she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Hopefully
Exactly.
it doesn't put her on edge. And
Archaeopteryx,
hopefully
exactly.
It doesn't get turned on
Thank you,
us
thank you, thank you.
again.
That's the kind of thing that I mean, Leon. I like to imagine us like a general type bird, the narrator is a crow, and the princess is a dove.
There's no use arguing over motivations right now.
I could see
It's
it.
good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
Hold on.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives
Oh,
here,
there it is.
slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I was gonna say, he didn't say the line about slaying her is probably doing her a
soft
favor.
voice carries up the stairs.
Ashena's brain operates similarly to a crow's. I do like shiny. And I'm very motivated by food.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
I'm like every ADHD person, we like shiny.
Yes,
Exactly.
for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
I like that this one has like the prettier dress and the prettier hair and is bustier. Like,
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your
God, he's
spirit's
such a
plenty
fucking
loud,
dork.
all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't
did
come
someone
back.
say bustier? Welcome back, Kikas.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Waiting
it
for you
does.
to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence.
Really?
You've been here before.
The narrator is admitting that? Wow. That's
That's
Huh.
right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
yeah.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but
I'd
what's
be the
done is
first.
done.
So,
What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
yeah, so, interesting.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world,
Huh.
are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
So that's the first time, like, the narrator saying that has, like, confirms a couple things, especially since we have already been through one loop. Like, there are, like, multiple, like, infinite, myriad at least, maybe infinite, like, worlds like this. And it seems like each one has its own individual narrator. Like, again, it kind of confirms what we'd already been saying, that the narrator is kind of a part of the world, whereas we are characters within it. Then I think that what it is that there's only one of us, and there's technically at any given time only one princess. And we are kind of like jumping from world to world, interacting with the different narrators, and like bringing out different aspects of the princess and different voices in ourselves based on our decisions. So we're kind of like navigating through all of these different like worlds and like interacting with all these different narrators. The world is a vampire set to drain. Now as a trans girl, if I start singing Smashing Pumpkins, people will draw conclusions about me. I mean, I like Smashing Pumpkins too. You're amongst kin. That's not quite what Alexi means. It's a meme. It almost seems like the narrator is a new character each time, but is aware of other narrators. Yeah. It reminds me a little bit of D4C stuff from Part 7. I haven't actually read the manga, so I wouldn't be able to say, Leon. We're Eldrazi and the Blind Eternities. I don't know what that is. What is that? That sounds very interesting. I like a lot of those words you said. Blind Eternity sounds cool. Jumping, navigating feels like we're the one moving. Felt to me more like the world keeps forming around us, but relativistically speaking, the two could be the same. Yeah, absolutely. It's more of like, yeah, a frame of reference kind of thing in my mind. Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time. Oh, Magic the Gathering, got it. Eldritch beings that eat planes of existence. I don't think that we eat them. Although, I mean, I guess that wouldn't be entirely incorrect. Spin me right now, baby, right now, in a manner depriving me of an inertial reference frame. I wouldn't even necessarily say absorb, but more like resolve. Like 1 out of 10 things you all theorize is correct, or at least close to. I feel pain not being able to correct you all. I mean, that's what you get coming into a blind playthrough. There's a bunch of people saying shit that's blatantly wrong. How the fuck did I Freud out now? I was wondering, but the intention is questionable. It's a part of being. Yeah. Then someone makes a funny comment and is actually correct. Did you know that the princess is canonically an aardvark? True. So our options are, you killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time. What happened after I died? I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there? I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair. It was extremely unfair is crazy. I like that one.
Of me was pushed to such drastic action. It was for good reason.
That was actually very interesting. Because... yeah, this is something that I meant to mention last time. The narrator has been pushed that far before, and yet had never taken that action before. If the narrator could just take over our body the whole time, why didn't he do so sooner? You know? Yeah, it's weird that the narrator doesn't usually do that. Exactly, Melon, that's what I'm saying.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
To be fair, it didn't work out very well. No, it's true, but like there have been times where like we were literally like actively sabotaging what he wanted, and he just kind of like sighed and went with it. When like surely that would have been a better, or surely he would have thought at least that that was a better option than just letting us like let her out, for instance.
She took that in stride, to a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
You're just doing your best, and that's all that matters. Yeah, no, that is... Maybe it was something about the situation and taking over at a moment of shock when our natural defenses were down. That's possible. If he intervenes, it seems like he knows he will lose all control because we won't listen at all. He's trying to keep control, it seems, in any way. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. He's a meta-commentary on, like, manipulators and that sort of thing. Where it's all about, like... It's all kind of this, It's all about control, for sure. And, trying to frame things in such a way that, like, it can be a more hands-off kind of control, but it seems weird that that's the first time we've seen that desperation come through. I mean, we were unarmed, therefore probably felt exposed. That's what I was thinking. I mean, maybe? He seems to be trying to change our mind, not our body. If he takes over our body, there's zero chance of getting our mind. Yeah, no, for sure, but, like, at previous junctures where it was, like, abundantly clear that he wasn't going to get our mind, he still didn't do that. It still seems weird that that was the first time, you know? It's interesting.
That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
How does each narrator know he has this power, even? I mean, the narrator seems to understand his role in the world very well, even if he doesn't understand that world's role in the grand scheme of things. Because if each world is actually kind of, like, structured as a way to return these aspects of the princess to her, then the narrator is either actively knowingly working against that or isn't aware of that. But the narrator does seem to understand, yeah, the role he plays in the world. Insofar as, like, influencing our perspective on the world so as to try and guide us towards certain conclusions and so as to shape the world in a certain way, since it seems like our subconscious understanding of stuff does literally shape the world. Thank you for the hydrate knock. Why is she bad? SMH my head. He could only present us with false lack of choice. We could still resist. It's true. How does each narrator know this? Like in a loops the world is at stake, so it's very strange he wasn't forceful in other loops. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, 50. Like, if he genuinely believes that, like, the world is going to end, you'd think that that desperation would show up. Maybe not every time, but more often than just that once. Thank you for the stretch knock. Wait, that sounds pretty. That sounds actually pretty good. I didn't think of that. What are you referring to, Twitter? It's hard for me to tell sometimes with like delay and that sort of thing, especially when we're going through ideas like pretty quickly. What I can't reconcile is why there's the voice of why there's the hero voice and the new voice when there should be one voice per princess. So the hero voice is always with us. I remember his resistance against the ghosts was just describing us as tired. Exactly, 50. That's kind of what I'm saying is like, that was like the most he could do that time. Or the most that he did at least. And like, he could have been a lot more forceful there apparently. Perhaps taking over our body was the only way he thought he could convey the possibility of killing her. He was successful in making her look agile and dangerous. I mean, not necessarily though. Agile, maybe. And the way that I kind of view it, Leon, is like, all of the other aspects of the princess are kind of like half the original aspect and half like the, like, because if you think about it, like, we're always playing half the role of the hero and half one of these other aspects, and she's always a princess and then also always something else, you know? It's a gamble on his part. If we don't realize we can resist, we think he has absolute power. If we do realize we can resist, then we know he has no real power. I get what you're saying. Right, but then why don't we have another voice on the first cycle? Like, if the smitten voice is the counterpart to this aspect of the princess, what is her counterpart in our original timeline? The hero. Like, that's, like, the hero is setting up, like, our character archetype, and her aspect as the counterpart to the hero is the princess. Yeah, this chapter is called The Damsel. So yeah, the counterpart to the hero is the princess, and then the counterpart to the smitten is the damsel. But, like, even though it's the damsel, she is still a princess, and even though we are the smitten, we are still the hero, you know?
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
He says that with certainty. And she typically gets corrupted and weird in the second chapter, right? Not necessarily corrupted and weird. She's just another aspect. Like, this is the corrupted and weird version in this case. So far, the ones we've seen have been kind of corrupted and weird in different ways. But I think it's more just like, she takes on another aspect, you know? Every chapter 2 so far has had a similar title, essentially defining the princess. Exactly.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that? Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that last time. I'll ask that one. Right, I think I'm slowly getting it. Really appreciate the thorough explanation and patience. Of course. Yeah, so, like, the way that, I kind of conceptualize it so far is it's like the entire framework of the story is that we are quote-unquote the hero and she is quote-unquote the princess. Every single path from there is kind of a different aspect of those things. A different type of hero, a different type of princess, you know? And with that, there is also the possibility that at some point we might find a way to end up in a spot where she isn't the princess, we aren't the hero. Especially with how much, like, kind of, commentary this game has had so far on like narrative tropes in general, I could see it like establishing this pattern and then breaking it like that. And I don't know how we'd get there. I don't even know if it's a thing, but I could see it being a possibility. But for now, it's always gone like, it's always started with like a cliche aspect of the princess, cliche voice of the hero, and then like a different aspect kind of defining the princess and a different voice kind of amending the hero. How do we transition the bird and get the lesbian princess? That is the real question. Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that
okay
last
with
time.
Whatever you come up with, you can cut my arm off again.
No, don't say that so casually.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
Again, does she normally remember the previous cycle? Yes, so that's part of what's interesting, is the princess always remembers the previous cycle. We always remember the previous cycle. The narrator is the only one that doesn't, which is kind of like why I was saying what I was a little bit ago, that the narrator seems more tied to the world. Like, the narrator seems to be a part of the world rather than a player within it. Whereas, like, we and the princess seem to be kind of, like, moving from world to world, and by virtue, like, from narrator to narrator.
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted.
Hero being me
Go
for real,
ahead
for real.
and slay her.
Yeah, the hero is definitely supposed to kind of be like the quote-unquote like straight man in this situation, where it's like the one that's like calling the bullshit for what it is, kind of being more of like a self-insert voice of reason sort of thing. Oh shit, I think I'm on the cusp of something maybe. I have to ask, did you end the world after you killed me back there?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, I don't want the world to end. I have no feelings one way or the other about the world ending. Honestly, the world sucks, people are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin to them all. Holy shit. No, I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence
No,
itself.
no, that was weird.
Not so sure.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. The fact that she said that after asking if we wanted her to. What happened after I
You
died?
died, and now we're talking.
The world ends with you. Great game, by the way. Would recommend. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Of course I played The World Ends With You. Yeah,
We
I
warned
fucking
her of the
adore that
cruel
game. I
forces
played it as a
seizing our
kid.
body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
I fucking love Show Me Anime Milto in high school, or was it middle school? I really liked Rhyme and God, who was our first companion? Rhyme and Josh, and Rhyme wasn't a companion, but Eri? Eri. Yeah, Eri. Shiki Eri. Whatever you want to call her. Leon, do you know the world ends with you as well? Holy shit. Yeah, the dude that I rated last night, Imamura Cross, his entire art style is based on, like, his entire vibe is based on The World Ends With You. The 10,000 yen pin from the game is his, sub points. I actually remember an incident where I was misunderstood quoting Show in fucking Elementary that long ago. Jesus, yeah. Because that was a DS game. No, I love that game. That was, like, actually such a formative experience for me playing that.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Rescue the princess.
No. I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
It's been years and very casually explored it. Borrowed it from a friend from Vacation Bible School when I was young. I maybe never gave it back or lost it. It's honestly, like, unironically, I think it's a very good game with some very interesting, like, kind of storytelling things going on and stuff. And a lot of really unique, really inventive mechanics that I'm a really big fan of.
Yes.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned.
Harry, did you
We're
really
doomed.
think he wouldn't
I can't
really?
believe it.
Right.
I guess I have to.
And yeah, this is just kind of more confirmation of what we were just saying. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. The Smitten genuinely believed that her hands were, like, small and dainty enough that we could just slip her right out of the bindings. So we could.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
And the narrator was surprised that we, like, genuinely believed that.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved.
Is that a threat?
Oh, God.
You know what we'll do if you try it.
You're going to regret this.
Mommy,
do you
sorry.
know?
Mommy? Sorry, Mommy? What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt
What
love
do we
in
do
his
now?
heart.
Yeah, I know, right, Muffin?
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
What do we do now? Probably the
It's
princess.
the only thing you've ever doubted, the actual truth.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
That's so cute. Let's see. I want you to tell me what you want. There must be something you want. Do you want to end the world? Something isn't right here. I'm sorry. If you want to leave, then let's leave. I just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later. No, something does feel off about this for sure. But I mean, when is that not the case in this game? Do you want to end the world goes so hard. It really does. I want you to tell me what
I
you
just
want.
want to make you happy.
She can't just want to make us happy.
It makes sense to me.
Oh.
That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
The music is getting wonky. It's very discordant. And yeah, the eyes. Holy shit. Yep, her shading. Thank you so much for the follow, Zaraya. Welcome to our little community here. How are you doing? Oh, this is... I like this. I like where this eyes reaching critical mass. You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay,
There we go.
I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on?
Stop
She's
looking at me
lying
with
to
them
you.
big ol'
She
eyes.
isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
No, this doesn't seem like a lie. Eye singularity forming. Uh-oh. There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right.
She's devolving into more of a caricature.
I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
How are you doing, by the way, Zarayo? She is a caricature, yeah, but she's like devolving further and further into it. Okay, clearly something is happening here and I'm very scared. What if we just don't do anything? What if we just stay here and nobody gets hurt and we just figure out a way to be happy together? Smitten lost his ham voice. Ham voice, yeah. Brain cell synchronization, yep. So, there is still the slay option. This isn't right. Let's just get out of here. If we want to leave, then let's leave. I just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later. Do you want to end the world? Interesting. I'm curious how she would respond to this one. I'm good. Doing good. How are you? I'm glad to hear it. How are you liking this game? Also, I'm doing fantastic. Like, streaming is literally my favorite thing that I've ever done. I adore it so much. And this game in particular, I am, like, so obsessed with. Last night, streaming it for the first time, I cried for, like, 20 minutes straight, during one of the sequences in the long quiet. So... yeah, big fan. Big fan. What would make you
I
happy?
just want to make you happy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right
And they
now?
lived happily ever after. It's all she
Like we're
wanted.
the only ones here?
Interesting. And then we return to the long quiet. You don't get the chance to ask another question, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
No. She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should
Oops, we
try
broke
and
her.
Find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
I am going to load here because I'm curious. Yes. I want to try the I want you to make me unhappy and do you want to end the world ones.
Are you seriously asking her that?
Oh, we've been over this one. No, I do not want to end the world.
We've been over this one is crazy. Like, literally just like basically self-reporting that she's saying it because it's what she thinks we want to hear. She remembers that we said, no, I don't want you to. Meow. I want you to make me unhappy.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy, I can make you unhappy.
I want to leave. We can figure out the rest later.
That sounds perfect.
And then it just snaps back.
Oh, phew. She's back
Whoa.
to normal.
No. What are you talking about? Our angel has always been like this. Absolutely flawless.
Interesting.
As the
super long
princess
option was
takes
gone
your
too.
hand in hers, you let your
The-
blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world.
The super long option only happened when she, like, devolved to a certain point.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
You and the princess walk up the
Hey.
stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this.
He's so bitter.
And what happens after we walk up the stairs?
Hero's tone of voice when he's like, this is happening, right?
Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move.
Maybe the real world that ended with you is the princess we bond-burgered along the way. Princessless behavior from the narrator.
Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Also, I'm like currently on my 9th streak. When I get to my 10th stream streak, I will grant you a secret about me. Although, do you want to receive it through Discord or Twitch, your choice. There's no pressure to tell me anything about yourself, Mira. Like, I really appreciate the offer, but I like to think I know who you are, like, pretty well. And you don't need to tell me anything more than you're comfortable with.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Oh no, we're stuck in here. What should we do now?
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Do you think you can open it?
Well, I don't know. Do you think I can?
That!
Of course she can. You believe in her, right?
Yes! Exactly!
Nobody is leaving this basement.
And since yeah, I think you've got this. And she will.
Okay, let me try.
Watch this.
The princess tries the handle, and the lock clicks, and the door creaks open.
Yep.
Are you
Yes,
kidding
I
me?
knew it! Fuck yeah!
I told you she could do it.
God, I knew it.
You
Get
and the
fucked,
princess make
narrator.
your way upstairs. Her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything. If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
I think he said that line once before. Weaponized perception. Narrator. Also, ads are starting, so I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna refill water quickly. Have you ever played Perspective, Knock? No, geez, 2012, you didn't even try to make me feel old this time. This is bullshit. You just have that aura now. The game portal can legally vote. The amount of times you pointed out that the game portal can legally vote can now legally vote. 2016 was nearly 10 years ago. You've said these things. Thank you, Leon. Safety first. God, it's so fucking dumb. Are minors allowed in this chat? This is 18 plus. Knock counts though. Knock is 18.
You know, if her walking out that door is really gonna end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said. That's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
All we need to be happy as each other. What if we just stayed here and built a life together? Stop with these interruptions. I already made up my mind. We're leaving. Just ignore them. I already made up my mind. We're leaving. Well, no, because we've seen what happens when she goes outside. In the previous timeline. With the Spectre. She went outside and then it was like... the world kind of like... was gone. Like the hillside and everything. So what happens if we just stay in here? We haven't had this situation before.
Suggestion. You're right. We don't need the world. All we need is each other. That's exactly what I just suggested. Was it not romantic when I suggested it? Did you suggest that? I wasn't listening. You answered me.
That doesn't mean he was
The
listening.
door's right there. We can just leave.
Yeah, she didn't like me
Wait.
saying that.
Why would she say that? Was she not wooed by our proclamation of
He's
love?
just like me for real.
Are we not enough for her? She's not wooed by you because staying here and building a life together isn't a solution. It isn't anything. It's a non-answer. It can't be done.
Your nonchalance about the fate of the world has me a bit worried. That's why I want to stay here. Trust me, it'll be better for both of us if we stay. We can be happy here. We just have to want it. You're right, we're leaving. I think we can be happy here. We just have to want it.
But we would have to be here forever. I don't know you.
That
This
wasn't an
is
issue.
really what you want, though, isn't it?
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
She doesn't seem happy about this. But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she? I don't know. She has a point. She doesn't know us. No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess, if we just say the right things, if we just showed her the contents of our heart, she'd be happy here.
Whoa.
As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What? No, you absolutely do not do that. Oh, but I do. What?
Why did Vrook
What
get
is he
so
doing?
close to the
We
bicycle?
can't see unless you tell us. Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it, your fingers curling around your ribs.
Good job, Smitten. That didn't win anyone
Oh
over.
no! What are
Thank you,
doing?
Smitten. Very cool.
Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider.
He is as much as any of you are.
And yet, it's done, isn't it? It will be soon. You yank violently, your bones
It's
cracking
what's
with wet
on the
pops
inside
as
that
you
counts. Good
pull
job,
yourself
Smitten.
apart inch by painful inch. Your exposed heart, framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room.
Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
Threads, yeah. And this is how the world looks as it's ending. Like, as we're returning to the long quiet. The entire, like, background looks like it's made up of these threads. Has a voice taken control of us before? No, but a voice has unilaterally shaped the world before in the adversary route. The lion no longer identifies with the smitten. It was a sad day. We discovered this was not her fetish.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something.
Are you sure it's not her fetish, Muffin?
It's beautiful.
Are you sure it's not her fetish?
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die? Yes.
Everything she doesn't know she wants is some serial killer shit. Yeah, no, it's wild. Epilogue. Oh shit. Wait, suddenly the lion changes his mind.
You're on a path in the woods.
What
Mate,
the hell?
You're clearly already in the cabin.
What the hell? She has heard the song "The Red Means I Love You."
Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are.
What
How
the
do you know
fuck?
about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet.
So this is the first time we've gotten to an epilogue.
We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time.
These mirrors show her holding a heart. I love that the hero's got bored and is now just saying, mate, come on.
Now,
Right?
he's clearly disorientated. I'm
The
sure
opportunist.
this new info is going to come as quite a shock to him. Best if we're gentle.
Yeah, stained glass. Did I say mirror? I meant stained glass. Thank you.
And right on cue,
I saw the
here's
mirror at the
new
end of the
guy.
door here.
Welcome!
Or at the end of the room, rather. Is Smitten gone? I don't know. She calls them mirrors because she hates windows.
Thank you. I'm just happy to be here.
This is
Okay,
great.
Yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would
No,
have
I'm
been here
here.
before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from, meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes?
Huh.
Well, we know that now, thanks to you. We're all so lucky to be stuck with, working with someone so well-informed. You can count on us to do things right from here on out.
You've doomed an entire other reality, but I'm sure since you're so well-traveled, you know that, yes? I call them Linux because I hate Windows. She started having an opinion after Smitten thought she could open the door. I mean, working is crazy, yeah. Hi, Flim. How are you doing? It's great to see you. The working is crazy, and I think it's more, I don't know. It is interesting, Melon. You being on the left side is throwing me off. I know, I was blocking the chat option, so I have to.
I'm going to describe the room now.
So do you know this game, Flim?
The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicolored glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. This is a house fit for royalty. Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
Not only do I not, I've never heard of it. Okay, so, you will be getting spoilers, just so you know. Basically, it's a visual novel, where how it starts is you're on a hill with a narrator, and the narrator tells you that, like, you're here to slay the princess, because if you don't, the world will end. And, basically, depending on how you act from there, you get into this interesting kind of, like, time loop that has some very strange implications. Slay her euphemism, literal. You know, you can't plunge the blade into my heart if I just do this. There. No heart to stab. Time loop or multiverse theory, 50-50. I mean, you can kind of consider them two sides of the same coin in certain situations. So the narrator has a planned monologue rather than just describing what's there, like he sometimes fails to notice deviations from some kind of usual. Has the narrator also been looping, maybe? No, so the narrator definitely hasn't been looping, or if he has been, his loops are at least disconnected from ours. She's a Kingdom Heartless. And a nobody, you know it. First playthrough, yep. Just started last night. How are you doing, Blue? It's good. Like, thank you so much for tuning in. And Melon, the way that I'm kind of interpreting it is like the world begins at that point. Think about it like this. If time were frozen, just as you were like describing the room that you were in, and while time was frozen, you were suddenly moved somewhere else, and then time was unfrozen, you would continue describing the room that you were in for a second before like being kind of disoriented and realizing that you're not actually there anymore. Of course, I stalk Slay the Princess first playthroughs. They've been getting a little thin on the ground. I am absolutely in love with this game so far. It's so fucking cool. I cried for like 20 minutes last night talking to the being in the long quiet. Here you go, Alexi. There. Thank you for the head pats. It doesn't matter if the blade's here. We didn't use it last time, and the time before that she used it to kill us. Hey, where's the voice of the smitten? He was here last time, and it's not like him to be this quiet. So none of you are going to talk about the mirror, approach the mirror, turn around, and leave. I'm going to save here because this is the first time we've seen an epilogue, and I'm very curious to see how it can go. I'm going to save over top of that one. Okay. Where's the voice of the smitten?
Yeah, he was a bit of a loud one, wasn't he? Is he okay?
This is my favorite game. Actually got me into streaming. That's awesome. That's so cool. I was looking for streams and found the voice actress's Twitch channel. Oh my god, that's so cool.
We're better off without him, if you ask me. One less opinion we have to contend with. Plus, he's the one who got us into this whole mess.
But also we can't prove which we're experiencing from our perspective. Oh, I personally feel multiverse theory and time loops are quite different, but also we can't prove which we're experiencing from our perspective. I mean, literally right here. Maybe it's good the smitten isn't here, actually. Bro is despairing. Yeah, I wonder if the voice of the smitten killed himself and not you. Maybe. Bye, Smitty. Moment of silence for our fallen Smitty. I think that they are very different. 50, but like in most kind of scenarios, but I feel like it's all kind of like frame of reference kind of thing. By, where it's like, based on certain frames of reference and certain scenarios, like this could be seen as traveling across like more of a multiverse kind of thing by means of a time loop, you know? And you could think of like any kind of time travel as like every time you go back, you're on a different timeline, a different multiverse, you know, a different part of the multiverse, that is. Maybe he'll come back if you knit into smitten some mittens. Some kitten mittens. We still traveling the multiverse first Hades, now this, right? Also, welcome, Vix. It's great to see you. How are you doing?
Is that so? Maybe there is hope for you after all, free from the bad influence of your missing friend.
So, does it matter if the blade's here? We didn't use it last time, and the time before that she used it to kill us.
That is some fine reasoning. Who cares about the blade? I think you're right. We're better off without it. It's not like it's ever been important.
Who's the princess? Who's been the princess you want to smooch the most? We haven't been through many, Zeraio. We've been through the stranger, the adversary, the specter, and now the damsel. I guess we're kind of still going through that one. The specter, hands down. I kind of hate multiverse stuff like that because it kind of makes everything feel futile, except for Into the Breach. It works with that one. Interesting. What is this voice's deal? It's interesting. I'm okay. Just ended my stream. I'm tired. Got so much schoolwork to do this week. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope, like, it ends up being not too bad. I believe in you, girl. Spectre's my girl. Hell yeah. You have good taste, Blue. Classic Rick and Morty nihilism. Yeah, I mean, I can see that kind of angle on it. It's a time loop that results in parallel timelines / universes because the decisions shape the world in a deterministic manner and literally branch out. Exactly, exactly. I got Nicole Goodnight to say hi a killer for me once. Shivers. Oh my god. No, yeah. Same. The adversary and specter caused neuron activation. Adversary was also captivating, I'll say. Imagine one could feel the cold embrace of a ghost over the warm chokehold of the adversary. I had a dream about cute ghost girls one time. It was awesome. Yeah, ghost girls are awesome. Big fan. Shout out ghost girls.
Of course, the blade's important. It's your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do this right.
Thank you so much for following, Blue.
Right now,
welcome to our little
again,
community here.
Means that you have not yet done this right.
Yeah, I assume that's the voice actress. I think that the important distinction for me is in multiverse theory, the effects of our actions persist in the world we left. In time travel, they're literally undone. I mean, not necessarily literally undone, because, like, there are, like, certain pieces of media that kind of amend those two theories. And, like, sometimes time travel is explained as jumping through the multiverse, you know? And the other side of it is, like, the multiverse does kind of make sense in this context, because allegedly the worlds are ending.
But it's not there, is it? We don't even get the choice. So, what are we supposed to do?
She does all the princess voices and Johnny Sims does all the voices. Yeah. Sometimes there's a multiverse that still has the implied causality issue of single timelines anyway. Time travel to me is only different if it's along the same timeline. Exactly. Moonlight, yeah.
I don't actually know. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere. It has to. It's part of the whole structure of this place, I think. At the very least, it's important.
Hold on. I think it's part of the whole structure of this place, is very telling in and of itself, where like the narrator understands that there are parts of this world that need to exist, that always exist, and seems to be fairly accepting of like other changes to the nature of this place. Like, he doesn't seem to bat an eye when shit gets weird in some of the cabins, or when the princess behaves in strange ways. This is the first time that, like, yeah, it's part of the whole structure of this place. And then the I think is also very interesting. I've never heard him speak with that kind of uncertainty. If there's no causality linkage in the new multiverse, that's just teleporting. Welcome back, Twitter. What roots did you do while I was gone? None. Bro is flabbergasted. This is very interesting, though. So none of you are going to talk about the mirror. I'm going to save here. Yep, still the same. Hello, villain. I can be your angel, oh, your double. What happens if we... Oh, let's see, because I assume that this is...
What is there to say about it? It's a mirror. Is this some sort of a bit? There is no mirror. There's only the stained glass windows, the empty table where your blade should be, and the door to the basement.
Oh. This chapter giving so much world building? Yeah.
Oh, my bad. That's why I haven't been talking about it. I see it, just like I saw it last time.
So in chapter 2, in chapter 1, the mirror isn't there. In chapter 2, the mirror is off to the side of the door. In the epilogue, the mirror is over top of the door.
Good for you, buddy. You've got a sharp set of eyes on you. Mirror or no mirror, the door to the basement, your only way forward, is just on the other side of the room. How about you walk over there?
Yeah, so now I'm going to save. Because I'm curious what happens if we just leave.
As you foolishly turn to leave the cabin and abandon the world to its ruination, you're... Oh, isn't that convenient? As you turn around, you're faced with a solid wall. There isn't a way out. It would appear that you're stuck here until you find a resolution to our princess problem.
Bro was surprised by that. What the hell is this place? Seductress in bottom left, Ash danger mode. We're in your walls? Yeah, he seemed surprised that the wall was there. Yeah. Yeah, there are chapters with 2+. Yeah, there are routes with 2+ chapters. I kind of figured that there were. That's why I said, like, so far and stuff.
That is convenient. Look at us crossing off a whole avenue of exploration. Figuring out the rest of this is going to be so much easier now that we only have one way left to go. You know, I'm starting to like you because he's blowing smoke up your ass. Because he's being reasonable. Look, it doesn't matter who put that wall there because it's there. The only thing for you to do now is find the princess and, ideally, find your weapon while you're at it. With nowhere to go but forward, you turn back around, leaving the non-existent exit behind you. You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. What is this about that supposed mirror? Just reach forward and fumble around a bit. I'm sure you'll find the handle. Well, shall we have a look at ourselves? Maybe it won't go away
Maybe
this
it won't.
time. You reach
Nope.
forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle. Figures.
So we've seen, like, this upper part of this on her tiara. We haven't seen this entire thing before, though. I wonder if it's significant. Like, it could be seen as an inverted heart. Or, like, a inverted upside down, you know. Golden Freddy, it's me, Asmir. Family crest, maybe, I don't know. Twitter talks to Shanna like she's a dog to command. Yeah, and most of the time I ignore that. Occasionally, he does have good ideas. Maybe a fat ass, let's fucking go. Because he's blowing smoke up your ass. God, I wish that were me.
And then you push the door open. Marvellous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement at all.
Oh.
Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet, too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm.
This is very interesting. So yeah, no, whoever was saying that, like, it seems like he's also jumping, I think you're right. I think that his jumps are just disconnected from ours, or like looping. Because that part, that if the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... That... Yeah, Melon. Because he does always say that line. He always finds some way to justify that, like, it's a good thing to kill her. And, like, here you can see him falling into that bit of the script, because so many other parts of it are kind of malleable. But that part, he always tries to tie it back to, and then he realizes, like, well, no, actually... Yeah, he is acknowledging our previous lives here, but he doesn't remember them, Leon. Like, he acknowledges that we did live them. But he doesn't remember them. He has it, he's on a different, like, timeline or a different, like, series of loops. He has it all scripted in his mind, it seems. Yeah, no, exactly. But, like, that kind of thrown me off my rhythm, like... Having it scripted, all that kind of stuff implies that this isn't the first time he's done it. Like, he's looping as well. Like, up until this point, I've been theorizing that he's kind of a part of the world, and, like, therefore he's not looping, just each world has its own narrator. But it does seem like he's looping, and his loops are just disconnected from ours. Right, but it's not like he's talking about another narrator, it's another version of the same person, like other narrators are still him. He believes it because he's like, well, you fucked this shit up somehow. True. It's not like he's talking about another narrator. It's another version of the same person, like other narrators are still him. Yeah, but, I do think that, like, the other narrators are kind of more separate from him than we are from our previous selves in this loop. Because he doesn't have their memories. It's more like, you can almost think of it as, like, no, not quite like if, like, he's returning to the Long Quiet or that sort of thing. No, I don't know.
Don't worry about it, boss. You're doing great. I'm not, but I appreciate the encouragement. Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess.
There were times where he seemed to lament he wasn't the first. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, which is kind of part of why I was thinking that, like, each world had its own narrator. Like, the narrator was a part of the world rather than an actor within it, if that makes sense. But this whole thing about, like, how scripted it feels, how routine it feels to him, does give the impression that it's not the first time he's done it. Like, he has traveled between worlds as well. He's not a part of this, like, instance of the world specifically.
No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice, exitless house doesn't mean that she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature.
But I mean, if it's an exitless house, and the world ends when she leaves, does she pose a direct threat?
Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge?
Yeah.
This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner sounds nice.
The more we think, the worse this gets, because our thoughts shape the world, and given the way that this world is going, our thoughts are going to shape it in a way that he
Gotta
doesn't
say,
like.
I'm with him on this one, boss. When have nice things ever been a problem? That is the problem.
Yeah, this isn't supposed to be nice.
And she's supposed to be a prisoner.
And the more we...
I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay?
Yeah, the more we engage with this train of thought, the more the world is shaped in a way that doesn't fit what he wants.
This hall, like the one below, is grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the center of the room, the princess seated at its far end.
Why doesn't he shape a world where the princess isn't dangerous? Is he stupid? I mean, I know that you're joking. Like, even if you hadn't put the /J, I would have picked up on that, but, like, I don't think he's able to. Go ahead, Mr. Joester. Intrusive thoughts? Maybe. Identity is a little bit hard to pin down in this game for me. I think I need to draw it out. What do you mean? I don't know what's with this. Yeah, oh, got it. We had the incident with the adversary. I'm following now. Yeah. I don't know what's up with this big, like, ominous shadow behind her. Like, there's no reason that these light sources would be casting that shadow. If there was, like, a fire right in front of her, I could see it, but...
Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck. So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy. Yeah, that is easy, isn't it? So, where's the rush?
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
As the words leave her mouth,
Whoa.
The torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
Okay, wait, hold on. I think I might... Okay, wait, whoa, hold on. This is the first time the princess has seemed to have any real power. Beyond, like... Beyond what we've, like, given her by shaping the world with our thoughts.
Isn't that better? It is better.
Another midnight stream? You know it, now, Lynn. Every night. How are you doing? It's great to see you again. I thought you were saying hold on so you could enable hard eyes. No, I am playing on mouse right now, so I can do that at, like, no hesitation. What is this place? What are we supposed to do now? You mentioned dinner on the stairs. Excuse me, get up. Silently push yourself from your seat. Slay the princess. Midnight it is almost 3. What is this place?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
This is the world that... Hold on, yeah. This is the world that we literally asked her for. I hadn't thought about that. But no, like, literally how we got here was by saying, like, no, we don't need to leave. We can live here and be happy. We never need to leave this place. And now we wake up in this world where we can't leave this place, and it's everything we've ever wanted. It's our happy ending like you asked for. You think you know what the big shadow is? I'm not entirely sure. I have some thoughts. It's in the title. I've never played the game. Oh, you're in for a ride. You're about to see some weird shit. We're, like, deep in this route. Welcome, Pink. Great to see you again. How are you doing tonight? What are we supposed to do now?
Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgotten about it.
burn bright,
Whoa.
and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
I see these little hands now. I hadn't picked up on those. But this isn't the shape of, like, the handmaiden or whatever.
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
Let's not slay her, because fuck narrator. I will make the decision on if to slay her or not. Guessing you don't have an idea on the shadow? I'm not sure. I have a couple of thoughts. I think it's pretty obvious. I'm doing good, just doing some stuff and things, TBH. Hell yeah. I hope stuff and things are going well. I'm thinking that if we're to say that it's a different narrator's loop, then I think it must be a different player character we inhabit at the same time. I think that we inhabit a different player character each time we go back to the Long Quiet, specifically Leon. Not very, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'm sorry to hear that. I believe in you. You can turn it around. And if not, that's okay too. It's okay to have, like, off days or days that aren't as productive as you want and all that. I mean, I guess we are inhabiting a different player character each time we loop because, like, it ends with us dying oftentimes. But, our memories are retained until we go to the Long Dark. When we reach the Long Quiet, our memory returns. Yep, and then when we leave the Long Quiet, our memory is lost again. My thoughts on the shadow are that, it might be her counterpart to the narrator. Like, it's not in her head. She's told us directly that she doesn't have a voice in her head, like, explaining her actions or describing the world, but another entity kind of, like, hanging over her and that sort of thing. Yeah. We're a voice just the same as the narrator or the voice of the hero. We just happen to have control and keep awareness sometimes. No, we are definitely different. I can confirm or deny one statement of yours if you want. Please do not. Yeah, the Spectre did directly tell us she doesn't have a disembodied voice like we do. Exactly. Exactly. So I'm not saying, like, it actually narrates for her like that, but it seems to be another entity that, like, follows her and looms over her, you know, and this might just be the first time we're seeing it. Or the first time that it has gained this much power. It's possible that, like, the more kind of loops that we go through with one instance of the princess, the more powerful it gets. That's kind of my leading thought. It does have huge claws. Yeah. It does have those. What voices do we have right now? Opportunist and hero. And narrator, I guess, but he's different. And Leon, we're a little bit different than the voices. Because, when we get to the mirror, we remember all of the previous, like, loops and stuff and, like, what we're actually doing with the Long Quiet. The voices do not. And then when we touch the mirror, the voices go away and it's only us left. He's different, TM.
Am I ever? Look at this spread. It's a feast fit for a king.
The hero called us the decider when the smitten took over our body. Yeah.
Yeah. And after everything we've been through, we could use a break. More than that, we deserve a break.
Have school stuff, so bye-bye. Bye, Twitter. Thanks so much for hanging out. I'll talk to you later. Ooh. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna save here. That didn't end up actually being, like, a choice, really. What happens if I refuse?
It's okay. It's okay. We can figure something else out. Think. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine.
What's she afraid of?
This isn't fine. This isn't fine at all.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes out entirely.
So she's the victim of this thing, too.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
Not a fan of whatever just happened. I don't want to sit in the dark. Losers sit in the dark. I want to sit in a brightly lit, spacious room where we can see our beautiful, queenly wife.
As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
What just happened? Did you make that torch go out? I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you just said something you wanted to say. It's just a torch. Don't worry about it. We still have plenty of light. Forget about the food. What should we do now? Excuse me. Silently push yourself up from your seat. Slay the princess. What just happened? Did you make that torch go out?
I didn't mean to. I promise. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
She's being defensive. And we all know being defensive is a sign of weakness.
I don't know about that. It's just a torch. Don't worry about it. We still have plenty of light.
Yeah. We just have to keep the rest lit, and everything will be okay.
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
We should do something fun. Wouldn't that be nice? What if we played a game?
Yes, I love games. I'm great at them.
Me too.
Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game, its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
This princess is awesome, right?
Great, we don't even have a rule book. That means we can make up as many rules as we want. And we will. Don't worry, I am excellent at cheating.
Okay, fuck
She'll
off,
never suspect a
opportunist.
thing.
Don't do
I don't
that.
think it really matters. This all kind of feels like we're just
Let me
filling
in.
time,
Let
you know?
me in.
What, you don't want to win? To show our prowess in all avenues and accumulate respect? Wow, you would be hopeless without me. Count your lucky stars I'm here. You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays. The warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception. And then, the climax, as she places her final piece.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over.
She only made us start over because we were winning.
Time passes. You play the game. You win.
Boom! And there you have it. What did I tell you? Am I great at games or am I great at games?
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause.
Yeah.
And the board does not reset.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
You don't need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh. The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Uh-oh.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again.
How long has it taken this long to watch one episode? Ass moment. I know, this loop is going so long.
Shadow descends on the board once again, More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew. And so you do, and it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played, and the sputtering torch roars back to life. But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board.
All right, Princess, so we need to open Steam and scroll over to the roguelike tab.
More pieces are added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination. Winning and losing become nothing but ends, and even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish. Till finally...
Fuck it, let me tell you about Stellaris.
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
As the words leave the princess's mouth, another torch goes out.
Oh.
Again, the remaining flames burn brighter, and the shadow dances faster.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here.
Oh.
You don't have to be upset.
Oh. I just got it. Oh. Oh. The shadow is the voice of the smitten. That obsessive, controlling aspect looming over her, like forcing her to continue with this. The claws are like ours. Got it. Fuck.
This is awful.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't it great that we're all having such a lovely time together? We just have to stay positive and realize how happy we are. Then all of those lights will stay on and keep showing us all the cool stuff we have.
I think the opportunist is actually kind of handling this right. Killing her might be a mercy, yeah. And the opportunist, I think, is right, though. Like, if we're not going to do that, at least for the time being, until we can think of another way to handle it, we just need to keep this convinced that we're enjoying ourselves,
Yeah.
you know?
Sure.
Are you actually happy here? I think this will put another torch out, but I don't know. I think it's important to confront it, to be honest.
The princess starts to hyperventilate, her quick breaths punctuating the uncomfortable silence between you.
Yes! Why wouldn't I be? Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, even the narrator is against this. Yeah. We need the truth. You need to tell me how you really feel.
I don't feel anything.
Literal fucking chills with that line.
The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
I reiterate, this appears to be an allegory of some kind. You know, I think you might be onto something, Nock. Narrator, like, sideways glance, like, okay, but, like, what the fuck, for real?
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out?
One of the most real things is that she clearly does feel things, but it's all too drowned out. Like, she clearly feels anxiety, at least, you know? But what do you think will happen? Don't worry about what's going to happen. If you could do anything in the world, what would it be? What would you choose? Whatever the shadows have been showing us isn't real. We need to see what happens when the lights go out. Okay, I am very invested in this. I want to see how it can play out. We don't have to let it go out. Don't worry about what's going to happen. If you could do anything in the world, what would it be? What would you choose?
I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
Because our player character doesn't recognize. Our player character doesn't recognize that we can shape the world based on our beliefs of it. Otherwise, we could put stars in here. There's a kind of irony to the fact that this isn't true, but our characters don't know that it isn't true.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
I'm not happy here. I don't think I ever was.
The princess sobs, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
We could put stars in here if only we realized that we could. Yeah. I feel empty, so that's that, huh? Why are you crying? Are you okay? Well, this sucks. You can open your eyes. I'm still here, you know. Nothing's changed. We're just sitting in the dark. I'm sorry, I feel like all of this is my fault. I don't want to choose that. This one, I think she needs comfort. I'm still here. Or nothing's changed, we're just sitting in the dark. Either of those.
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
So you are. It's dark in here, isn't it?
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
No, it's okay.
Well, we can't sit here forever. That part of us is over.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Yeah,
Do you still care about me?
of course. Of course I do. I don't think I'll ever stop. Whatever we had between us wasn't real. This is real. I don't know if I ever have, but maybe I can now. I'm not sure if I've ever had the chance to figure out how I feel about you. I've just wanted to leave since the moment I found myself in the woods. No. I think one of these two. Whatever we had between us wasn't real. This is real. Yeah, the knife is around her neck, exactly. I think this one. Or this one. Because that kind of obsession that's not actually caring about somebody. You know, the obsession that like led the smitten to control her and to force this facade, that's not actually caring about somebody. I These are basically saying the same thing. This is real.
I don't know what this is.
We can figure it out. I'd like to find out.
Me too. And I don't think we're going to find anything here. So, I guess it's time for us to leave.
Ads are starting. Got a little bit too lost in it. Damn. I'm really glad that I found this little. Yeah, this is some really heavy shit. Oh my god, thank you so much, Muffin. That's so sweet of you. I seriously appreciate you so much. It Yeah, means more than I can really express. There's so many angles to tackle this route from. Yeah, seriously. Ad jump scares feel especially jarring in this game. Absolutely. No one gets ads here. I Not on my watch. You're really sweet. Thank you. Fuck. God, I love this game. Like, this route was already making me really uncomfortable, and like there were clear kind of parallels to like situations of like abuse and manipulation and that sort of thing. But the realization of what was actually happening and like the like Nox been saying, like the allegory of like the shadow of an abusive partner looming over you. And that desperation of just this has to work. I don't feel anything. I don't know what I want. I just need for this to work. Like, fuck. Yeah, your generosity is really remarkable. It's more a daily reminder for Ash that this stream means a lot. It, I'm so glad that it does, honestly. I think what hit me harder was watching the game. It reminded me of my parents in the late stage before divorce, watching them try to go through the motions to be happy for the kids' sake. Yeah. No matter what justification people use, just that idea of like trying to force something to work, trying to force something to be okay when you know that it's not. You know shit's broken. You know that it's not okay, but you you're too scared to do anything but try. Feel too helpless. Feel like that's all you deserve. Whatever it might be. Princess, I want to play the board game too. I know. Don't underestimate my ability to hyperfixate on a game. Yeah, just biding time until a breaking point. Fuck. God, that's so. Yeah. Because it feels somehow more cruel or more unjustified to do something before a breaking point. It feels like bef- up until you're at a breaking point, you could still, like, something could still be done to make the situation better. But in reality, like, if you see the writing on the wall and you're just trying to, yeah, like, once you get to the point of just biding time, all you're waiting for is an excuse at that point. Like, it's already breaking, at least. And the best chance you can have to mend it is to acknowledge how broken it is. Reminds me of college. If not myself, then my car for sure. The only thing keeping the torches lit was keeping the shadow there. Was doing what was Oh, the only thing keeping the torches lit was keeping the shadow there. Yeah. But yeah, and then once the torches went out, it was gone, but that's scarier in a way. How did I of all people pick up on that as quickly as I did? I mean, you're smart, Knock. Like, I've been able to see that, like, for a while now. Like, I'm not surprised that you picked up on it quickly. I think this also touches on, like, victimhood and what you're actually responsible for. And it also reminds me of Shinji. Yeah, exactly. Looking for the decision to be taken away from yourself. Absolutely. Victimhood. mm, Taking responsibility for things that you aren't actually truly responsible for because, like, abuse is kind of defined by taking one party's consent out of the equation, you know? Shinji Hospital scene mentioned twice in one stream is crazy. Um, Sits in the corner eating Oreos for breakfast. Welcome, Aria. It's great to see you. How are you doing? Eating classic Oreos. Hell yeah. Fuck, this one hits.
As the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently takes your hand in hers.
Oh.
She's cold, a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt.
Yeah. And Smitten freaked out and blamed this place, and then we changed the place, and it was worse. It's such a mirror to my experience. Maybe if we just move closer to family, it'll work out. Exactly. Love y'all. Heading to bed now. Night night, Vix. Always great having you here. Rest well, girl. I'll talk to you later. But yeah, no, it... desperately looking for something external to blame instead of acknowledging that the patterns that you're going through are what's causing the issue. That doesn't mean that your relationship can't be better, but you need to acknowledge what's actually causing problems. Otherwise, you're just covering it up, you know? Yeah, the narrator seems to have mellowed. Even the narrator saw how fucked up that situation was. Even the narrator wants her to be happy at this point. You're just letting the shadow live above you. Exactly. Narrator lost track of what he was going for after experiencing a traumatic event. I mean, he's not a bad person, you know? He seems to genuinely believe that what he's doing is for the best. And when she saw how fucked up this was, or when he saw how fucked up this was, yeah. If the world ends when she goes outside, I honestly think she deserves to see the stars at least once. That's beautiful, Nock, honestly. And I agree. In a weird way, the narrator saw eternal bliss trademark and he hated it. Do you think the narrator was keeping some torches lit too? I mean, I don't think literally in this situation, but kind of more metaphorically. I think it's a really common thing for people in general to keep torches lit, you know? Slay the Princess appears to be a game about people pushing their feelings onto others. In a lot of ways it is, yeah.
You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world? He's right, you know. You're giving us some real mixed signals, boss. Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world. Well, this is less work for us anyways.
God.
Think what you will. I'm done fighting. You and the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs to the cabin's entrance. And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me, even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do. He's really gone, isn't he? No boss anymore, no one left to tell us what to do. I guess we'll have to be our own boss then. About time.
The stars are so beautiful.
A quiet moment
I meant
passes
it
over you.
when I said I wanted to dance.
Comfortable quiet. She gently pulls you forward, and the two of you fall into graceful step. The only rhythm that guides you is the shared thumping of your hearts, beating in perfect unison. Her face, worn and tired, brightens the faster you move, a soft, sad smile widening and widening until it reflects only genuine affection. You send her out into a wide spin, and your arms stretched to their limits, only the tenuous grasp of your hand and hers holding you together. You share a gaze that feels like it lasts forever.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice, even if it's a little cold outside.
But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Thank you so much for the sub, Blue. I seriously appreciate it. I'm glad that you appreciate this. I know a lot of people come to streams just looking for like genuine, like lighthearted entertainment, but it really means a lot to me that people appreciate like something more heartfelt, you know? Hi, Bun. Hey, welcome. It's great to see you again. It's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. If he thinks it's bad, I'm with him.
It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice.
Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you.
Is this going to be reintegrated into you in the mirror? Is he dead and gone now? I think that the most honest answer is that he would be reintegrated, because kind of the point is that they're all aspects of us, you know? And none of them are inherently wrong. Like, nobody is inherently wrong for feeling that enamored with somebody. It's all about balancing it, recognizing it for what it is, keeping it in check, keeping it from becoming obsessive and toxic, you know? If you say so, we'll trust you, yeah. There's nothing wrong with being smitten if it doesn't get untethered, as the narrator called it. Exactly.
Finally, we're going places.
Been there, it's... yeah. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. The remains you've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. This wasn't my friend. Jesus Christ, Leon. I've had one too many emotions for today. I think it's important to feel all of these things. To process this kind of like emotional depth and complexity, you know? To accept it. You're at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Um, they're trees and stars, and they're people, I think. At least they're supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kaz. Though it's interesting to think about how a change of our morals or mental state may have an impact upon the dynamic of our own internal segments. Absolutely. Like, if we think of all these aspects as being, like, within us at all given times, then, yeah, our mental state and the things that are happening around us and all of that change how much sway each of them have and how loud their voices are. Thank you for the ears, Rocket. I usually try not to emotion most of the time. I mean, I get it. I've been there. I was there for a long time. I've worked really hard to be more in touch with those emotions. Embrace them. And it's been really good for me. Trying to disconnect from them it makes sense. It's safe. And at certain points in your life, you need that safety, you know? But that doesn't mean that it's the healthiest once you're in a better place. Feeling all the emotions looks the same to me as feeling 2 or 3 of them. They're barely distinct. Yeah, I don't know enough about alexithymia to know if that's something that can be progressed or worked on or healed, if it even should be. It's not for me to say. If a voice were to somehow perish or be removed, that could be symbolic representation of drastic external change, yeah. Just do drug and eat hot chip instead of emoting. Hi, Yuso. It's great to see you. How are you doing? No emotion's bad. All emotions are. I agree with that. I think acceptance is the best way to handle emotions. It's all a matter of how you let them affect you, right? There's no shame in feeling anything that you feel. Every person is different for what's best to them to feel. Yeah, everyone has different kind of baselines and stuff. Which princess is this? The what was it called? Fuck. God. I was trying to find the name of it. Happily Ever After. Yeah. I was trying to find the name of this one in the achievements that I got, and the one for dancing with her is just called I Meant It. Damn. Yeah, Damsel was chapter 2. This one's different. But, no, you're right on that, Alexi, as far as I know. The song Mad World makes me think of one specific scene from a game. Oh, really? What's that, Arya? Homeostasis and balance are unique to each person. Exactly. Fully agree, bud. No standard and should be no standard for feelings. Yep. And I'm so glad that you're doing so well, Yuso. I'm doing amazing. This game is really good for me. This game is really incredible. Happily Ever After is one of my favorite chapters. Yeah, I can see why. Let's see. I don't think this is, yeah. If something affects me enough to feel emotions, they're so powerful that they get in the way of everything else, leading to me have trained a lot of emotion out of my life. Thank you so much for the lurk, Yuso. You're always welcome to just cozy up and relax here. I think it's easy to handle it that way, Rocket. Well, not always easy, but it's common, for sure. Normal might be a good word for it, even. I think that it's important to feel and express emotions, though. To embrace them. A lot of my kind of view on how to handle yourself internally, who you've been, who you want to be, who you are right now, what you feel, all of that. So much of it stems from acceptance. I think it's so important. Homeostasis and balance feel like stagnation, and stagnation feels simultaneously unattainable and undesirable. Variety is the spice of my life. Although you wouldn't be able to tell that by watching me lay in bed all day. I don't think that homeostasis and balance are stagnation. Like, if you think about homeostasis is not a lack of change, neither is balance. Yeah, if you take the word balance more literally and think about like balancing on a bike or a tightrope or anything like that, you can only, like, the balance is necessary in order to move forward. A lack of balance actually causes more stagnation. Balance is necessary for variety. Almost, you know. That's my perspective. I wish you peace, however and wherever you find it. Your peace is yours. Yeah. I typically avoid expressing emotion and then completely shut down occasionally. I don't think that it demonized the concept of stability, 50. Alexi was just sharing their perspective on it more than trying, like, Alexi made a point to say feels like and that sort of thing, you know, not is. It's just their perspective and there's no shame in that. I disagree, but I don't think there's any shame in viewing it that way, you know? Counterparts, two sides of the same coin, almost. I forgot to ask for pizza, am I gonna die? Go ask for pizza right now, Melon. Homeostasis is not a lack of change, neither is balance. Balance is a million minor actions to steady oneself. Balance is a million minor actions to steady oneself. Balance is necessary for variety. No wonder it's so exhausting. It really is. I think it already got delivered. I'm just gonna mac cheese. Do it. I believe in you, Melon. Take care of yourself, girl. It's definitely exhausting. More so sometimes than others. And at with practice, it does get easier. But it is exhausting, especially at first, and especially in certain situations. It's been many years. I've found a balance. I have honed my space to something that feels well-rounded. I'm comfortable and capable. I'm really happy to hear that, Rocket. Like, genuinely, I'm happy for you. Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something.
Yep,
But nothing cannot exist on its own.
absolutely.
And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Fully agree, Leon. It's okay to lose your balance too, whether from fatigue or lack of skill. Just gotta get back up and give it another go. Yeah. It's all about practice. It's all about routine, trying again. The whole thing about, like, it's not the falling down, it's the staying down. Ironically, I think you believe. Ironically, I believe you need a middle ground between adaptability and stability. I think that they're almost two sides of the same coin, 50. But I do agree. Balance, ironically, balance in all things, moderation and all of that, you know? Yeah. It might never be easy, but it does get easier. Yeah, exactly. Do you have thoughts on this, Vessel? My friend and I, we were raised in the sort of older way where males don't fully express their emotions. I don't know if it's more so for me with how old my parents are. Yeah. It's ironically, I was raised in that way too, but not even because I was like assigned male at birth, but just because of abuse. Like, full stop. If my genuine emotions like caused other people, caused my parents to feel guilty, I was in the wrong for feeling them and for expressing them. So I just didn't. So I get it, Arya, and I'm sorry that you went through that. Do you have thoughts on this, Vessel?
This one is a songbird in a cage of gilded shadows. She will make for an honest heart.
The songbird in a cage of gilded shadows. Fuck, that's powerful. Same, it's hard to watch the men that I know hold those feelings for the worse. Yeah.
Do not mourn her. She has finally learned to sing for herself.
God, she's finally learned to sing for herself. It's beautiful. And it's true. I'm glad that we were able to give her that before heading up here. Glad that we got to see her happy. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
That's kind of what I expected, yeah. I think I can think of more than one time I've forgotten expression for self-preservation. Same. There's no shame in it. It's what you need to do at times. Yeah, exactly. So many I've lost count. I'm sorry you've been through that too, Rocket. And you, Alexi. It's awful that it's so necessary so often. I'm bad for always saying I'm fine, I'm okay when I'm trying to just hold stuff in. Just because I don't want to feel like a burden to others. That doesn't make you bad, Arya. That's incredibly human. Like I said, there's no shame in it. You aren't a burden, though. You're a human being, and humans are far too complicated to ever be something as reductive as a burden. There's so much more nuance to a person than that. I just don't want people to worry about me. I've really been there too. I really get that, Arya. It's really uncomfortable when people worry about you, especially when, yeah, when you've grown up just being a peacekeeper, or like you're in the wrong for making other people uncomfortable. I think it's important to realize that, like, it's important to find people that don't worry about you at the first, like, sign of you struggling, though. Like, I know how uncomfortable it is when people worry about me, so I make a point not to worry about someone else unless they give me clear indication that I should. You know? Because, like, we're all here because we've made it this far in one piece, you know? Maybe worse for wear, but in one piece. Which means I trust we can all keep making it. Unless someone makes it very clear that I should worry about them, I'm not going to, because I know how uncomfortable it is to have people worry about you. Let people worry. Let them know the truth. Yeah, there's also that side of it. But Alexi does also have a point that there are a lot of people out there that do genuinely care. They just don't have the spoons, don't have the energy, the motivation to help as much as they would like. I was not expecting philosophy to be that deep. First time I heard you go deeply into it. Oh yeah, no, I'm a thinker. Twitter. I'm now thinking a lot more about things I usually choose not to. Do you want to talk about it, Nock? You're more than happy, and you're absolutely safe to talk about it here, but I absolutely understand if you don't want to. Regarding the songbird, greed and self-interest bring darkness, but gentle honesty can pierce the shadows. Personally, I don't think that self-interest is inherently negative. We need to look out for ourselves. And I think that self-sacrifice can bring darkness just as much as self-interest. But I do get what you're saying, and I definitely agree that honesty, gentle honesty, is yeah, the best way to cut through that. Thank you all for engaging with this topic. Thank you for talking with me about it. I'm really enjoying this. Your emotions are something that cannot and should not be taken from you. They're valid, and with that, they're beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Acceptance, again, like, so important in my mind. And I think that cannot be taken from you is an important thing to keep in mind, because it can feel like they are, but they're still there somewhere, you know? They're obfuscated, they're suppressed, they're denied, but they're still there, you know? Looking out for the self is incredibly important. When it is at an extreme of self-sacrifice or sacrificing the safety of others, then it becomes the gilded shadow. Absolutely. Y'all got me crying in the club, like, what the fuck? Right. I'm not saying to tell the corner store clerk that you're struggling, but to someone that you care to have in your life, being open with them can be very, very important in more than one way. Absolutely. I fully agree. And it's, yeah. If y'all couldn't tell, I've gotten to be very vulnerable, like, comfortable with vulnerability, and it's been so good for me. It's been one of the most, like, rewarding, like, pieces of personal growth I've had. And yeah, being honest with people is so important. The people that you want in your life. And yeah, you can hope that they handle it a certain way, but you can't control how they'll handle it. You need to trust that they'll handle it in a way that you are comfortable with or okay with. And if they don't, then you can tell them that, or maybe, like, if they handle it in a way that you're deeply uncomfortable with, maybe that's a sign that they're not as healthy to have in your life as you might have thought, you know? Logic dictates that emotions are chemical reactions that last for roughly 90 seconds, but so often the real world doesn't follow the logic we want. Absolutely. The link between emotions and physical symptoms is fascinating, actually. It is. Yeah, no, I've seen some of that. Maybe sometimes you need to be open and vulnerable with a pet before you're comfortable risking vulnerability with someone you care about. Yes. Yes, vulnerability is... it's almost a muscle, in a way. You know? Start with whoever, whatever feels safest, and branch out from there. One step at a time. And I think it's important to keep in mind that as important as I think it is to be vulnerable and honest, to reach out and let people see how you really feel, how you really are, there is no right pace except for your pace. Don't ever let anybody tell you that you're moving too quickly or too slowly. It's one of the most personal journeys you can have. So, the right pace is the personal one. Handle it as you see fit when you're ready. Other people can encourage you, can give feedback for what they think is best, but it has to be your decision. You have to be the one in control at the end of the day. Did you add tier animations to your model for this? I've had the tier toggle the whole time, but it felt fitting right now. I wonder if one day I'll be able to let someone in like that. As I am now, I could never express myself properly to someone if I wasn't ready to replace them. I think that one day you will be able to. I genuinely do. I have the utmost of faith in you, Alexi. Yeah. Arm's length does feel so much safer. Yeah. No, I thank you, Muffin. I never want to give off the impression that any of this is easy. It's so far from it. IRL, I'm a lot more choosy about who I share stuff with. With anonymity, it's way easier. Anonymity definitely does help. Yeah. Pseudonymity makes the world go round, after all. For a lot of us, yeah. The risk associated with vulnerability is more immediate in person. Yeah, exactly. And because of that, like, I think that kind of like what Bun was saying about like here, this. That talking about like need to be open and vulnerable with a pet before risking being open with someone you care about. I think that similarly, like, being open and vulnerable with people in an anonymous setting can be really good practice. You know, a really good way to slowly build up comfort with vulnerability before like approaching it in real life. It's silly that it can be such a catch-22. The people that you become closest to tend to be the ones that you have those conversations with. Yep. Absolutely. It's, yeah, kind of a chicken and egg kind of thing. Where it's like, are you vulnerable with them because you trust them, or is that trust built off of vulnerability, you know? The risk associated with vulnerability online isn't immediate, but it feels like a room full of flammable gas. People forget eventually. People don't, or computers don't. Then it really just comes down to how much that concerns you. Like, personally, I'm not concerned at the thought of like there being a record of it. Like, I wear this shit with pride at this point. If you couldn't tell, I'm not ashamed of my emotions. I'm not ashamed of my story. And I mean, shit, I'm gonna upload a VOD of this. I'm fine with there being a permanent record of it. Text is also a bit tricky. We all have a voice for each other that we read these messages in. It can be easy to misread people in text. Absolutely. There is a different... I think that it's a different complexity to text than it is to speech. Because the downside of text is that you lose the nuance of voice, tonal indicators, and that sort of thing. But the upside is that you have all the time you need to find the right wording, you know? For me, it's a specific kind of safety. IRL, I expect the people in my life to have a sort of confidentiality with what I share with them. So one of the biggest betrayals of trust is just finding out you told someone. Online, that expectation doesn't exist in my mind. Yeah, that's fair too. Yeah, different standards, different expectations based on context. Yeah. It's so hard not to worry that a vulnerability might drive someone away for some reason. Oh god, yeah. It's terrifying. The thing to keep in mind, though, in my opinion, Leon, is that, if your vulnerability drives someone away, like, that fucking hurts. But if that vulnerability drives someone away, is that someone that's actually good for you to have in your life, you know? Is that someone that you actually want that to be that close with if they respond to your vulnerability in that way? But remember that everyone has had the same/similar emotions that you've had. More than likely, your most recent acquaintance would understand and possibly be willing to listen. Yeah. Especially if it's someone that already knows you well, that already cares. Then they're going to be more likely to give you the benefit of the doubt and not assume ill intent. Sometimes complex problems are solved with simple solutions, and simple problems are solved with simple problems are solved with complex solutions. It's always tough regardless, and stuff still hurts. Yeah. Definitely always difficult. And part of it to me, too, Arya, something that I always say, that I've kind of said for years now, is that there's a distinct difference between simple and easy. Like, being vulnerable with someone, being honest with someone, oftentimes that's simple. It's simple to be honest and vulnerable. Not always, but oftentimes. That does not mean it's easy, though. Definitely doesn't mean it's easy. I was gonna read the rules for a war game, but I kind of have other stuff. At least I got some responsibilities handled today. Nicely done, Melon. Like, I hope you're proud of yourself for that, because you deserve to be. Yeah, take care of yourself. You're so right, Shannon. This is something I want to be better on, but it's all a skill, even remembering that, and I just need more practice. Something else to keep in mind, Leon, is that it's a lifelong skill. We are all practicing it. No matter how good at it we are, like, we can all be better. So don't tear yourself down for needing more practice, because that doesn't make you worse than anyone else. It just makes you human. When in doubt, invest in yourself. Yep. I can't wait for the 100 loop long route. I would be so down for that. Still waiting through it. we all kind of are, Arya. Like, kind of what I was just saying, like, to Leon as well. Like, we all have our own personal journeys, and we're all at different places in those journeys, but we're all on journeys, and those journeys have a lot of similarities, even if they're not the same. It sucks, and that's why I never get in relationships embracing the neat lifestyle. I understand the safety in that. I don't think it's necessarily the healthiest, though, you know? But I mean, it is like sometimes the safety is what you need, sometimes the stability is what you need. I don't mean any of this as a condemnation or a judgment. And like relationships aren't for everyone, too. Some people aren't interested in that, and I respect that, you know? What's best for everyone is very individualized. And there are a lot of similarities for a lot of us, but that doesn't mean it's the same for everyone. I had to refill my prog, but conveniently I had an appointment near a chemist's. Hell yeah. Nicely done, Melon. Because I need a QPR, queer platonic relationship, or therapy, probably therapy. It's, yeah. I'm of the opinion that the vast majority of people would benefit from therapy. That doesn't mean that everyone, quote unquote, needs it, but I think that there's usually benefit to be had. Almost always. Fighting my demons, and the demons are a 7 slideshow. I believe in you, Melon. Thank you, just reminding myself that it's just practice, not that I'm somehow wrong or broken or weird. You're absolutely not. I mean, we're all weird, but it's kind of kind of what I was saying a little bit ago, where it's like I don't think that a person is ever simply anything. Like, we're just not. That's not how people are. We're too complex for that. No, nobody is simply wrong. Nobody is simply broken. Hurt, damaged, but not broken. Every move you make, every mistake you make, every decision can make you stronger and build your abilities. Absolutely. The journey for me has been in the same place for the last, I don't know how many years. I know delayed response, by the way. It is what it is, fuck you, ball. Sometimes you need to let yourself rest. You know, sometimes you need some time without pushing forwards. It's okay to just be in the same place for a while. It's okay to fall backwards. Sometimes relapses are a part of the healing process too. You know? I don't know that I want to be open with someone if they're important to me. I want to be open with people, but I can't help but think of the world in terms of the things I can afford, the people I can afford to lose, and that's wrong on some level, but it's the world. It's all I can see. This really goes into what I feel about perspective, Alexi. Perspective is so powerful. That isn't everything the world is. That is one perspective on the world, and it's just as real and just as valid as any other. But it's not the only perspective. It may be all you can see right now, but that doesn't mean it always will be all you can see. You know? And I don't know, I guess. And I'm not saying that your perspective is wrong or something to be ashamed of. Just I think I think it's important to be open to your perspective changing. It's important to be open to accepting new perspectives as part of, like, as an amendment even. Not a replacement, but an amendment for the way you view the world now. Finding a good therapist can be helpful to gain more experience and understanding of the self. Absolutely. Of course, we're all weird. We're in this community. Exactly. Yeah, it can suck to practice, but it can be fun too. I want to be the hands. They very much are, but a relapse would imply an attempt to get out of your previous circumstances. Anywho, enough sharing from me. Be kind to people. Chat, give that compliment to someone else. Go out there. Thank you for sharing what you have, Pink. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the vulnerability and the trust that you put in me and put in this community. It's really touching, honestly, that you trust me and trust us that much. And you never need to share any more than you're comfortable with. I can be incredibly clingy, so much so that I disregard the feelings of the person I've really grown attached to and care about. So far, that's been my downfall, jumping from friend group to friend group online, or I become very overbearing. I have also been that person in the past, Arya. It's something that I've worked really hard on. So I do get it. And take it from someone else that struggles with those patterns, that it is something you can work on. It is something that you can heal from, you know? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't ashamed of it, but it feels like a necessary pragmatism. Feels like is the operative term in this case. I absolutely trust you that it feels that way. And in some perspectives of the world, I can see how it, like, really seems that way. I don't think it inherently always is, though, you know? And I don't think that you should be ashamed of it either. Two things. That important person, would you sit down and listen to their story, their woes? I would assume yes. Now remember that you probably have someone in your life that thinks the same about you. I know there are those people, but I can't know who. You can't know. You can make your best guess, but it's such a risk in fighting the paranoia and nightmare. Yes, absolutely. It absolutely is. I think it's important to do those things, though. Important to fight the paranoia. Important to take the, like, the risks that you feel up for. Even if they're very cautious, apprehensive risks. I have similar struggles. Yeah, it's a very human struggle to have, Leon, Arya. Can I... We haven't had... Oh. You haven't had my favorite princess yet. What the fuck? We need the feline princess. The what? Cannot confirm nor deny the presence of a cat. This was supposed to be a Slay the Princess stream, not spontaneous group therapy. How did we get here? That was rhetorical. Yeah, it's... I think we all know how we got here from this game. Also, if I become too much, I tend to remove myself entirely in hopes it'll be better for the other person. So, on that, Arya, that's something that I really struggle with too. And there's a specific way to frame that situation that has really helped me. You say that you're removing yourself entirely in hopes it'll be better for the other person, but that isn't your decision to make. Even if you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart, even if you're doing it for their sake, by making that decision for them, you're taking their consent and their agency out of the equation. And if you care about them, like they deserve to keep that, you know? It's their choice to make. And trust them to make it. And God, it's scary trusting other people. It's so fucking scary. Again, this isn't easy. But it's important to trust other people to make decisions for themselves instead of trying to make them for them. Why is everyone here the same person? A lot of people struggle with similar things. It's very human. And also, Nock, like, birds of a feather flock together, you know? I think that's part of why we're all here, is because we're similar. Because we relate to each other. Caution is natural, but if I can bring something that we're all familiar with, starting with a simple question of consent. Can I be open with you? Would you listen? Absolutely. I always do the same, Rocket. Starting with, like, hey, do you mind if I vent about something? Do you mind if I talk about something? Like, anything like that. Mini PSA, your online safety is important. There's a saying in the security world that locks only keep honest people out. Yep. Someone with the knowledge and tools can gain access to any secure information with enough time. The best way to keep your information safe for the majority of scenarios is to make your passwords and protection annoying enough to not feel worth spending the effort to get. Decent passwords and moderate responsibility are enough to protect you in most situations. For what it's worth, Ban Alexi is big into security and privacy and that sort of thing, so Alexi definitely knows that. I'm also aware of it. That is a good PSA just for people in general, though. Just want you to know that, yeah. Catgirl X Catgirl, wait a second. This isn't that kind of game. Any game is that kind of game if you're thirsty enough. Speaking of, my password is redacted. If only I could believe the answer. You... I understand what you're saying, Alexi. Saying if only I could believe the answer. I want to stress, like, you are capable of it to a degree. You know, like, you are capable of it. And again, it's practice. Learning to trust other people is practice. If somebody says yes to that, even if you doubt it internally, push yourself to trust them, push yourself to humor them, almost. Like, give them the chance to prove that they're telling you the truth. That might be a good way to look at it. Just give them a chance. I would have been removed from that friend group from last year regardless if I didn't do it myself. I have a hard time adjusting my own behavior most of the time, not even doing it, even after being called out. It gets easier in time, Arya. I understand, though. Especially when those behaviors stem from something, like a trauma response or that sort of thing. Like, behaviors stemming from trauma responses or that sort of thing, any kind of, like, deeply learned behavior are very, very difficult to stop, especially when the underlying root cause of it is still present in your life. I'm glad my struggle is relatively solvable, comparatively just a conversation about the idea that if I share something with you, that doesn't mean I'm sharing it with your friends. My insecurities are not your gossip or bragging rights. Yeah, thank you for the head pats, Leon. Um, yeah, I'm glad you put just in quotations, because even if you recognize that, like, compared to other things, it's not like the most difficult thing in the world, it's still difficult. Don't cheapen your own struggles. Don't cheapen your own journey or the things that you need to work on. You know? Yeah. I would love to go over a bunch of OPSEC and privacy/security concepts with y'all, but I'd be derailing the topic. I will point out that the majority of things with passwords are on remote hosts, which makes it almost irrelevant unless it's end-to-end encrypted. My password is... yeah. Oh. Goodbye, tracking. That's a part of my work life. Let's see. It can be if we're brave enough. That's actually true, and it's one of the best endings, CVH. Yeah. If only I could believe the answer bluntly. Jump, trust, even failing will be a learning moment. Absolutely. Not endings, I should say, but a chapter result, I suppose. Yep, I'll fix the tracking in a minute. Thank you. Boop. There we go. And that, and that. Okay, Pink Core, careful, man. It is the first playthrough. I've had my slip-ups on that for sure. Yes, please don't, share any real information. I'd, like, so in this kind of conversation that I hadn't, like, put that together. But, yeah. Hydrate. Crying and being emotionally vulnerable dehydrates you. It absolutely does. Thank you, Pink. It's also what happened again these past couple of months, too. Yeah, I'm sorry that you've been struggling with that, Arya. Yeah, I hope that you can find someone as well. 50. I'm glad that you have a few. Disqualified a few others, that's understandable. Sending many much hugs. No tracking, only meditation. I can definitely tell my sister stuff I wouldn't tell my mom, for example. Absolutely. And sometimes, sometimes that kind of is what it is, where it's like there's certain parts of yourself that you can trust to certain people but not others. Some people are very receptive to, like, listening to certain topics but not others. What, saying there's a cat princess? I think it's cute because chat can be shocked later. Yeah, I would still rather not know, you know, but I know that there's no, like, ill intent or anything like that, and it doesn't, like, actually bug me. Sending many much hugs. I read that as bugs. I really want to thank you all for talking. I'm sure many of you feel the same, but I want to point it out either way. No, same. I really, really appreciate you all for talking about this. I really appreciate you all trusting me and trusting this community enough to be vulnerable. I'm honestly really touched, honored even, that you all trust me that much. And I'm so proud of this community for being such a safe place. Genuinely, I'm really proud of you all. I'm proud of what we have here. Speaking of Dispatch When, but I'm so down bad for Malevola. I believe this spontaneous therapizing has been around 1/4 of the stream so far. Oh, probably more than that. Wait until you get the invoice from Ashena. Sending many much bugs. God, the fucking emote. I swear it's the music. The music is part of it, for sure. Behavior is habits, and habits are trained, not chosen. Yeah. I know I said it earlier, but I want to point it out one more time just to emphasize it. Behavior is habits, and habits are trained, not chosen. Doing something you didn't intend once or twice, or even half a dozen times, isn't you making bad choices, it's you working on your habits. Yeah. And by the same token, like, patterns, like habits, can be broken through action, like deliberate action usually, once it's a habit, but the game sounds are so gorgeous, yeah. Nock wants to see the rest of the game. We'll see it eventually. It will take us a while at this rate, but we'll get there. I love the game enough that I'm definitely going to. I still need to figure out how to make a stream overlay setup so I can stream some games. It's easier than you might expect, Melon. I mean, obviously mine is incredibly bare bones. But sometimes chat is just as interesting to me as the game is. Chat is more interesting to me than the game oftentimes. Y'all are amazing. I kind of like how Mushoku Tensei handled it, one of my favorite light novels. I've heard of Mushoku Tensei, actually. I've heard good things. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still interested in the game. Oh, I'm absolutely still interested in the game as well. Don't get me wrong. Oh, the whole breaking habits thing. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm fascinated by the game. Y'all are just also fascinating. I am very capable of being very interested in a lot of things. I'm a very passionate girl. Made it all the way to the Bone Hydra yesterday a couple of times on Hades. Got about 2/3 of its health down. Hell yeah, Arya! That's fucking awesome. You're making great progress. This game, I give credit for the fascinating discussion. Yeah. Any game that can, like, prompt this kind of conversation is really powerful. The lion wishes there were monster trucks, but this game is very interesting. It's also one of the more controversial parts about the series. Rudy changes very slowly and somewhat unintentionally. That's how it is oftentimes, though. That's real, you know? Your own individual expressions are just as valuable and interesting as the one expressed so artistically in this set piece. I'm glad it was able to motivate you to express it. Ash is gonna love Disco Elysium. Oh, I know I will. I know I will. Genuinely is in the same vein as this game, yeah. When I riff on the name, it sounds like a mushroom. It does, actually. Disco Elysium. Owl does not change nearly as quickly as they want to, but will change as they're able to. Your own pace is the only right pace. I think they said that the disco skills talking to you inspired the voices in this game. Interesting. The lion wants Malevo's tail to redacted. Chat, we ready to wipe our tears and pull up our bootstraps for the next installment? Yeah, I think we're getting to that point. It's more about a changed environment, which he gets from a tangential decision. He wants to live a life where he gave an honest effort and not become a better person. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, you know? Former requires the latter to some degree, even if he's not aiming that. Exactly. There are other superficial Wojak pointing Disco Elysium things in this game, TBH. Yeah. No, I'm sure there are a lot of parallels, honestly. I've thought too much for today. How about we slay some princesses? Just remember, it's always correct to pirate disco. I already have it. Starts the game with Amnesia pointing. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I find him. Honestly. He does, apparently, yeah. And that makes sense. Your Blorbo is so certain of that. I mean, the narrator could be the part of us that wants control taken away from us, that wants but only sits by. No, the narrator is definitely not a part of us, because of how differently it interacts with, like, looping and us as a whole and that sort of thing when compared to the voices. Like, it's definitely more separate from us. Before this loop, I would have given one of these 3 bottom answers. Something between, like, finally going to have answers, I'm gonna kill him, you're going to keep that to yourself. But after this loop and seeing how the narrator responded to everything in the Happily Ever After chapter, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
There's no need for you to know what you are going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
How does Talon McFallon know about this? Or know this? Enough of this feeling shit. I'm Batman, so I'm gonna lurk in the shadows, scared of my trauma and feelings. I am Batman and whisper shout. Thank you so much for the lurk, Pink. You're always welcome to just cozy on up here. Appreciate you having me here. Now I'm with Leon. The part that wants control to be taken away only shows up around pretty people. Oh my god. That makes it easier. The narrator wants to be removed. I don't know. There's no need for you to know what you're going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Only 1 more? If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
There is no waiting forever. This game is so fucking good. Yeah, I fully agree. 50 rings. Hides and own Cape Darkness. I'm gonna break the legs of every low-level criminal in Gotham because my parents' deaths didn't make me a psycho, but a hero. Each one shows the contours of your heart. Yeah, no, it's fucking powerful. And the contours of your heart is such a gorgeous phrase. So meaningful. Why can't you ask them to play the board game some more? It's been a while since we board gamed. You know we're going to fight when this is over. Do you really want me to bring you the last vessel?
We may fight, and we may not. But
Not all
all
fights end in destruction.
destruction. Just as not all conversations end in peace.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Even if you destroy me, it will have been worth it to finally know what I am, and to have had the chance to know you.
I really like that. I really like that. This is so relevant to what we were just talking about. Like, accepting the risk, like getting close to somebody is inherently accepting the risk of being hurt, the certainty almost of being hurt. But yeah, you can't deny that. Enough contours to trace a fingertip around. The other vessels probably have more board game ideas. We'll go ask them, Melon. The heart is another symbolic representation of the soul. Absolutely. Hey, Shanna, I'm glad to be experiencing this with you. Oh. I'm really glad you're here experiencing it with us all too, Alexi. I would wear a bat suit and break every bone in a random guy's body, not because I'm insane, but because I'm a hero. Do not show me the pieces of your heart, but the entirety of it as a whole. The use of contours is genius. It really is. I'm curious. What happens if I destroy my body? You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries into the space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently plucks the instrument from your hands.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
I don't want to attack the entity. Not my body, I was using that. Don't end it, she needs you. I know! Hugs, Vix. I hope you're doing alright, Go. You still here? Sure are. Literally same loop. We've been talking about a lot of stuff. It's been really, really nice, honestly, Twitter. Welcome back. That's our stuff. We need our stuff. No, it's okay. She can use my body. We had the fucking emo after trying to stab ourselves. It's not like she'll see it coming. Jesus. Apparently we're one loop away. Yeah, I don't think this will do anything, but I have the save. But I don't want to. I'm not gonna do it. I'm so torn between being a nosy, curious girl and not wanting to hurt the entity. I just got an idea to draw the Hollow Knight trying to learn math and then stabbing itself like in game. Understandable. You aren't curious? I am very curious. Like an Are You Winning Son type comic. Hell yeah. Give in to your feelings, none are invalid. One of my feelings, though, is not wanting to hurt her. I can't wait for when you get the last vessel and the Snapcube cover of I'm All of Me from Shadow the Hedgehog starts playing. Sounds like something you can do in a future playthrough. Sounds like something I can do now and then load my save. Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens. That's pretty much what I expected.
In an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
Yeah, my roots were on an ocean beyond your sight. Yeah. You got this. You must do what you have to. Yeah, no, I had a feeling it would be nothing, but she's not mad, she's just disappointed. Hear me out, full psychopath run. God, I feel so terrible doing those things. I feel bad. I'm loading my save. I'll do this one.
There-
I'm ready to
The
go back.
next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Again is crazy. I'm hyped to know too. I know, I'm so curious. Share your happy ending with her.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end
Counter
of that
argument,
path
kiss
is a
speedrun.
cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
The tier mode has been in overdrive. You're going to desiccate. Thank you. I'll turn it off. And thank you for the hydrate. You haven't finished your character's growth as you learn to let go of the pieces of her and as you embrace the whole being. Yeah. Pieces of her and you as you embrace the whole being. Yeah. Riz the princess any percent.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Something big's coming based on her words, yeah. How do we boop the princess's snoot? Slay the princess, fear the princess.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees,
Okay,
and
I
perhaps most problematically
really need to
of
go
all,
to the bathroom.
no more people.
Feed the princess,
You have to put
Jesus.
an end to her.
I need to go to the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back. I am back. I wish I had a VR set. I wish so many things. I would like more willpower. I would like your money immediately. Maybe once I can get an actual job. Treat yourself once you get that, yeah. I'm gonna go take a test. Good luck, Twitter. I believe in you. Welcome back.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Did you see my funny screenshot from earlier today where you got like fucking 270
Look,
out of
you're already
21
on
or
the
something?
path that leads
Yeah.
to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey. While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous.
I'm so tempted
She's
to
not
sub just for that
dangerous
emote. It's the
because she's
Swiss
locked
Army
up.
of expression. Knife.
And before you
It's the
decide to
Swiss
waste
Army
even
of
more
knife.
our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Or
It's no
you're
use
tempted to sub
arguing
just for that
semantics
knife.
over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
The third one.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a
I wish I could make it
seamstress?
free. I'm so glad
If
that
anything,
game is
slaying a
recognizing game.
princess is much better than
Can't
slaying
you?
a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value.
You
to
can make it like a
society.
follower emote instead of a sub emote. I still think you should be afraid of the princess. No.
Oh, if only that were the case. But
No, she's
don't make the
innocent.
rules.
She would never.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're
Oh,
the only
referring
one
to
who can
using
pull this
another
off.
chats. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You do need to make it a
Like I
sub
said,
emote for that.
I don't make the rules.
Or no,
no
you
matter
don't
how
need to
much
make it
I
a sub
wish I
emote, but
did.
it's only usable in other chats if you're subbed. Yeah. You're right.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
I can't help but notice we haven't started skipping text. Not that I'm complaining, just interesting it hasn't become necessary. I know it is. And yeah, like, I'm definitely
Of
not
course I
engaging
haven't.
with it
Why
as,
would I even consider
like,
it?
heavily.
Nobody
But-
wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists. Or
Like nihilists.
Very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
It is very well written like that, yeah.
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it. It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can
Plus, I
promise
mean,
you it's going to be even
I've listened to
better
all of Magnus
than your
Archives
wildest imagination.
twice through, I think. Well, once it was like to 80% through. And I've listened to like the earlier episodes a few times. I have spent, at this point, literal hundreds of hours listening to Johnny Sims's voice. What's another few on top of that? I love his voice.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what
Gotta finish round
happens.
3,
But
exactly.
a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull
Whose voice?
yourself out.
Johnny Sims, the
Then each and every one of us
like
is
mask
doomed.
voice actor in this game.
So sure.
Narrator,
Go, talk to her.
voices of the hero.
See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
The creator
We're
of
not
this
gonna go
game made
through
another
this, right?
one named
She's a
Scarlet
princess.
Hollow.
We're supposed to
Ooh.
save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Who would win in a fight, the narrator from Slay the Princess or the narrator from the Stanley Parable? Slay the Princess, for sure. Now enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here...
Wait, isn't that the guy who is a doctor and a scientist and also still in high school? Wait, who?
Softly carries up the stairs.
Hello?
Would you explain why or no?
There?
Having played Stanley Parable, that narrator is much less willing to get his hands dirty. How does that relate to their fighting skills? You're right, I completely misread. Leon's disappear emote goes here. Isn't that a princess you've already gotten? No, there are other paths to take from here.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Johnny Sims' name's... Yeah, I was wondering if that's what you're going for, Leon, but I... Believe it or not, I'm not familiar with, like, his... roles. So... I was not sure. I'm here to save you, lie. I'm here to save you every fucking time. Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to
That's why I was so surprised. Got it. Also, I don't know if you have had this route. It hasn't let me go on the same route twice, Pink.
There's a lot riding on you here.
I feel like Slay the Princess narrator would whiff a haymaker and then get cold clocked by Stanley Parable narrator. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Hi.
Potential gore
Do you think
trigger
you can get me
warning.
out of these chains?
I'm pretty sure we did that one, Pink. I'll see what I can do. Because I talked a bit first last time. I was trying to make this a little different.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
Doesn't it stop you from doing the same ending anyway? That's why I think that we can still get something different here, because otherwise it wouldn't let me do it again.
Far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I need to stop texting like I would say sentences verbally. I don't think there's anything wrong with
I'm guessing
it.
you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm gonna check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free. Last time I did this, and that's how we ended up on the other route. Because she ended up, like, fucking biting at her arm. So let's try this.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Yeah, this didn't happen until after we freed her last time. Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Let me out of
Your
here.
shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Well,
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade.
it's only
like
locked
you were
because you
supposed
think it
to.
is true. Slay the Princess narrator is probably like a mouse or some shit anyway, or a typewriter. Wasn't he a bucket? It's very confusing how it's TSP and STP. I think Melon's talking about the Slay the Princess narrator, not the Stanley Parable.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Okay. Can't we just call him Johnny Stanley Parable?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike,
Girl
it's
dinner.
now.
Girl dinner is crazy. Oh my god, Zerayo. That's amazing.
Or we could use it to free her.
Thank you, Zerayo. Very cool.
You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
Yep, that's what I was talking about. Yep, we've already seen it. Was it better or worse than anyone gonna eat that bit?
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Personally, girl dinner makes me giggle. Now just pop it back on Ethan Winters style. True. Pour a bottle of like fucking rubbing alcohol with some like herbs in it.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours. Blood from her wounded
It's
arm
piss in the
dripping
bottle.
rhythmically to
Oh.
the ground.
That's just a placebo. Oh, so he doesn't actually need the water. He just, or the like rubbing alcohol or whatever. He's just convinced he
How
does.
is she
Got it.
still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No.
His
Can't
microplastics
just let her
recognize
escape into the
themselves. We have super placebo effect here. We don't need the bottle.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
You do Trobio? Hell yeah.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
What route you going to do
Watch
now?
me.
I don't know. Because I don't know what all the routes are.
What are...
Stop that.
We could do,
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
we could do the route that we went past with, the Smitten.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Yeah, you can't resist. Well, never mind. Goodbye, princess.
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of Will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right?
Claps hands
As much
ringing
as
the
I'd prefer
thirst
for
trap
things to have gone
princess.
differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over.
Thank you,
Everything
Game
goes
Devs. Very
dark,
cool.
And you die.
The witch. Ooh.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
How much longer will we be streaming? Not too much longer. No, it'll be at least another hour. She's going to kill me again. Yeah, I'll do she's going to kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as
Well,
yourself.
can't leave with this.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I can fix her, or God, I wish that were me, or...
Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
Wait, the opportunist again.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
I can fix her, but what's wrong with her? Asada. Yeah, this is the spit and skip. I can't fix her. At least I'm aware of that. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother with bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options.
Mm-hmm.
I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
We've heard that bad
Yes,
impression of
but
the
in
line
this
before.
purely hypothetical
This is
scenario,
entirely your
that begs the
fault.
question
Well
of how
played.
you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we? You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Sent you around Mila? Hell yeah. And as such, I need another character. Does anyone from the chat have a request? For some reason, so unexpected. What can I say? I'm full of surprises.
Just be quick about it.
Let's talk about this princess. Ooh, Last Guardian, yeah. Or Fourth Chorus could be another good one. To quote you from last time around, she's just a princess. Why was she able to rip me apart with her bare hands?
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin.
I think
Things
last
will be
Judge
fine.
Twitter. Hi Possum, welcome. It's great to see you. How are you doing? Unicode emotes, best emotes. Excuse you. Does Unicode have this? Let's see. She killed me last time around. How can I make sure that doesn't
Like I
happen
said,
again?
if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
You're being cagey. What aren't you
I've told
telling
you
me?
everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her?
Synchronized
Not to
as
sound
like
like a
a
broken
fucking
record,
flash
the less you know
mob.
about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop wasting time chatting amongst yourselves in the woods. So, if we could move this along? People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things. Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person.
Thank you for the
capable of
stretch,
doing
Leon.
this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Good point. That really explains almost everything. I'm not so sure about that. You know, you're right, but it explains almost everything.
That's all.
Right. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Amazon will get by just fine without my money. No, absolutely. But it's like a fun way to support, like, people that I like, you know?
You have already
Yep.
committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat,
Oh,
she
ads
will
are
do
rolling.
everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done.
No, he can't. Chill for a couple minutes here while ads roll. Water. How are you feeling? It's been crazy emotional so far. I'm feeling fantastic. I've never been one to feel drained from emotions. It's cathartic. It's invigorating almost. Like, and then like when the day is truly over, like when I actually lay down in bed, then the like fatigue from it catches up with me. But it doesn't bring me out of it. It doesn't leave me feeling like weird or anything like that. I handle emotion really well. Like, that was really good for me. This game has been really good for me. I'm like present and alert and all of that. I agree, it has been lovely and reassuring. Everyone in chat deserves head pats. Absolutely. Thank you for the head pats. This is for all of you. I'm definitely drained, but not from emotions, just from realization and consideration. That's totally valid. Wish I had your energy. I promise I don't mean this in a bad way, but I was fighting not to turn off. Some introspection is difficult to acknowledge and listen to. That's totally valid. And yeah, no, I never like expect y'all to be here every minute of every day. If like what we're like talking about or what we're playing isn't good for you or doesn't interest you or whatever, like you're always free to step away. I'm really grateful like whenever y'all choose to tune in, but I always want it to be like on your own terms, when it's what you want, what's good for you, that sort of thing. The people's head pat. Nothing to do with interest, is more wounds are a bit fresh. Some wounds are a bit, yeah, I get you. And like that's kind of my point. Like it's not only interest, but also like if it's good for you, you know? And like absolutely, if like the subject matter or whatever is ever not good for you, please just step away. You know? Take care of yourself first and foremost. It's been super fun listening to you piece the narrative together. I'm glad it's been enjoyable. And welcome back from ads, everybody. Here we go. And if you ever want to talk about any of that, Muffin,
The interior of the cabin
like,
is a mess of twisted
you know my
roots.
DMs are
The
always
walls
open,
a chaotic
friend.
weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched
I
on
like
its
this
edge.
one. This is cool already. Understandable, proud of you for facing what you have to face. There's no rush. Absolutely. Take it at your own pace. Like, exactly what I was saying earlier. Like, the only right pace is your pace. No matter how fast or slow that is. Don't ever feel ashamed of it. Last judge done. Do fourth chorus now. No, actually, no. Architect. Do the architect. The last architect. Today has been a day of accepting what I've lost and learning more about the process of getting back up. I'm really glad. Yeah, proud of everyone for sharing the feeling tonight. Absolutely.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
This whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous...
And yeah, Twitter, I love the architect. No, let's enter the basement without it.
No blade. Leaving it behind didn't work out so well for us last time.
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
Exactly.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into
You
the
reach
muddy
forward
earth
and your
below.
hand turns into a
The
foot.
ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
I love tree and root architecture. I always make my base in Terraria one of the big ass trees. Yes! Oftentimes I do the exact same thing, Leon. Big fan. Big fan. You have good taste. Americans just do that sometimes. True. Oh, to be a prey animal for vaguely predatory / demon women. Ooh.
Her voice skitters up from below.
Skitters.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs.
Oh.
Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Oh. I would. I'm neuron activation. No, it's okay. You can find it. Have a wonderful day. You too, Ascaria. Thank you so much for stopping by. How are you doing? Please do bite. Take me. Hello.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps
I
coming up the
already
path.
left the arrowway so
I
red
know
so
who
quickly.
you are, and I remember what you've done.
I think it says Windows account, sorry. I think it's just that you need to have a Minecraft or a Microsoft account at this point. In order to like have Minecraft. Karen just gave the endless dummy characters I give in. Feelings, fuck that yellow skin.
See? She knows us.
Yeah, but
Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying?
Excuse me. Yeah, no worries. Mojang accounts did get vaporized.
Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out
This
of
game
this whole
does it all.
situation. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is.
No. No, come talk, do not come. I mean,
Look, I'm just throwing ideas
if they didn't
out.
want that,
I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what
Why would
everyone
they
has
make
to say
this
before making any big
version?
decisions?
Vidmo. If that's your reaction to this, then you'll end up collapsing it onto yourself later. Some people are into that, exactly.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
I've been munching at a last bit of a box of cereal for the last little bit, so I was just like pouring the last little bit in my mouth. That's why I was quiet. You should try audio sometime, Twitter. Thank you for the stretch, Pink. No voice is enough. The seriousness in this statement, I'm fucking dying. It's literally hard to type in the laughter. The problem is that your streams have taught me I'm into that. I hold you entirely responsible. The voice is enough, and then it's more than the voice. Tail, indeed. Yeah, I think she has her mouth full. You're gonna choke if you reach out with that much food in your mouth. Quick, choke her. God, I wish she would.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
Humor activate.
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it.
The opportunist is just such a dick. I need to rethink some things I thought about myself. Also, feet. My neck hurts 5 days a week of 8 hours. I either bend over and have to look down. My posture is garbage and my neck hurts. I need a physio and to make a complaint. I'm really sorry to hear that, Possum. Absolutely. Like, do what you need to take care of yourself. It's really important.
So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would
Yep.
take this seriously and slay her.
Yep, my world is on the line right now. The narrator does indeed seem to be tied much more to the world.
Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where
Last architect
everyone's
said,
happy.
thank you. But the princess is my world. She can wreck my posture and I hers. True.
Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
See, that... Wow. The work. The fucking work. Yeah, you wouldn't forget, babe. Holy shit. That line. I was actually fucking stun-locked by that. Holy shit. I like privacy. What? No, like that was, yeah, the stun lock from that was wild. Holy shit. Are you meowing to someone with a lion's tail? What happened? Did she make the face? Tongue. She does have the :3. Yep. I'm meowing because someone redeemed meow. Good thing I'm as young as I can be for taking urgency of this sort of thing. I can manage myself and will be more... Oh, got it. Got it. I'm as young as I can be for taking urgency of this sort of thing. I can manage myself and will take more of it. I'm glad that you can take care of yourself, yeah. Just don't push yourself too hard, you know? No, that's just this princess. She is just :3. Though actually a bit more, yeah. I bet her tongue is scratchy like a cat's tongue is too. Damn. VOD watchers do not listen to Ashena. She meowed because she wanted to. Oh, sure. Let's see. So we have... I'm sorry about last time. Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes. I get the sense you're not happy with me. I'm unarmed. That's a gesture of goodwill, so why don't we talk it out? I died last time. You didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you. Look, I know things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. Can't you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time. Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here? I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye. Hey, HDML for game recognizes game. Listen, I know what I'm looking at and I'm ready for it. I'm unarmed. That's a gesture of goodwill, so why don't we talk it out?
You came to me with empty hands last time, too. But that didn't mean you hadn't been plotting something nasty all along. What you did showed me as much.
But we didn't plot anything. We just made an informed decision based on the information we had at the time. I think you're both making perfectly valid points. Sure, we didn't plot anything, but it's easy to see how she might think we did.
No, that's actually fair. I've been a nasty girl. Jesus Christ. I see more than one meow in a row and have flashbacks of what Alexi did. That was an amazing time. I'm sorry about last time.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster.
I have 12k more.
If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Actually do it. I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke?
Thank you for the hydrate,
Do you
Zerayo.
think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Let's see. Look, I know things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all.
I get the sense you're not
Unfortunately, you're the
happy
only
with
one
me.
I
Fucking
have.
genius right here.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them? But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's
Thank
it
you
for
for the
world,
head pats.
Remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends
Well,
on your
near
definition
the
of
back.
words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing. See?
Shut up,
You get it.
opportunist. We
Nothing wrong
deserve a
with
little
looking out for number one.
backstabbing. I'm something of an empath, so I can tell you might be unhappy with me. Narrator, cat girls are finally real. You cannot be such a party pooper, dog. I didn't bring my blade down, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
Okay, but I could stab her symbolically. I would be fine with her symbolically stabbing me in the back. Everything else was a deep emotion journey, and now we're just dancing around a metaphorical pain. I'll take hers in my backside. Yep.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
It goes from therapy to woman hot so quickly. We're warming up to it. This game really does it all. Easing in. Woman hot is my therapy. The duality of meme. Hi Luna, great to see you. How are you doing, girl? Literally everyone who uses character AI. I'm gonna save here. Great, you? I'm so glad you're doing great. I am doing so well. This game is amazing. Would thoroughly recommend if you haven't played it. Have you played it? Have you played Slay the Princess? Gonna be reading out my essay. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out, Twitter. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. No? Ooh. Yeah, ignore the above chat. This is a wholesome game. It really is for the most part. Like, I was genuinely, like, crying on stream for, like, an hour and a half earlier. It's so beautiful. I really, really love it. There's just also one princess that is very hot, apparently. Is there a reason you aren't using the other pages for saves? The big thing, Leon, is just, like, I don't feel the need to, and as soon as I start using multiple pages, I get more worried about, like, losing track of my saves, like, where the most recent one is. And that sort of thing. One? Multiple. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Yeah. It does it all. Okay, let's leave.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
Understandable, just curious. Yeah.
She never breaks eye contact.
Oh, hey there.
Even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Hot, cute, beautiful. This game has a princess for all tastes. And it makes you cry a lot.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone
creature.
else, she's going to turn
Right.
her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together. That doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
And turn my back on you? Do you think me a fool? Your tricks are one of the only things I've known.
What if we ask her
better
to
by
hold
now.
hands?
Just go first.
You're the one who said you can't leave here without me, which means I hold all the cards. Either you go first, or we stay here. Up to you. Just walk backward, idiot. Is this a cougar? Is this a cougar? She might look like a lion, but she's most certainly not in the way she holds herself, right?
The princess leans close, her nose twitching as she sniffs your neck inquisitorially. What is she doing?
I think she's trying to figure out if we're lying, so it's a good thing we didn't lie.
Your stink is the stink of a wretch, but not of a liar. If I have to go first, I'll go first. But I'll have you know my ears are sharp, and I've got eyes on the back of my head. They'll be watching.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Oh no, we're stinky. God, that little bit of blush, holy shit. Lion stinky. God, that little bit of blush.
Eyes on the back of her neck?
Need.
Does she really?
You smell like a baka.
No, we're fine.
My third favorite princess. Damn.
The princess pointedly turns her back on you and starts up the stairs. You follow close behind her, the two of you walking on tiptoes through the knotted roots of the basement stairs.
We're almost there. You better not try anything. I know you're thinking it.
Us? No, never.
Just
Never.
keep your eyes peeled when you get out of the basement, if you catch my drift. I don't follow.
Oh, you'll know it when you see it.
The knife
The
is still up
princess
there.
reaches
Yep.
the top of the stairs and crosses over the threshold, turning back to smile at you.
We bloody are. This version is such a cutie, right? I'm not thinking anything. No thoughts. Head empty, no
Something
thoughts.
catches her eye. Oh no. Oh no? It's the blade, isn't it? I was going to tell you to grab it once we got upstairs. That was the whole keep your eyes peeled thing, and then you would have stabbed her in the back and we would have been winners.
I wonder if perhaps you were planning to bury this in my back. What an awful little scheme that would be. Too bad I got here first, and I don't even need it.
No thoughts, head empty, head crying. That's an unsettling kind of cute. Yeah. Isn't it great?
Bye-bye, you loathsome little nuisance.
And then she slams the door on you. Its lock swiftly clicks into place.
The frog. It was in her nature.
Locked in the basement, I thought for sure she was just going to stab us. The princess cackles from the other side of the door.
How does it feel to be locked away and forgotten by the world? Isn't it just awful?
Try the door, force the door. Okay, fine, you got me very funny. Can you let me out now? Please just let me out. I promise I won't be mad. I thought you needed me to get out. Okay, what happens now? I'm stuck here. Let's try the door.
It's locked.
She can keep me in her basement. I'm okay with this. Okay, fine. You got me very funny. Can you let me out now?
No, you're going to sit down there forever.
I would be okay with this, right? Please just let me out. I promise I won't be
As if I
mad.
could ever trust you after everything you've done to me. And after what I've done to you, you can't trust me either. Neither of us is ever getting out of here.
Is this the part where I start barking? Jesus.
It's in our nature to be trapped.
I would not. She's in a different room. I thought you needed me to get out.
But I just couldn't help myself. And we both know that you're already scheming about how to get back at me if I ever open this door. So we're going to stay exactly as we are right now, for as long as either of us lives.
You throw yourself against the door. It won't budge.
Well, okay, what happens now? I'm stuck here.
Why isn't he saying anything?
Oh.
I think he's gone.
Oh, I didn't think I'd ever have to see you face to face again. Otherwise, I might have given you a little more courtesy at the top of the stairs. No hard feelings, I'm sure. Why is everything going away? I feel cold.
Not scheming. I mean, woof. But you don't get the chance to respond. Nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns. Yoink. What if we try to play this differently? I'm curious. Let's leave.
Yes, let's.
What if we
She
go
creeps
first?
forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if
The whole
testing to
game
see
is
what
just
you'll do
yoink.
now that she's
Yeah,
within
it's
arm's
true.
reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
You
Worried
step
is
onto
not the word I would
stairs,
use.
Begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer.
Neuron activation.
You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you. Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her. No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself. But the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
The narrator really didn't want to explore that train of thought. Holy shit. He cut that off quick.
Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you? Why did you just say that?
Yeah.
I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
Girl, what did you expect?
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and
I see minimal problems with this situation.
you know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back. We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
Prisoner's Dilemma odd chapter,
It's
right?
what I would have done. Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive. And yet here we are,
Yeah.
paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
I can't get up, you broke my back.
Oh, I broke your back, did I?
I
You
still
were
see
the
no
one who
issue.
started this little game. You were the one who chose spite and violence and conflict. If not for your betrayal, I could have had my freedom a lifetime ago.
I kind of wanted to break her back myself, if you know what I mean.
But I'm the victor now. And that means I get to select my prize. If only I could decide which is better. Do I kill you with my own hands? Or do I let you suffer the way you decided to let me suffer?
Wait, decided to let you suffer? Is she implying that we're the ones that... Oh. Oh. My work is done. It's almost 6 a.m. Gotta get some sleep. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out, Rocket. I'll talk to you next time. Night, night. Last word, Rocket. Last draft she bled out, I guess. Maybe? I could see that too. I was thinking it might be implying that, like, we are the, like, quote-unquote people that locked the princess up here.
Maybe I'll do a bit of both.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed
She
my
knows
table
you with either
upstairs,
option.
I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I
No,
never saw
Shanna, that's
coming.
where you're wrong.
Thanks
I'm
for
not
looking out for
people.
us." And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first.
Yeah.
You're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but Really, it was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
It seems you're not the only one who's broken.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Yep, it's JOI or nothing from now on. Spave.
Is that really what's going to happen now?
No, not her literal back, her metaphorical
Hello?
back.
Are you still there?
Oh god.
What happens next?
Bless me. He doesn't respond. You both broke your backs, right?
I think he's gone.
Thank you.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
So then what if we just leave?
Very pragmatic. That is why you're in charge.
Goddamn right I am.
Abandoning me, are you? Fine then. Run. Tuck your tail between your legs and scamper away. You might be able to escape me, but you can't escape from what you are and what you've done. If I don't take you, the wilds will.
You turn to leave, but as you do, there's a deep, guttural groan seemingly uttered by the walls themselves, followed by the creak of wood being stretched beyond its limits.
That was a productive use of time.
The cabin starts to get smaller.
What the hell is going on? We're getting out of here and saving our skins. That's what's going on.
As the roots that make up the walls of the cramped basement attempt to close in around you, instinct kicks in and you bolt upstairs. The steps are uneven and lively, creaking as they expand out of the dirt floor, the stairway growing smaller and smaller as you dart up towards the light. You manage to squeeze through the door just as the entrance seals itself shut behind you. The cabin is smaller than it was before, and it's getting even smaller and smaller.
That's fine. We'll just leave.
I'm sure you'd like to do that, but unfortunately there is no longer a front door. The roots have already closed over the only possible exit. What little light peeks through the holes that were once windows is growing weaker as the cabin continues to close in on itself.
You need to remember to switch to the save with the ending you want in order for it to affect Chapter 3. Just an FYI. So, like, I get you.
Shit.
Yeah.
What do we do?
Thank you.
As your mind races for an answer, you hear the princess's voice crackle up the stairs.
Do you hear that, you loathsome thing? Those are the roots of the wild, and they're coming to choke the breath from your lungs and squeeze the life out of you.
I'm mostly just looking for a route that would give us, like, an epilogue, which I don't know if there is one. What about you? They'll crush you just as easily as they'll crush me. Make them stop. You can make them stop, right? We're not animals. We're people. We can work this out. We can make things better. I take it all back. I can help you get out of here. You and I can work together. We can be friends. Give up and await your death. Don't need the breath in my lungs anymore. Choking, you say? Exploring all the outcomes is very fun. It is. I wish I'd done it earlier, but, like, I was trying to play it more, like, organically, rather than, like, save scumming, but I guess that's not really, like... I've kind of realized that that's not necessarily as big of a concern in a game like this. Let's see. They'll crush you just as easily as they'll crush me.
As long as you suffer while you die, I'll gladly suffer with you. Especially if I get to hear it happen.
This doesn't help anyone. I can't believe she'd kill us both just to spite me. See? This is exactly why you were tasked to slay her, and why you shouldn't have left her in the basement. She's an antisocial monster who'll gladly burn the
I
whole
see
world
no
for her
problems.
satisfaction. The roots grow ever closer. We know. We can see them.
Make them stop. You can make them stop, right?
I could, but as I already made it so clear, I don't want to.
You feel something against your back. A thick root pushing its way into the cabin. An unstoppable, unyielding wall of bark. You're running out of time.
The narrator says after we acted on his compulsion and killed her. God, I hate him so much, right?
Shit. What do we do? What do we do?
I don't hate him, but I get what you're saying. Come on, they're pressing in on me. They're probably pressing in on you too. I'm only assuming that because I can't see you, but it sure sounds like they are. We're not animals, we're people. We can work this out. We can make things better. I take it all back. I can help you get out of here. You and I can work together. We can be friends. I think that one.
Oh, what's the matter? You're scared of thorny roots digging into your neck? Are you scared of suffocating in this dark place alone? Good.
Starting with that all and ending with that good. Holy shit.
That one made me feel bad inside. I don't want people to think we're scared. Nobody likes someone who's scared of
I'm
things.
fine with this.
I, for one, think this is a perfectly reasonable situation to feel scared in. This place
Oh
is getting
boy, oh
awful
boy,
tight.
oh boy.
You slump to the floor as the roots continue to expand into the cabin.
Oh boy, my 8 in the morning at night
We're
smothering.
never gonna make something of ourselves with that attitude. At least she isn't gonna make something of herself either. At first it's almost gentle, your body being lifted delicately off the ground as the floor shifts beneath you. But the cradle of the growing roots starts to feel suffocating, then unbearably tight. Then that tightness gives way to bulging pressure as they begin to constrict.
I'm deeply discomforted. I have never had any kind of claustrophobia, but I can see how, like, this could be really uncomfortable for some people. If you need to step away or anything like that, Possum, like, please feel free to. Babe, it's 8 a.m. Time for your rib flattening. Can we have a break before the next round? The mind is willing, but this flesh is spongy and bruised. This is definitely going to be my last one for the night.
Sound of creaking
Ooh.
wood is drowned out by the snaps and pops of your bones, pain flooding your senses as you feel your skin deform, being shaped unnaturally by the living cabin.
Ooh.
The suffering is what you deserve, you hideous creature. Know as you die that you are hated. I hate you, and I'm glad to die horribly if it means you die with me. I wouldn't have it any other way.
The pressure is unfathomable. You can't breathe, your vision swimming with red, your head pounding with trapped blood.
There's usually an epilogue after chapter 3.
And then you pop. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 3. There we go.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge.
There's usually an epilogue after chapter 3, as the previous thing you mentioned. I think it's been too long. So the thing is, the other paths that we were taking in that one didn't give us an epilogue or a chapter 3. It brought us to the mirror. This is the only path that I found that gave us something aside from the mirror. The little pop you did, I'm glad you liked that. Well, they have to describe that this way, huh? I can endure discomfort, but it hangs around a bit. I'm sorry that it was uncomfortable.
His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach. Yeah, okay. So, the princess is the narrator? It's interesting. First person plural is very cool here. So what I'm gathering from this right now is, like, the narrator is... Oh, our cursor's different, too. It's been, like, the curled, like, finger so far, you know? But what I'm gathering from what's happening here is, like, the preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach, pushing against our borders. The narrator is preventing the aspects from rejoining with the entity in the long quiet. That's his role, is to... Oh! That's why the gift that we got, quote, in quotes, that we got for killing her was spending an eternity in that void. Because as long as we kill, like, if she leaves, the world ends. If we die, the world ends. Either of those things progress us towards an aspect reconnecting in the long quiet. So he needs for us to kill her and then us to wait out the rest of time to prevent more aspects from reconnecting, to prevent the entity from becoming what it's supposed to be. His gaze pushes against our borders. Yeah, he's like this oppressive force. You're in a stalemate, nothing changes and the world doesn't end. Exactly. But as long as the world doesn't end, it's working in... Yeah, the current world doesn't end. But as long as the current world doesn't end, it's working in his favor. Because he's trying to keep the aspects of the princess contained, keep them from reconnecting.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here? I think this is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2.
Yep.
If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be.
Yeah, so, got it. The narrator has a comprehension of what's happening insofar as, like, he understands that we need to go through multiple loops in order to reconnect an aspect in the long quiet. The more like loops we go through, the weirder the world gets, and the closer we get to an aspect reconnecting. I don't know what the significance of, like, going through more loops is. If it's a more powerful aspect, if it's closer to the true entity, what? That's why the narrator traps you in the cabin then, to prevent loop 2. Exactly. It wasn't supposed to go to 2, huh? Sneaky narrator. Yeah. Although in his favor is probably technically correct. It feels more sinister than I think it is. Yeah, no, if you can't imagine a reality from the one you're in, then a huge change would feel like the end of the entire world, more generally, not just in this game. Absolutely. That's a good way to think about it, Leon. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2, yeah.
Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things
the
to
narrator
be like this?
is the world, or is inextricably tied to the world, kind of like I said, and it's his job to work as this kind of, like, conscious prison, almost, for the aspects. That's what I'm gathering from this. He's like the jailer, basically. The jailer, and maybe the jail itself as well. No, because the jail is kind of created by us. We are, in a very real way, we are the jail, since our beliefs about the world shape the world. We're the jail, the narrator's the jailer, and the princess is the prisoner. And this is going to be a game I think about for a long time. The narrator is trying to keep the status quo for whatever reason, probably because it perpetuates his existence. Is it, or is it just his reason for being? The narrator pretends every time that you couldn't have had a chapter 2, so he's getting caught on his own lies. Yeah. The narrator is also white text, and the princess can't hear him unless she's part of us, so... But the narrator is also definitely separate from us. Because he disappears, before... Like, when we get to the mirror, while we still have our other voices, while we still have the aspects. Narrator immediately being like, what the fuck did you do is wild. Yeah. You just fucked everything up so bad he dropped it. Yeah. I think that that's what it is, too.
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us.
I don't think
it
so,
tries
Leon.
to grasp at things that cannot be grasped.
I don't think the narrator is an aspect of us, because I think what it is like, if we're meant to be the, like, each aspect of the, entity in the Long Quiet is kind of tied to one of these voices in ourself. There isn't one tied to the narrator. Unless that's this. Is that this? Wait. So far, who's spoken? The voice of the hero, the princess. No, the opportunist. No. That was before. Hold on. There's just a lot of inconsistencies if the narrator is a part of it. Exactly. It's off to bed because my back is starting to ache and need to rest. No worries. Thank you so much for hanging out, Possum. I'll talk to you next time you choose to tune in. Bye-bye. Protag kind of looked like the Leshy TBH. Yeah. I can see it. I don't think that the narrator is a part of us. I think the narrator is tied to the world. Like when the Spectre possessed us, she described us differently. We keep our memories across loops while he doesn't, etc. Yep. I'm gonna have to shovel my driveway. Got snow yesterday. Oof. It's never a fun time. I have to deal with a lot of snow here too. Not currently, but just in general. I feel like the Chapter 2 narrator wants us to believe that what happened in Chapter 1 couldn't have, but at the same time, like, why would he drop it as soon as the princess mentions it? Did they believe we drop our suspension of disbelief? I think it was more like he was trying to play dumb up until that point. But then, like, even, like when he's playing dumb, when he sees that evidence, if he keeps trying to deny it, then it's obvious that he's playing dumb or, like, being resistant. Whereas if he, like, then his best choice is then to, like, pivot to surprise. Playing dumb and denial, plenty of stuff. Yeah. But this is, like, so far beyond anything that he could, like, get out of by playing dumb. So far beyond anything he could deny. Ads are starting, but I think that pretty much everyone here that's been, like, talking at least is, yeah. Is, you know the term, subscribed. The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. The thing that sits beyond our edge. Yes. Yeah. Beyond our edge. Yeah, and happily ever after, he dropped it immediately. The cabin wasn't a cabin. Yep. And it's like, I think this kind of like jailer and jail metaphor is what I'm... No, I don't know. This world seems to exist in our mind or within our control. Yeah, beyond our edge has some big implications, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, the princess is now speaking in our head as if one of our voices, you know? Which makes sense because now we are the wild, we are the path. Denial of denial is the first sign of denial. True. Because now we are the world in a much more real way, you know? Much more literal way. And so is the princess. We are both taken into the wild. The thing that sits beyond our edge, beyond the edge of the world, speaks his logic into us. Yes. So he's not in the world, he's watching it. But he is tied to it. He's like a bubble around the world, you know? A convergence with the world itself, yeah. And she speaks as if she understands the nature of the world. Maybe he says there's no past world because he's on his copium and wants to believe you're just being weird rather than phase 1 failing. Exactly. It could be that, or it could be trying to, like, play dumb. Either way. I think it's almost like the narrator is like a bubble around the world. And when the princess leaves the cabin, or when we die, the bubble pops. And then everything inside of that bubble escapes. And when the things inside the bubble escape, if it's fleshed out into an aspect, it reconnects with the long quiet. If it hasn't yet, like, developed into an aspect, then it goes onwards to somewhere else to continue developing into one. Then how do we get here? Because that was an aspect, so why are there paths that continue beyond that? Is it just because, like, the path that you choose gives more potential for development? One line that stuck with me is the, "Oh no, you absolutely do not do that." Like he's explaining what you do as he reads off of a script or something. Yeah, so that is actually really interesting to me too, Alexi. Thank you for reminding me. But something that I've kind of picked up on kind of throughout this is this concept of like what hypnosis actually is lulling the mind into a state of heightened suggestibility and then offering suggestions. That's what it feels like is happening. Like, he is most successful when he's just offering suggestions that we simply follow. Then things like the, "Oh no, you absolutely do not do that." That's like him getting desperate. Him trying to like exert direct influence is not when he's at his like strongest or his most effective, you know? As long as he's just suggesting, just leading us around, he's in control. I don't know if the world exists outside of what we see diegetically. Yeah. Or rather, I don't know if the world we know so far exists beyond what we've seen. Like, it is almost a physical border of reality, maybe described by the narrator or powered by it, but I don't think there's anything on either side, past or future. Yeah, no, I agree. Because, like, the first path that we did, Leon, was trying to just leave, like, going back down the hill away from the cabin, and it's like every direction we went, we saw the cabin. So, like, the world is only this little bubble, only this little, like, pocket dimension, like, with the cabin and the hill. So, yeah, it stands to reason that, like, nothing existed in this world before that in the timeline, and nothing exists after it, like, as in, like, after we die, after the princess escapes. I've seen the Leave one before online, and then it repeats infinitely, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, every direction you look in is just more cabin. The smitten was far too strong for the narrator to dictate to. Exactly. The hero seemed to honestly have less conviction, more of someone trying to look at multiple angles. And, like, the suggestion, like, the suggestibility is also, like, part of why it's so powerful is because we have control over the world. It's all cabin, always has been. Thank you for the head pats.
He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
Interesting.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Why does he want to know? I don't mind where we are right now. It's rather nice. I can hear what everyone is thinking.
Voice of the paranoid, huh?
There's no reason to keep secrets. We tried
Whoa.
leaving her in the basement, but she made the cabin come to life, and it crushed both of us into a fine paste. And now we're here, existing.
What the fuck? Why am I in
And
the
for
game?
what it's worth,
We're all in
with
the
him,
game.
This is nice.
It was a fitting end. I'm sorry if it hurt, but doesn't this make it all seem so small?
It's this instrumentality. Wait, kind of.
I see.
Hold on.
So the cabin ground you into paste, and now you're convinced you're stuck together. What a mess.
We kind of couldn't be more together if we tried. We're all just LCL. Yep.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
This thing watching us. What is he?
I'm not watching you, I'm trying to help you.
Fuck it, everything ball.
That's not an answer to our question.
Yeah, that's not.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other.
And that he
and
wishes.
He
Yep.
wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
To tear ourselves apart and to stay torn apart. He's trying to keep us from, like, rebuilding the mirror and the, like, entity in the long quiet from rebuilding itself.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able
Holy
to slay
shit.
her unless you remove yourself from her.
He wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart. I want that because it's in your best interest. That is very on the nose with a lot of situations of, like, abuse and manipulation. Fuck. I'm doing this for you. I'm, like, holy shit.
He wants us to kill each other.
Yep.
I don't. I want you to
Well,
kill
yeah.
her.
More
Don't
specifically.
be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together. She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
I've had enough of this guy. How do we stop him? Okay, let's say I want to stop her. What do? I feel like I can't do much of anything right now. Why should anyone do anything right now? This is fine. I like being this. Why are you being nice to me? Don't you hate me? Don't we sort of hate each other? I can feel the pressure of the outside pushing in on us. What are we supposed to do about it? Whatever we are right now is an abomination, and I want out. I don't like this. I'm supposed to be me, and you're supposed to be something that isn't me. Okay, you, narrator, how do I stop her? Banana-flavored pop? Ooh, do you have one, Arya? How do we stop him? Yeah, I think this is a good spot to save. Thank you. And I am going to go ahead and go on to another page. He doesn't want you to bring pieces back to the Long Quiet. He reckons that killing them before they can get back there is the best way to do so. So the way that I've kind of interpreted it, Alexi, is that we progress towards like bringing pieces back to the Long Quiet when either we die or the princess leaves. That's why his like outcome, his reward for us for killing her, is just sitting in the dark, alive forever, with time losing meaning. Somehow you staying alive seems to be required. Exactly. Which is why I think that there's kind of like some truth to, some accuracy maybe, to what I was saying about like him being the jailer, we're the jail. Has a piece ever been brought back when you died? Yes. Ish. Wait. No. No. Well, ish. Adversary. Because we didn't ever permanently die, but we were killed time and again. When we die, the world moves on to a new chapter, as near as I can tell. Yeah. But he was unhappy with there being a third iteration as opposed to bringing the vessel after the second one. You got locked in Mortal Kombat with the adversary, but yeah. Okay. No. Okay. If we, explicitly didn't die, Stubborn said so. Well, we did die, but we didn't, critically did not experience fatality. Yeah. He was unhappy with there being a third iteration as opposed to bringing the vessel after the second one. Immortal Kombat. So yeah. Oh shit. Now I wish I'd gone along with what the narrator said the whole time. What happens if we just follow what he says to a T? Do we ever progress to chapter 2? Or are we eventually forced to go against his word? Is it even an option to listen to him forever? Because I think the only time it's ever progressed to a new chapter has been when we've died. With one exception. You can't wait forever, you're right. The one exception, there will be time to see other days. No, it's true. The one exception to this is, the happy ending. It wasn't another chapter, it was epilogue, not chapter 3. But happy ending happened when we refused to leave the cabin and didn't die. However, other times where we haven't left the cabin and didn't die brought us to the mirror. Smitten killed us? Oh. No, you're right. You're so right. Thank you. We decided not to leave, but no, you're absolutely right. Smitten did kill us. I can't believe I forgot that. Thank you. You so right. Yeah, holy shit. Okay. So yeah, there are 3 ways that this goes. Either we, listen to him for as long as possible, potentially forever, whatever. You can't wait forever, like Melon said, but, I think that makes it almost more powerful. If we listen to him, the world continues. If we die, we loop. And get closer to an aspect. If she leaves, then the aspect returns to the long quiet. Okay. And that makes sense. That makes sense with us being the world. Okay, because we can get pretty close to dying without managing it, which is how this game keeps a manageable scope. Yeah. This makes sense with the concept of us being the world. If we think of the narrator as a bubble, and we're the world, and the princess is the prisoner within the world. Yeah, we're the world. Yeah. That makes sense. Because if we die, the world is rebuilt, but everything making up the world, everything we are, is still within the bubble. Until the bubble pops by virtue of the princess leaving the cabin, we are still there. We still reform into another world. You know? And that's why we remember, because it's a part of us. He doesn't remember because he's separate from it. Like, he's more of like an entity than or not an entity, he's more of like a construct almost than an active player. Threads and mirrors, yeah. We were so certain he was a part of the world because he reset with it. Yeah, but I don't think that he is entirely. Now we're so certain he's not a part of the world because he resets with it. Yeah. Shift in perspective is all it took, which is very fitting. The other thing is that gotta play Perspective 2012 sometime. Hell yeah. What was I gonna say? There's something there. I think the narrator is linked to each world, though. Semantics are tough with this game. No, absolutely. Like, the narrator definitely... I don't know that this game has a literal interpretation like Petscop. No, for sure. The narrator is in the spaces beyond. I think that that's kind of what it is. Like apart and linked and loops and routes and dying and resetting. So I think what it is... Okay, hold on. What if we think about it a little bit differently? What if we think about it? Are we actually fucking up spaces beyond when these things happening? Feels like it's got a lot of open-ended parts, which is why it invokes so much discussion. Absolutely. I don't know if the narrator is in the space beyond, but I think he comes from there, maybe. No, so hear me out. I have another thought. What if the narrator... What if all of the narrators, all of the separate narrators, are not separate? What if they're all a single one? And he's... Did it hurt? Sorry, you thought. Oh my god. And that's why he doesn't know which loop we're on. He just sees another world appear and starts going through his script. And then as time progresses, he gets a sense of, oh, okay, you have looped before, or wait, this is really fucked up. You've looped a couple times. And he's like watching all of these different little worlds appear and trying to keep them all in check. So like when another world appears, he hasn't been following that specific thread because he's following all of the threads. He has to interact with the world a little bit to figure out if it's looped, how many times it's looped, where the world is at, you know? I think they're separate, almost like they're clones with original info privy to the situation, but that original info only goes so far. If I were narrating 100 worlds at once, I wouldn't be able to follow the self-contained events of any one world the way he does. I'm not necessarily saying at once. Let's see. All my homies hate the narrator. He's making you abuse a poor woman, to be fair. I don't think there's much point on relying on him because of the above. That's just my perspective. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying rely on him. I'm just trying to understand the role he plays in the world. I don't think he's human is the thing, Alexi. I think he's something a lot greater than human. More akin to a god. Not in the all-powerful kind of way, but like just in the greater power kind of way, you know? Blueprint for what the world should look like. Yeah. Information is information. If he only told us lies, we'd distrust him too quickly to be useful. He doesn't seem to have a consciousness too different from that of a human. I mean, in a lot of mythologies and stuff, they don't seem that different from human either. I don't think he'd consider it abuse any more than we'd consider abortion or euthanasia abuse. He wants a life ended, but not needless suffering. Yeah, that's one thing that is absolutely picked up from the happy ending chapter. Like, that was the one time where he was like, no, this isn't right. Like, do what you need to do. This is not right. He still has empathy. He still yeah. And by the same token, since these aren't killing the princess here doesn't really kill her, you know? Not really, because it's like this kind of pocket dimension, this hypothetical and of course we are still killing her as far as we know. In our minds, we are still doing a very bad thing. It could be argued that we are doing a very bad thing. I don't think that he definitely wants happy after, yeah. No, he's making you kill for no reason. He's not said who's everyone that dies with this world, yeah. Or just endless storm that she remembers. Yeah, I think it's a big assumption to say no reason. He definitely seems to have a reason. He genuinely seems to believe that what he's doing is for the best. Like, I really believe that. That doesn't mean that I think it's the best, but he seems to truly believe that that he's pursuing what's in everyone's best interest, or what is for the best in a vague way. Happily ever after makes me think even if he's aware of the long quiet, his lived experience is deeply local to the current world. I mean, I don't think so. I think it's more like his awareness is, not his... I think it's more like he's tuning in. Welcome, Yami. Thank you so much for the lurk. Feel free to cozy on up. You're always welcome here. And yet that matters little. He's been repeatedly proven wrong time and again. I'm not saying he's right, Pink. I am not saying I agree with him. I'm just saying he has his reasons. You said that, like you said, he's making you kill her for no reason. He has reason. That's all I'm trying to say. His insistence on us killing her rather than trapping her implies the mere possibility of her getting out is unacceptable from his perspective. Exactly. Tuning in feels too detached for him to give up on keeping the happily ever after piece out of the entity. Well, no, it's more like... I think it's more like he sees us as so much lesser than himself, but not in a cruel way. It's like watching an ant or whatever, you know? But then, like, in something like Happily Ever After, he called himself more important, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he did. It's more like us watching ants or whatever, but, like, in Happily Ever After, he sees such genuine emotion, such genuine pain and suffering, that he can't help but empathize with it. He can't help but see that in this case, it's not worth it. Because he's not looking for senseless suffering. He's not looking to just torment people. He's just trying to do what he thinks is best. And in this one case, he was willing to compromise on his larger goal because it wasn't right. I think he's far closer to us than that. It comes off as hubris, not power. No, absolutely. But in his perspective, you know? Like, he views us as, for the most part, incapable of more complex thought or, like, emotion, our suffering as irrelevant. He views us as that much below him. Happily Ever After is an appeal to emotion, in my mind, that forces him to acknowledge the validity of, like, that instant, like, at least that instance of ours is, like, thoughts and feelings. Oh no, he is largely powerless. All he can do is suggest. There's something he said in Happily Ever After that I think showed something more fundamental break in MIMO. What was that? I do agree that something more fundamental did seem to break in him. But, like, what did you pick up on? Of course it isn't fun anymore. Yeah. No, that's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah. Of course it isn't fun anymore. It was never going to stay. Oh. I remember that now, yeah. That realization. That, like... Yeah, he realized what was happening. He realized it wasn't okay. He realized that even though he still believes in the greater goal that he's pursuing, in that moment, a little bit of that greater goal could be sacrificed just to stop that situation from being that fucked. And I think that that's a really powerful moment that really humanizes him. Because so much of this game, I think the way in which it wasn't okay is something more than just empathy for our suffering. I think it's a recognition of our awareness, the depth of our thoughts and feelings, and our, like, complexity, our sapience. But what do you think there is beyond that? Boredom is a higher order suffering, after all. It only mattered when he had to see it. He knows that the princess is rotting every loop. I think that that's part of it, though, Leon, is it's like... It is absolutely coming from a place of, like... Like, he can kind of just close his eyes and plug his ears and pretend it isn't happening. When he said he saw his happy ending, yeah, and there are worse things than the end of the world. He feels bad, he doesn't regret what he's doing. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. He doesn't regret it, but he feels bad, and in that moment, there are worse things than the world. It's something more to seeing stagnation play out. And it's... I mean, eternity is what he was looking for, though. But not an eternity like that. An eternity like that is worse than the world ending. He wanted to give us his, like, idealized, quote-unquote, happy eternity, you know? Holy shit, have we been discussing this for the past 40 minutes? Yeah, pretty close. And yeah, no, he definitely doesn't regret it, Leon. But he does feel bad in that moment, and eternity like that is hell. Way worse than reality or even oblivion, which makes sense. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, I think that that's the big part of it. It's not hell because she's being tortured, but because he had to watch it the whole time. I see what you're saying, and I think there is some truth to it. I think another part of it, though, is I think in his mind, he is going about it in what he thinks is the most ethical way. Because in the way that he wants it to play out, right? His ideal way for the world to play out is that we kill the princess. She can no longer suffer because she's dead until we loop. And as long as we don't die, we don't loop. So she is not suffering. And then he gives us our reward and convinces us that we're happy. And time passes, and we are content there. That seems to be his ideal. And realizing that the narrator, we assume, is only following us. He isn't, like, no-clipping around with free clam in reality. It could also... I do get what you're saying. But I don't know. I picked up on some kindness in his words in Happily Ever After. You know? There's a kind of a bit of gentleness there. It didn't seem like he was only feeling sorry for himself, I guess is what I'm saying. We've seen him when he's feeling sorry for himself, and it's not like that. And that doesn't mean that he's in the right. It does not absolve him of guilt for what he's done. It does not excuse his actions in that loop or any. I really want to stress that. I'm not saying like, oh, he's the good guy all along, or oh, he's like so relatable, I forgive him. None of that. It just humanizes him, is all. That's all I'm trying to say, is that it humanizes him. I think he's a lot more complicated and a lot... He's capable of empathy and all of that. He's always going to give off ulterior motives vibes in a world where information and perspective can drastically alter realities. He must be cagey. Exactly. And he does have ulterior motives, you know? In his mind, his ulterior motives are the greater good, though. Regardless of if we agree, he seems to genuinely believe that. And he also seems to want to achieve his goals, his ulterior motives, in a way that does not cause undue suffering. And when he sees undue suffering, he doesn't like it. And again, like, we've seen him indignant. We've seen him when he just doesn't get his way. When he's feeling sorry for himself. It was different in Happily Ever After. Do we have any information on what this greater good may be? Keeping the entity in the long quiet from reforming is my best guess. The continued incompletion of the entity. Yeah, we don't know why that's important, but that seems to be his goal. Where's the good? I don't know, because we don't know what the entity is or what the ramifications of its completion are. Have you seen how many hands that thing has? And yet he's not a human. Hell, we're not even human. We have claws. Also, the narrator has never mentioned anything about the world every time we have gone off the cabin path. There's been nothing alive. I mean, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the world, quote unquote, is just this bubble. It's just this hill, just this cabin. The princesses seem to be able to do whatever we think she can do. Exactly, because the world is shaped by our perspective on it. Isn't that inherently dangerous? For sure. So what is he protecting? Something beyond this. That's kind of what I'm saying, Pink, is like, I think that we are trapped in this infinite labyrinth of these little, like, pocket dimensions, almost. There is a world beyond this, though. We just can't see it. We just can't experience it because we're trapped in this. And he's trying to protect that world at large because he believes that if the entity in the long quiet is reformed, is made whole again, then it will be a risk to that greater world. We're a part of the Bastion holding back this unspeakable horror and damage. Allegedly. I think we're talking in circles at this point. I don't know. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but I don't know. Well, so here's the thing, Pink. I don't necessarily... Oh, I don't buy it either. I'm saying he buys it. That's the big thing. Like, I don't think that the, like, entity is actually that great of a threat to the world at large. I think he believes it is. And I think we are a part, like, we are the prison that the aspects of this entity are trapped in. That doesn't mean that, like, the entity is actually that great of a threat or anything like that, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, but... I don't know if he does either, but I imagine we still have so many gaps to fill in. Yeah. His attitude has consistently come off as devoted to a mission. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Consistently come off as devoted to a mission. The only time we've seen that compromise is when he saw so much suffering in Happily Ever After. Yeah, something in Happily Ever After made him throw the mission away. Exactly. Not the mission on the whole. He still seemed to hold true to the mission on the whole, but in that moment he could compromise a small part of the mission. Because an eternity like that was worse than a part of this, like, entity reforming. Some things are worse than the end of the world. He, at the very least, threw away that loop. That's exactly what I'm saying. He was willing to throw away that loop because it was... yeah. Move closer to the possibility of mission failure. Yep, he was willing to risk that. He was willing to risk moving closer to the possibility of mission failure because some things are worse than the end of the world. That, and I really, really think he's stuck in Happily Ever After with us until he throws it away. That does make a lot of sense. I do still, like, assert that there seemed to be some empathy in what he said, and again, that's not to absolve him of responsibility. That's not to say, oh, I get him, I forgive him, anything like that. Just it didn't seem purely self-interested. You know? In theory, he was stuck with us in Spectre, right? Yeah. Yep, he was stuck with us before Spectre, yeah. And he was okay with that. Which goes back to kind of like what Leon was saying, where it's like, that lends credence to the simultaneity of his existence. I don't know. I think it more goes back to what Leon was saying, where it's like, he doesn't want to see suffering. Because he does want us to be happy. And it's like, I think that it's a combination of like, because he doesn't want to see it and acknowledge like the suffering, he doesn't have to grapple with the reality that he's making people suffer. And also because he does want us to be happy as we can be. Like, I don't think it's entirely altruistic. I don't think it's entirely selfish either. He wants to achieve his goal. He wants us to be happy. In most cases, he's willing to pursue his goal over our happiness. But if we get too miserable, he doesn't want to have to stare at it, and he doesn't want us to have to suffer that greatly. I don't think our happiness has anything to do with it. It's possible it doesn't. I just... have yet to see anything that comes across as a complete lack of a complete disregard for our, I don't know. There was pain. Maybe he'd be cool with us having a broken back forever if the princess died. I mean, it's possible, but I would need evidence. The thing that really, actually here, let's see if I can find it. So valid, just more testament to how much nuance there is to understanding this piece of art. Absolutely. And this, what 50 Rings was saying, like, of course it was never going to stay fun, it was never going to stay, like, because up until that point, he was fine with us staying in that loop. Like, before that, it was clear that, like, we were not having a good time. You know, it was clear that, like, the princess was upset. But then, so it wasn't a matter of, like, him being, like, miserable at the thought of seeing us upset. But when he realized that, like, we would be suffering that greatly for that long, it seemed to be the realization of just how much suffering we were going to go through that, like, changed him, you know? Not that they made it out of that basement with the broken backs. Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah. This is so cool. That being said, again, I can empathize, or I can assume a degree of empathy from him. I can assume that he's not purely cruel and not purely malicious, not purely self-centered or self-interested. Maybe our happiness directly impacts the vibe of the princess and the world in the next run, and if we are too unhappy, then it's too hard to watch. This is so fucking cool. It's like the whole thing of, like, never attribute to malice what could be easily described, or easily explained as stupidity. or whatever the term is. Like, I think it's more wiggle the parallax more. It's like doodling while you think. It's so much fun. I think he prefers to stay ignorant to just how much we're suffering, or like keep some degree of plausible deniability that it's worth it, that it's in our best interest, that he's working in our best interest. Hanlon's razor, yeah. I think he's convinced himself that he's going about this in the kindest way possible. I genuinely think he has convinced himself of that. That this is the kindest way for him to pursue his goal. And in something like Happily Ever After, he realizes that in that moment he's not. It's hard to come up with what brings us back to the Long Quiet. We've come back every time the princess made it out, but we've also come back in some stalemates. Adversary / witch, but not others. Happily Ever After. Happily Ever After was when we went back when we went outside and Happily Ever After, because we went out and danced with her. Yeah, but we had what was, for all intents and purposes, as much of a stalemate with her Unhappily Ever After inside the basement as we did with the Adversary. But that stalemate didn't return us to the Long Quiet. I don't think it was as much of a stalemate. I don't necessarily agree on that point. Because things were still changing, and we don't know how long we were fighting in the Adversary. There's also the possibility that, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Happily Ever After felt much more complicated than other stalemates. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. This guy's not stupid or ignorant, though. He's intentionally withholding information in an attempt to manipulate us, and it only makes us distrust him because he's just not as smart as he thinks he is. Either he's not as smart as he thinks he is, or we're smarter than he gives us credit for. Either way, I fully agree. And like at least we could still kill the princess. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, no, the dude is convinced that he's so much above us, so much smarter than us, so much more important, all of these things. He's definitely committed and unwavering in cause and intention, though. Yeah, no, he is a zealot in a way. Yep. Aside from utterly giving in the face of suffering. Yeah. Was there a name for the I just want you to be happy creature that got pulled back into the Long Quiet? That was chapter 1, right? I don't think we've gotten a chapter 1 end. Yeah, chapter 2, Damsel. We didn't end up going through with that. Alexia, I loaded the save and that's how we ended up at Happily Ever After. But that one did get pulled in. Like, the two options coming out of that was either the damsel got pulled in or we progressed to Happily Ever After. Yeah. Oh, this is so fucking cool. I've had enough of this guy. How do we stop him?
Back. It may feel
Yep.
like he's everywhere,
But presence isn't strength. Yeah.
isn't strength. Otherwise,
He does not
would
control
have
it.
torn us apart by now. There must be a crack in the walls of this prison. There must be a way for us to be free from him.
Yeah. Presence isn't strength. He is omnipresent. That's a good word for it. I was drawing a blank on it before when I was saying like he was more godlike, but not all powerful. Omnipresent is the word I was looking for. He seems omnipresent, but not omniscient and not omnipotent. You know. There must be a crack in the walls of this prison. There must be a way for us to be free from him. I think that crack is the entity in the Long Quiet.
She's trying to use you. After everything she's done, you should be able to see that. I may not have been around to witness it, but clearly you remember what happened. How about you try remembering how it all felt?
I may not have been around to witness it. It is a different narrator each time. I agree that he's omnipresent almost unwillingly, like he can't not perceive everything happening in this world. This is interesting too. Because he doesn't say I may not remember it, or I may not, or anything like that. I may not have been around to witness it. He acknowledges that he is tied to this instance of the world specifically. It almost feels like a script at this point. Like, I know that he's been like reading from a script the whole time, but it almost feels like he's like lines of code or that sort of thing, or like going back to like the AI allegory that Alexa used. Like, it's just like creating an instance of him every time a world popped up. Like, a world pops up, an instance of him is created that doesn't have the context from previous worlds. A game engine that runs the world. Yeah. Exactly. It's a game engine, but it's a game engine that thinks and feels. Because he does seem to have, like, he clearly has emotions. He's a cloned individual with only the info he had when he was cloned. Yes, exactly. Exactly something like that. That's what I'm gathering at this point. He's a literal copy pasta. And that does actually make this a lot more powerful. Oh no, that's a good point, Watermelon. I think he can only perceive what we currently see. I think he is like a cloned individual with only the info he had when he was cloned, or like a game engine that runs the world. But I think he can only see things through our eyes. That was the Spectre route. And that was just before. Let's see. Would you? No, it was the route we did last night, I think. I think you might have joined back in like right after that, Leon. But so I think that the game engine is almost more accurate. Either game engine or like a cloned person that's looking through our eyes. You know, either way. I think that the reality of it is that it's either like a game engine that's only like rendering information that's within our line of sight, or he's like a cloned individual reciting what we're seeing. Chat and Sturmar are super locked in. It's a beautiful sight to see. It's so much fun. One perspective could be like being aware of higher dimensions but not being able to see / influence them. It could be like a scanned person into some sort of construct or program. Yeah, exactly. A sexy ghost had control over both of my heads. Yep. He's trying to break our team up right now. No, it makes sense that he would be talking about, like, how it felt. It could, in the same way that we can talk about the multiverse but not really imagine it. Yeah. And here's where I think, there is... The narrator has been scanned into the amazing digital circus, but worse. And that does actually make this kind of more powerful. Right? Like, again, it doesn't absolve him of guilt. It doesn't make him in the right. But if this is what's actually happening, like, if we're right in what we're, like, assuming right now and the conclusion that we're coming to, then he's sacrificing as well with every loop. He has accepted that when the world ends, he ceases to exist with it, and he's also accepted that his goal, his end goal, is sitting in this, like, boring eternity with us. He has accepted sacrifice for his goal as well, which is, again, that doesn't put him in the right. It just, really all it does is confirm his zealotry, you know? But it is interesting. This is a fucking weird Space Station 13 RP server. Why did it end when you got stuck in the Roots basement? Because we died. Oh, why did it end when we... Oh, like when we broke our back? Because it was a total stalemate. Like, there was no way to progress from that in any way, shape, or form. And the one other time... Oh, just when she went first? I think that was also a total stalemate, because she had resolved herself to never leave. Because she can't leave without us. And she had resolved herself to not let us out. Or it's possible that she found a way out and just left. Help, Clown Grief, please ban. One of us will be the Shadow Clown. Okay. Explore. Remember how it felt. I'm gonna save before this.
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the doubting and the hatred and the schemes. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
Oh.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
Spoken like, honestly, a real puppet master. Have we considered...
Which came back out, yep.
She's the one trying to trick us.
I clicked remember what it felt like, Alexi.
I'm not.
But there's a feeling, isn't there? That petty feeling she mentioned, it is fuzzy, but it's there. Almost like she still hates us.
It feels mutual.
Please, stop. If you pay attention to that feeling, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it!
She's trying to turn you away from the truth. There's something she doesn't want you to see. I think you already know you have to look at it. Everyone's pulling in different directions, but that feeling doesn't have a motive, it just exists. Maybe we should look at it.
I'm curious about this.
Please,
Don't make us remember how we were.
And just like that, you start to fall apart. Right, she really does hate us, and we hate her. It hurts thinking about us as separate things, but we're separate. We can't hate ourselves. I love me.
I'm sure you do, opportunist.
What were we thinking? Giving into absolute madness. We exist. We're real. We're separate from her. Of course we are. What are we? I can't remember.
I don't want to remember what it felt like to be killed.
Ads are
It was
starting.
so much nicer when it didn't feel like it mattered.
And yet you keep remembering. You remember the loathing and animosity you've shared with the princess, the pain and the anger and the betrayal. And you start to remember something else, too. You remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body. You can feel it. There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be.
Maybe bygones can't be bygones. I don't know why I ever wanted to share a body with you, of all things. It's like my very soul reeks of yours. That was horrible. This is better, finally. I'll be able to hurt you like you deserve.
That's the voice of the paranoid just gonna be toxic, like there's no good paranoia.
I wish I didn't have to.
The narrator wanted us to remember to start turning the princess back into her previous form, I see. I wish I didn't have to.
Some divisions, when sown, can never truly be mended. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were.
And there's the
A
cabin.
cabin comes into being among the trees. It approaches, and it swallows your body whole. And then you find yourself, blade in hand, exactly where you need to be. At the center of it all is the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating
Yeah.
with an unbroken rhythm.
Textbook
You're filled with a
gaslighting,
sense of
manipulation,
purpose.
yeah.
Strike at her. End this once and for all.
Yep. I'm definitely going back and going the other route. This is not how I wanted to
Tell
go.
me then, if you hate me so much, just get it over with.
So well written.
I don't like this. What he wants us to do. It's just cruel. It feels like we'd be killing a part of ourselves.
Well, this should be easy. If you're sure about it. I mean, what's the point of being king of the hill if there's no one around to be better than? We'd just be sitting on a hill.
Do we have to do this?
You have to. You know you have to.
I never wanted to kill you, not really, but we can't be the same thing as each other. I had to put an end to whatever happened to us. Cut her free. Yeah, the look on her face.
You devious little bastard. If you think I'm going to let you free her, you have another thing coming.
If there was ever an image titled Vulnerable, yeah.
He's not in our head anymore, at least not like before. I don't think he can stop us now. I'm not bluffing.
You won't be so smug when it happens. He's weak, thinks he can boss us around when he doesn't have any authority. We're clearly the ones with authority around here, so we can do whatever we like. You're tired, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm... fine. Whatever. Cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. Good luck getting her out of here.
I didn't think you would do that after everything. It's so cold without you.
Honestly, But you didn't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone.
So, I am more okay with the way that turned out. Like, that is absolutely... This was, like, textbook, like, gaslighting, manipulation, tearing us apart. But, I'm more okay with the way that ended than the way that it looked like it was going originally. With us recognizing that that's what it was, but, like, that we were separate beings. You know, this does feel strange. Turn inward and find your freedom. Let's see how this goes. Embrace your
You
transformation.
fall inward into a network of connections too vast for your mind to occupy. Are you a path in the woods? Are you a body? Can you even grasp the fuzziest edges of the shapes that confine you?
We can change to fill them together.
We don't need to be everywhere at once, just in the right place at the right time. You'd do best to remember that some wounds will never heal, some rifts can never be mended. Even in rebirth, some things never come back the same.
The way that he said that, it almost feels like he's speaking from experience.
What is he going on about? What does he know about us? You aren't whole. You'll never be whole again. This struggle is meaningless. Whatever you think you're doing, you will fall apart.
You aren't whole, you'll never be whole again, referring to us and referring to the entity in the long quiet. And he's not saying this in like a trust, like in a certainty kind of way. He's saying this as a promise. He's saying this as he will never allow us to be.
We don't need to be made whole. All we need to do is find a single corner of his cage and break it.
There's a place you need to be. You just need to find it.
You stretch and search and stretch and search, growing as you decay and decaying as you grow. As you strain beyond your limits, the ground around you becomes dry and unstable and crumbles into nothing beneath you. This place will fall apart before you find its end.
Yeah, this is like determination in his voice. Again, he's not saying that as like
This task,
he's not saying that
whatever it is you think you're doing, is impossible.
his bitterness, exactly. Like, he's not saying this with certainty. He's not saying it as in like, oh, I know that you will never make it out. There's not that confidence to it. This is a promise. This is him being adamant that he will do everything to stop it. He's mad now, yeah.
He wouldn't be trying to discourage us if that were true.
Yep, exactly.
That's right. I know a loser when I see one.
Desperately, yep,
Call his bluff.
exactly.
I can hold us
Desperately
together
trying
for
to
a
convince
little while
himself,
longer,
even.
so long as you trust me.
Like, trying to convince himself as much as he's trying to convince us. You cannot, exactly,
find
this is foul being,
anything.
you cannot
if I have
succeed.
To starve you, if I have to sacrifice my world to keep the princess at bay, I'll do it.
Yep, and that's what I'm talking about. There's determination in what he's saying. There's absolute conviction. Going back to the zealotry kind of thing. This game is so good, right? Also, welcome, Nito. It's great to see you again. How have you been? How are you holding up? But also reflective of reality, the world has felt like it's only what we've perceived so far, so being omnipresent would definitely expose its non-existence. Very sick? Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're at least on the mend. If he started saying some of these arguments calmer and earlier, I'd believe him more. Now it is petulant. It absolutely is. These arguments aren't for us, they're for him. Yeah. He's saying them to us. Like, if he can convince us, then great. But he's a declaration, not a suggestion. Yeah. It's conviction. It's a declaration. It's a threat. He's willing it to be true. Thank you for the hydrate, May. How are you doing? It's great to see you. After you get to the mirror, remember to save. But you do find something. It's cold and smooth and gently buckles, then cracks under the pressure of your consciousness flattening against it.
Don't move an inch. Don't grow another blade of grass or harvest the remains of another dying creature so you can expand just that much further. Stop all of this. Right now.
This. Holy shit, that line. Oh my god, that gave me fucking chills. Because you can still hear that determination in his voice. That absolute conviction. But it's tinged with fear now, too. There was fear in that.
I think it's too late for that, mate.
I'm at your side. Shatter it and free us all.
Shatter the cage.
No, stop!
Yep. His pleas disappear at the sound of breaking glass. For a moment, you and she gaze through the tiniest hole in the world at the place you need to be.
We found it. I knew it. I knew there was something he was keeping from us. Is that really all it took?
Job well done, team. Just like I'd planned.
Johnny Sims he's such a good voice actor. It's crazy.
Is this what he kept from us? Is this why he made us kill each other?
It's beautiful.
And then it's gone. Yep. I had a feeling that that's probably what would happen.
Where did it go? Why is everything so cold?
All right, Twitter. I am. Don't worry. I would have rather you didn't tell me that, but like I think I probably would have picked up on it either way. I mean, but the thing is, I could have just skipped through that dialogue again, you know? Like, again, I prefer to play this, like, organically. It is always so cold, yeah. But you never got the chance to answer her. You turn to see her gone behind you. Memory returns. If y'all know all the endings or seen most of Slay the Princess, I recommend a few videos from Tale Foundry. He mentions the game while talking about a certain topic. Remind me later to tell you more about it. Yeah, we have not seen much yet, Yami. This is our 5th route. We've seen Stranger, Adversary, Spectre, Happily Ever After, and now this. So.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. It's calling us. And not in a good way. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. Can we trust you?
Finally, we're going places.
You always get scared is so cute and gentle for some reason. Maybe it's how you read it. In my mind, it is gentle. Like, I read it that way because that's the emotion that I feel from it. I don't see it as, like being dismissive or anything like that. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You're nothing at all. Yep! Yes! I knew it! Holy shit, I knew it! Okay, yep. Like, that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. Figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image into glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? I have so many questions for you. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that? I'm sorry. I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Are you part of me, or are you something else? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why? I've met you many times. Have you been the same you all along? I wasn't supposed to see all of this, was I? What is this place? Where are we? And destroy the mirror. So let's start at the top. You're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me.
From the top.
I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
What are you? Are you something like me?
I'm nothing like you.
Yeah.
I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Okay, yeah. So, from the top rope is John Cena. So we aren't a person beyond this. I think that my kind of allegory of, like, the narrator being the jailer, us being the jail, and the princess being the prisoner, I think that that's still accurate. We are the prison. But we are never anything more than that. We were simply made to be a prison, is what the narrator seems to be claiming. In one of my lives, you doubted yourself. You thought that all of this was wrong.
Oh, did I? That means nothing in the grand scheme of things. This construct you're in contains every possible world at once. The fact that you managed to find one reality among trillions where I was delusional proves nothing.
Not delusional, though. One reality where you... yeah. where you saw genuine suffering and you realized that this wasn't right. Others like you. You've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design.
Yep.
This
They are separate.
construct you're in exists in many places at once.
Construct.
Anytime
Yep,
you
the
fail,
construct we're in.
anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world.
Got it. Yep. It's when we thought ourselves dead. Oh, that's the piece that we were missing. It's when we believe that we're dead. If we failed or if we believed that we are dead. And that's what the problem with the adversary route was, is that we believed that we were never going to die. The stubborn convinced us of that. Hi, Posy. Great to see you. How are you doing? I honestly love your switch from comedy to deep speculation. I have whiplash. Right? No, I love it too. ADHD brain go burr. That is very flattering. Good, because it's great. The thought yourself dead is crazy, right? But it makes sense because, like, again, the world is shaped by our belief of it. So as long as we don't believe that we're dead, it doesn't do that. And as long as we don't... Why do we look the way we do? I don't think this is us.
But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
This is the narrator. Oh, like, why are we, like, the weird bird creature? I don't think that was ever us that we were seeing in the reflection, is the thing. Do you have anything to say for yourself, for all this hubris? Why do we look the way we do? Clearly bird-like, in some way derivative of this guy. I don't think that we were ever seeing ourselves in the reflection, Leon. I think we are always seeing some, like, form of him.
I do. The people out there are real.
Yep.
No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable.
Yep, exactly.
I want you to remember that.
There is a world outside of this bubble, outside of this construct, outside of this prison. He's split us into all of these different prisons to try and protect the world beyond. Us and the princess and him himself were all, in his eyes, necessary sacrifices. After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live?
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty...
I don't want to.
There isn't much I can do to stop you.
I have so many questions for
Then
you.
ask them, and make it quick. I won't last for long now that you can see me.
This construct is separate from reality, almost like a pocket dimension, like you said earlier. Exactly. We're kind of running out of glass shards. I'm going to load the save if I run out. When I run out. Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that?
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
No. That is the height of hubris. Killing death? I understand. But no, that's not right. Now you know I asked you to save. I knew that there was a reason, but like, honestly, it would have taken 30, 40 seconds longer to just click through the dialogue to get back here again. And I do prefer, like, going through things organically. Like, I would have preferred to kind of come to that conclusion myself. This Contra, finally he actually said something of substance. Yeah. I understand, but I don't agree with that. Because it's not that the princess will kill everything. Bro thinks he's America for real. Seriously. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks.
I'm aware. And if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Hi, Aurora. Welcome. Great to see you. How are you doing? Let's see. I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Lie. Someone put duct tape over my mouth. We probably should have done that a while back, TBH, right? I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all of this. Say nothing and watch him end. Damn. Watch him end is fucking cold. And so is this. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. That is fucking brutal. Say something cool like get M-pregged and the M stands for mirror. Jesus. I think you're out of time. No, I'm gonna be honest with him. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. Twisting the knife with that one, right. I still have to see what she thinks about all
I've said
this.
my piece, and my time is up. It's like I said, I'm just an echo, and echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. You are the long quiet. Yes! I fucking called it! I fucking called it! We are this world. We are the prison! Oh my fucking god, I got it! It's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. I fucking called it!
Where did it go? Why is everything so cold?
She's gone. And there's... But it feels so... It's calling. If they think it's bad...
It's not the end. This is the one I said last time. It's going to be okay. I'm gonna see if this changes anything, because I also like this one. It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is gonna be nice.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
My ceiling fan turned on for no reason. The remote for it doesn't
We'll
work.
trust you?
Rude.
Finally.
So, like, then can you
We're
not
going.
turn it off since the remote doesn't work? You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes him leave, but you need to see what's in it. I have to borrow one and temporarily reprogram it. Oof, you're nothing at all. That isn't right. You can't see nothing. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it, a figure faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection.
I think you know what I am.
Then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So, Are you part of me or are you something else? Because I got down to here before. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks.
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't
It
it?
really is.
From one vantage point, I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part
That's
of you, then
hubris.
what
Driven
is?
our every action? I don't know. Your versions of you, you've said that before, so I really was meeting different
You were,
yous.
and it was by both necessity and design.
Oh, we
This
did already hear this.
construct you're in
Yeah.
exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world.
Yeah.
But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed. And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
In one of my lives, you doubted yourself. We did that one. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all this hubris? God, there are so many fucking questions. This seemed to prompt more things. I'm gonna save there. The long quiet is like immortality and stagnation, and the princess is death in progress. But her. Not the princess, but her. Got it, yeah. Yeah, like the entity in the long quiet, yeah. It just keeps branching. I know, it's crazy. I did that one. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all of this hubris? I don't remember this one.
I do.
Yes,
People
I
out
did.
there are
Okay.
weak. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable,
I want you to remember that. I've done that. Who made me? What am I?
you're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't want to be a god. I want to be me.
You are you. And if you would let everything work the way it was supposed to, you never would have woken up to the reality of your true nature. There's no accounting for free will.
Yeah. And that, removed a couple of the options. So we can go back and load that. Like, immortality has been keeping death busy because they're perfectly contrasted and the sheer infinitude surrounds death. Yeah. That's actually a really good point, Leon. Like, going back to the whole, like, the voices that we have are counterparts of the aspects of the, of the entity. So, like, we as a whole have to be the counterpart of the entity as a whole, you know? The long quiet was made to be the counterpart of death. The contrast. Let's see. What were the new ones? This hubris. Who made me? What am I? Okay,
You're
yeah,
the
I did this. And then... A god, I always knew I was special.
Yes, you are special, unique even, and you still have a task that you need to do, and only you can do it.
No, did that one. If you're not me, then what are you? We did that one. I have so many more questions for you. I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions?
We've already crossed the point of no return. There's no saving me now. Not that there's ever been much of me to save.
You said she contains death. What is she?
She is the shifting mound.
The shifting
ebb
mound.
and flow, the capacity to change. She is
Yep,
transformation.
you fucking
or
nailed it.
most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, you, like, phrased it perfectly. That, like, we're immortality and stagnation, and she's death and progress. Progress, capacity to change, the ebb and flow. Fucking dead on with the symbolism there, Leon. And yeah, he sacrificed himself as a martyr. That's kind of what I was saying like a little bit ago. We don't change her, but she changes in response to us. And that's kind of what I was saying a bit ago, that like the way that he talked about it and everything, and like if he was like watching all of this, like he sacrificed himself as well, and that doesn't make him right. It just lends credence to the zealotry, the conviction with which he held his beliefs. There's irony in it too, like dying to stop death. Death can adapt, but not to every stagnation all at once, yeah. What a silly plan of his. Can he really stop death by killing the princess and the construct? Surely the Long Quiet has to kill the handmaiden thing in order to stop death. Absolutely. But to create the handmaiden thing, the Long Quiet has to repeatedly fail to slay the princess. The whole plan involves training the Long Quiet for failure. I don't know. I think it's more like a failsafe. It's like if he could just keep the shifting mound contained forever, that's a win. If that doesn't work out, he can still hope that we choose to kill her. It also confirms why he never told us. If we knew she was a conceptual being thing, could we even conceive of killing her? Yeah. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. Yeah. And this also ties into what was just being said in chapter 3, like when we were kind of like, when we kind of became one with like the princess and everything, where like one thing that the princess quote unquote said in that situation was that he was staring with wide eyes at something that can only be seen in a passing glance or the corner of the eye. He was trying to stare, like, he's an echo, and he made himself an echo so that he could stare directly at change itself. Why did he need you to look like a Leshy? I don't know yet. We'll see. So you reckon death was already stopped by the shifting mound being in here, but by her continuing to exist, we risk freeing and restarting it. Exactly. So it's like the containment was already stopping death, but if the containment failed, like the process of how it was contained would allow us this second chance to stop it forever. The long quiet is redundant by its very nature and extends to infinity. Yep, ad infinitum. I think the idea was to trend towards entropy just existing in a state of nothingness in the cabin. Yep, that was the goal. But if that failed, the reforming of the shifting mound would give us the chance to kill it permanently. If you made us, then I want you to know this has been torture. If I destroy her, won't I be alone? I'm gonna save here. Because there are still a few new questions. If you made us, then I want you to know that this has been
The
torture.
inevitability of death is torture. I would gladly put two infinite beings through what you've been through to spare infinite lives from oblivion.
The inevitability of death is... If I destroy her, won't I be alone?
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
Even if you want me to destroy the concept of transformation, how is that existence any better than death? Or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either. Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
What would it be like to live in a world without her?
Light, burdenless, an eternal pattern of forgetfulness leading into the joys of rediscovery. Everyone will be with the ones they love. No more fear, no more howling chaos. Just life, forever.
God, he's a good voice actor. The way he delivered that line shows that he truly believes it. The narrator really believes what he's saying there.
There's a cruel irony to it all. The only way I could share my dream with the world
Yep.
was to never be able to see it for myself.
Yep. If I could chime in, I think this is what the narrator dropped in... Oh my god, you're right. Happily Ever After. Yeah, there are some... That... No, you're absolutely right. Holy shit. That one timeline, that one instance, convinced that part of himself that there were things worse than oblivion. That one... Yeah, if we extrapolate, in that he extrapolates what we were going through onto the world that he's saving. Yeah. There are things worse than oblivion, and that things like that would exist forever in his eternal world. His viewpoint is also why he thought you could just be around in the cabin just fine. Yeah. Holy shit. The wrongness is exactly what I was doomed to fail. And how is this related to the power of belief? Is that the tool he used to perform this ritual situation? being split imperfectly did our separate existences arise from a single concept being bisected. So we are an artificial god, basically, Leon. That's what I'm gathering. And then when he split us up into, like, all these pieces and split her up into all these pieces, he mixed them a little bit. Holy shit, this is poetic. Yeah. Happily Ever After is very powerful in this context. Because it both shows him, like, an outcome that is worse than Oblivion. And also, it's an outcome that would exist in his eternal world. Those two things combined are what convinced him that it would honestly be better if it were to fail. And that, in and of itself, should be all the proof we need. With just us, the world would persist but not pause. Instead, it would repeat. Yeah. The fact that one of these infinite worlds convinced him of that is all the proof that we need that, like, yeah. Damn. Do you know that things won't just be worse if I destroy her? I don't know, it seems much more inherent that mixed much earlier / cut from the same cloth, rather. I mean, maybe, but he did say, like, specifically that we were created, like, that we're an artificial god. And yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Waterman. I love what you pointed out about, like, he genuinely thought that we would be happy just sitting in the cabin forever, because that's the world that he wants, is this infinite, like, stagnant happiness. Because he believes that that can be true happiness. To be honest, before seeing Happily Ever After, I almost sided with him that anything was better than Oblivion. I don't think I ever would have, but it's like if you could stop the death of a universe. I understand the temptation. I don't know if I ever would have. But Happily Ever After definitely solidifies it. Right, but wouldn't that make it artificial regardless, even if it came from a natural concept, because this had to be forced? It would never happen naturally. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I'm not sure. I get what you're saying. I think you might be right that, like, yeah. It's hard to reconcile without knowing what his world looks like. Comparing to our own, we are not really built for forever, but maybe the beings in this world, who knows? That's a fair point, but I don't think that they are built for forever, though. Otherwise, they would be forever. They wouldn't need to go through this. Like, any mortal being is not going to conceptually understand or, like, be built for eternity. For me, I just consider what it would be like if we knew the world would end within our lifetime. I'm gonna shut my eyes, but I don't think I can stop listening at this point. That's totally fine. Rest well, Lexi. Thank you so much for, like, talking and hanging out. This has been a really great night. I don't think you can conjure divinity, but it's more plausible that a concept could be manipulated so much that each side of the coin is actually removed from each other. I could see that. Yeah. He tried to trap a being of change inside a being that doesn't change. It couldn't change to contain her. It was doomed from the start. I mean, I don't necessarily... I think it was doomed from the start, but not necessarily for that reason. I don't necessarily mean this, but I want to hear how he responds. Why couldn't you have told me all this from the start? I would have helped you destroy her.
If you actually knew what she was from the start, if you knew her capabilities,
Yeah.
a single intrusive thought could have instantly ended the
entire world. Because she changes to be what people conceptualize her to be. We needed to not know. It's kind of a movable object and unstoppable force at that point. Like, it's not that unreasonable plan. I agree. What's the deal with those voices, then? They're fragments of us. If anything, I think the Long Quiet has the conceptual upper hand. Yeah, no. Yeah. I think either, like, moot point, like, absolute stalemate, or maybe the Long Quiet would have the upper hand. I agree, but... yeah, this is what, like, the voices, Watermelon, is what he was saying about how, like, he split us imperfectly. He kept us inextricably tied to each other, where there was, like, the voices that were counterpart to the aspects of the shifting mound. What do you mean a single intrusive thought could have instantly ended the world?
Simple, really. She
Yep.
can become whatever people perceive her to be. That's easy. I'll just will her into something really small. But wait, what if I accidentally will her into something that ends the world? Oh no, what if just thinking that...
But you wouldn't have finished your hypothetical thought because she would have already destroyed the world.
Yep.
Luckily for you, as you are now, you won't be able to will her into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Not anymore.
Because we've actualized. Power of belief isn't ours, but hers. Now I load this again. The power of belief, as in, like, the power to change into what people believe us to be. Maybe his sacrifice is what split the god in two. No, I think that they just had, like, technology that enabled that. His sacrifice was so that he could be here to watch and not actually perceive in the way that a living being does. That's what he said. Then he still lies. Let's see. I don't know how I'd act if I knew the universe would end tomorrow, but I also had the ability to put the world into a Groundhog Day. Okay, that's actually a fair point. 50. I don't know how I would either. Then he still lies. Even then, she won't destroy the world. She will only introduce death to its inhabitants. He had to die for her to be perceived differently. He had to die so that he couldn't perceive her. Indeed, the world doesn't die at all. But, I don't think he means, like, the world he was referring to there, Pink. I don't think he was referring to his world, but our world, this construct. If we perceived her for what she was, then she could just erase this construct that he'd built. He had to be the only human that knew of her, right? Not necessarily. Does anyone else know about this? Does anyone else know about us? Let's see. Why did you make her a princess of all things? Why is she a princess? Why couldn't she be an ant or a slice of soggy bread? How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept? God, there's so many fucking questions. Okay, This question gave us more, I remember.
Light, there's a cruel.
Yeah. Then we've got... Was that not what did it? I think it might have been this one. Or this.
As you are, and as you were before, you couldn't be trusted with the
damn it.
knowledge of what she is. No one could be trusted with that knowledge. Intrusive thoughts have
Yeah.
a way of creeping in and ruining everything. It's why I had to die.
What did he say before that? As you are now, you won't be able to will into anything. You don't work the way a living being does. Yeah. There's another dialogue about him dying. Yeah, let's see. So I think it was this
If
one.
you actually knew what she was from the...
Yeah, I think that's the path I needed to take. Okay. Load. Actually, let's load like this one. Then I have to dash, and I really wish I didn't. It's been a real ride today. Thank you, everyone. You're all just fantastic. And you're a part of that too, Muffin. Make sure you count yourself in that. And thank you so much for hanging out. It's always such a treat having you here. I really appreciate you. I hope you have a good day, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye. Let's see.
She is the
Yep. We got the shifting mound name drop there. Why couldn't you have told me this from the start? I would have helped you destroy her.
If you actually knew what...
Yep. Then, what do you mean a single? Yep, then this.
wouldn't have
There we
luckily
go.
for you.
This is where we are. Okay, we're back. I don't work the way a living being does? Not anymore? Am I not a living being?
You never were.
Yeah,
You are the Long Quiet.
a god,
The god
I made.
to rid the world of death. For a time, this construct could help you approximate being alive, confining your mind to a single reality. But you've experienced far too many lives for it to work much longer.
It's a construct, not a world. There are no inhabitants other than you and she. So he lies yet again. Yes, what about it? She doesn't kill the world and everything inside it. She introduces the possibility of death. Indeed, that's what he claims. We have seen her do none of that. We don't know if there's anyone at all in the outside world. He could be making the outside world up. I don't believe that, given how consistent his actions have been in that direction. He seems to believe he's protecting the world from an imminent demise. Absolutely. I'm 100% with 50 on this, in that he could be wrong, but he doesn't seem to be lying. We have also seen that she does change based on perception. Yeah. Not imminent, yeah, just eventual. That's a good point, Leon. In fact, what he said is, if in fact what he said is true, and she becomes what she's perceived, then there'd be no reason for him to answer your questions, because if you decide not to kill her, death is certainly introduced. Well, but, he's... At this point, like, we can't... Our perception of her no longer changes her, because we are too close to being a god again. Yeah, the timescale said Demise hasn't. Frankly, he's being a little dramatic. Yeah, no, I absolutely don't understand. I don't agree with him. Like, at all. He is being melodramatic. I don't think he's lying, though. I don't think he's lying, and I don't think right now he's acting in bad faith. So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible.
Yep.
Maybe they were just in denial.
Literally what we said. Holy shit, that's awesome. Because we said both those things. Like, either they were in denial or they thought it would further them from their goals to tell us. And either way, yeah. Is this worth it? Infinite suffering is still infinite suffering. It's just not him or the people he chooses. Oh yeah, no, I very much don't agree with him. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that immortality, eternity, I don't think that that's for the best. I mean, happily ever after proves that, you know, that's... Yeah. Happily ever after was enough to convince him even that his goal was wrong. Yeah, his original plan was that the Long Quiet would have a good time in the cabin. So he didn't plan for infinite suffering. Yeah. If our universe ends, so be it, but it's an understandable motivation. Yeah. It matters little if he's acting in bad faith. Actions have consequences for both us and her, and frankly, his narrative is hardly adding up. He's but a memory of a god we used to be. He's not... He's a memory of who he used to be. He's not a god. He's separate from us. He's
sure
not
many
us.
of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant.
That's fair, honestly.
For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
Because he's a more holistic kind of view. He's the original. That sort of thing. But also, that could just be denial. I think his narrative is adding up. I don't agree with it, but I think his narrative is adding up. Are you a god or were you a god?
No.
In life I was painfully mortal.
A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something. So I made you. And I made her.
Yep.
And I made this place.
Dead on, Leon.
Both.
I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I?
You were either going to have seen all this, or you weren't going to have seen all this. This is worse, but you still have an opportunity to save the world. You can still slay her.
Load that. People out there beyond the walls of this construct, do they know about this? Do they know what you want me to do to them?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion.
So this is definitely more context. So it's not just that he's stopping death. He's not just preventing people from dying in the day-to-day. The universe as he knew it was facing an existential threat. That makes more sense. I still don't agree. I want to stress that. I still don't agree. I still don't think he's in the right. This does explain it more, though. People are growing nihilistic in an aging universe. That, actually, Leon, that's why he always says nihilist in that. Where, like, it was like, of course not. Nobody wants the world to end, except maybe nihilists and very, very evil people, but you aren't those. But that's exactly why he shoehorns nihilist in there. Yep. I love listening to you all think on existential philosophy. It's a great time. I love philosophy. And someone created us along with him, the memory him, with talents and suspiciously bird-like feet, and him with a suspiciously bird-like face. Certainly not the same bird reborn, because every bird is able to create a pocket universe of endless possibilities and create gods. Well, no, I don't think that that's what it is. Like, I think he wasn't a bird before making the construct. I think it's more, he could have been a bird before making the construct. The way that I see it is it's kind of like making something in your own image kind of thing. He conceptualized life as being bird-like because he is bird-like, and so we are bird-like. But I don't know. I'm still sort of on his state of mind, too. I don't believe in an afterlife and have also not come to terms with the non-existence. No, non-existent, like, I don't think anyone ever truly comes to terms with death, you know? This is VTuber avatar / persona. That's amazing. And yet this doesn't add up. For this pocket dimension would have been destroyed, so he was wrong about the universe of the world ending. It was transformed, as is evident from this pocket dimension existing and the cracks in the universe we can peek through. Well, no, because he was trying to stop it ending. And the other thing is, like, on the scale of a universe ending, it's like, for all he knew, the universe probably could end tomorrow, or the universe could have ended 100,000 years from now. Either way, in the grand scheme of the universe, that is imminent. You know, and he saw an imminent demise of the universe and did what he could to preserve it. Considering how human the princess is, I think he's only a crow as a symbol of death, and not that he perceived life this way. That's fair, actually. He said he would sacrifice his world? No, he didn't. He sacrificed himself to save his world. Why would we know what a human princess looks like if humans didn't at least exist? Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're so right. I thought about that as I said it. I don't think the form specifically changes the argument. Agreed. When you were trying to find the cracks. No, he was saying that he would sacrifice that world, as in, like, the pocket dimension. He would, like, sacrifice that pocket dimension. He would destroy the little pocket that you're in to prevent it. So the threat was not imminent because the people would not have been urgently searching for Oblivion. I think people are getting the truth. No, not at all. The threat was imminent in the grand scheme of things. The end of the universe was coming. Mayhaps he comes from Soviet Russia, where the crows are the sapient dominant species and the human civilized death. No, I don't think it's giving him too much credit either. Yeah, terrified of Oblivion, not searching for it, exactly. And because he stopped it. Well, no, not necessarily. There are two outcomes. Either A, it would have ended in 100,000 years, but that's still imminent in the grand scheme of the universe, or it didn't end because she got trapped in here. Yeah, either way. We trap change. Correct me if I'm wrong, are crows literally scavengers, or am I thinking of vultures? I think you're thinking of vultures. No, but he couldn't trap death without us. He needed something to trap death with. He needed stagnation to hold death in place. I think they do a bit of scavenging, but I don't think they're I don't think they're like wholly scavengers in the same way that vultures are, you know? Yeah, he permanently trapped change. He can't permanently trap change because it's change. If she was just death, it would be different. Like, our universe is relatively young, and we have uncountable years left, but as we approach the end of the universe in our actual reality, I imagine nihilism will be at an all-time high. Yeah. No, like, again, I really want to stress, I do not agree with him. I don't agree with his goal. I think that acceptance is the most important thing. And I think that, like, the end of something as large as the universe, like, what happens after that? If it's Oblivion for everything, then we won't be around to suffer anymore. If something comes from that, if there's change, if there's rebirth, then, like, that is also something to accept. I don't agree with him in any way, shape, or form. I can see where he's coming from, though. I don't think he's acting in bad faith. I think he genuinely believes what he's saying. I think he was genuinely trying to do good by the world. I feel compassion in what he's saying. That doesn't mean I agree with him. That doesn't mean I'm going to do what he wants, but I feel compassion in what he's saying. It's incredibly consistent internally, IMO, but is based on the premise that Oblivion is impermissible. Exactly.
When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
I agree and feel the same way. As me? Or... let's see. And what is my true identity?
You're the long quiet.
Yeah.
The god I made to rid the world of death.
So I had asked this one, that's right. Yeah. What is the princess?
She is the shifting mound, so
Yep.
I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
If she's capable of becoming whatever... Yeah, no, I asked that. Of all things, why is she a princess? Why couldn't she be an ant? Yeah.
Are you asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you? She wound up a princess because you wanted her to be a princess. As to why...
Got it, yeah, because her form was based on... Because we're the only one here to perceive her. The only thing that she could be is what we perceive her as. We wanted her to be a princess. Got
Maybe
it.
she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach.
That I like.
A herald of things to come.
I
I
like
don't
that.
know. Gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try and anthropomorphize you like this.
That's fair. How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept?
With some amount of difficulty. But you're an abstract concept yourself. It would have been preferable if you had destroyed her within the confines of the construct, but when I shaped the two of you, I made sure that you were strong enough to see things through.
When I shaped the two of you, I made sure you're strong. When I shaped the two of you, yeah. He didn't... You're absolutely right, Leon. He didn't, like, make us from whole cloth. He, like, shaped both of us from a single entity. He split us apart from each other, but imperfectly, so that there was a duality to it. What if neither of us leave this place? Does that work? Can we just stay here together and leave the people out there
It will
alone?
work. Her nature as the shifting mound makes it so nothing can last forever as it is now. It wouldn't matter how long the two of you waited. Eventually she would find a way to leave.
In a balance of power, and you
Then
made sure we had the upper
everything
hand,
would
yeah.
change. Everything would face oblivion. And until then, the clock ticks on.
He created his echo in us, not the princess. We and the princess were one being. Think of the princess as a result of the separation of separation, and us as a modified version of the result of the separation. I'm just pointing out inconsistencies that point out how his entire narrative is wrong, and he uses it to torture an entity and kill it. In fact, it is incredibly ironic to achieve his goal, a world of death, he has to kill. He's looking for a world without death. But I do get what you're saying. There's absolutely irony to it, that he's trying to kill death, to prevent death. He had to both die and kill death in order to prevent death. There's absolutely a lot of irony to that. Could you please be a little less smug about it? I might be interpreting your words incorrectly, but you sound a bit arrogant. Again, sorry if I interpreted your message wrong. I think if Happily Ever After were truly an eternity worse than oblivion, we'd have returned to the long quiet immediately. Even in the narrator's ideal world, Happily Ever After wasn't bound to be forever. I interpret Happily Ever After narrator giving up because it undermines his vision of what the outer universe without the shifting mound would look like. It disproved his paradise. That's how I view it as well. That would imply he's able to separate a godlike being into two. This is assuming the god contains both life and death. As a simple mortal, trapped in a pocket dimension, both aspects of those things, and relies on one aspect to kill the other. That would imply he is capable of, as a simple being, to trap a godlike being, separate us, and he is unable to kill death. Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, he's playing God, he can shape these... He can, like, shape these things, but he can't unmake them. The only thing that can unmake one is another. Because that's all he really did, was shape us. Wait, so he just acknowledged that this is just biding time, but what if this only lasted for like 2 weeks? No, so what he said was like he was hoping that we would kill all of the aspects of her in all of the different bubbles, basically. I just accept the narrator's ability to split the gods as a premise to the story. Games have had mortals do more. Yeah, especially since, like, he said that, like, his universe is aging. Like, in, 10, 20, 30 billion years. Billion. Like, if gods existed in our world, I think that would be enough time for us to figure out how to, like, influence them in certain ways, I hear you, but the thing is, if it were a stalemate, we'd have returned to the long quiet as with every other stalemate. Happily ever after is a momentary growing pain, not a depressing eternity. But that's the thing is, the stalemate thing, Alexi, only happens when we acknowledge that it's final. We hadn't yet acknowledged it as final. That's why it didn't end. We hadn't yet fallen into the stagnation of realizing that nothing was ever going to change. If we accepted finality and a lack of change, then it would return to the long quiet, because the long quiet is finality and a lack of change. Happily ever after is tongue-in-cheek for the narrator, not for us. Like the title, yeah. Normally it's strange, but first, we don't know how advanced the people there are, and second, it's a fantastic reality. Also, it seems to have been a very difficult endeavor. True. In fact, the narrator in Happily Ever After had still been egging us on to kill her before he broke. Let's see. Yeah, that is much more believable than him being a god and creating more divinity from nothing, Imo. Same. Agreed. Plus, he told us directly that he is mortal. Which makes sense. If he was a god, he would not be afraid of oblivion in this way, because he would be beyond it, His motivation only makes sense if you accept that he's mortal. This whole talk about the link to the universe also reminds me of Mass Effect. I do know that that's a theme within it. Again, if we were to accept this as a narrative tool, then that would imply that the princess's torture was justified or at least served a purpose, a fact that has severe implications. No, I disagree. I think that if we accept... I think that, it would imply that he believes her torture was justified or at least served a purpose. I think that that's all it means. It doesn't say anything about us. It means that he believes that. And that is a very utilitarian concept. Because, like, then basically, that's what he's saying. He actually admits to that directly. Hold on. He admits to it directly that, like, trapping us here, it was, like, worthwhile to prevent the, like, erasure of the universe. I feel like if he can create gods from the start, then he himself is a god or even higher. Yeah. It's only justified if you accept the narrator's view that oblivion is the ultimate evil. That's the premise that he works under, not a universal truth imposed on us, the player. Exactly. Can I buy you an energy drink or something, Jenna? You're gonna need it. Thank you, but I can afford them. And I have some on hand. And yeah, I agree with what 50's saying, that, like, it doesn't say anything about us or the world at large, but his perspective. He was the one that did that. Like, we don't need to condone it. Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh, you touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding. Random quote from Mass Effect. Interesting. And he had to lie to the rest of the universe to get this done. Yep. Exactly. He unilaterally made this decision for the universe. I understand why. I don't agree with it. I absolutely don't agree with it, but I understand why. I'm just waiting for it to slow down, Twitter. Now finally safe. Welcome back, Lulu. I'm glad that you're doing alright now. This is just like watching Ava for real, seriously. Let's see. Is there a difference between leaving this place and staying here? We missed you too, Lulu. I'll try saving here and just... Even though I can only ask one question at a time from here, I can make sure that I get all the options here without needing to retrace my steps to here. Is there a difference between leaving this place and staying here?
There is. It's the difference between being stranded on a desert island and being stranded on a desert island with a leopard that can't die.
Even more so, he's only concerned with preserving the current universe in a loop, eliminating the potential for a future universe. That's kind of the thing, though, is that, like, it's only the potential for a future universe. He has no way of confirming that a future universe will exist. All he knows is that his is going to end. And I can understand the terror, like, the existential dread that that brings up. I can relate to it, even if I don't agree with his actions taken in pursuit of preventing it, you know? How are you and how are you all? I am so invested in this. I am so invested in this. I am doing great. How are you, Lulu? Chat and stream are smart and fun. You're a part of that too, Gigas.
Either option is great, especially when there's a third option where you get rid of the island and give everyone a chance to finally be happy.
Get rid of the island. How is that getting rid of the island? A secret third option. Hold on, maybe plus cooking. Why would you want to rid the world of death?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
I know I'm coming off authoritative and confrontational now, but I have mad respect for everyone sharing their opinions here. Same. And I mean, that's kind of the thing, is like, in a conversation like this, there isn't an objective right. And like, you aren't speaking disrespectfully, 50. So I don't, like, that's the big thing to me, is like, I'm speaking like authoritatively as well, with like conviction and certainty, because I do believe what I'm saying. That doesn't mean, like, I really hope I'm not saying things in like a disrespectful way, you know? I'm trying to like phrase what I'm saying like with the conviction and the belief that I have in it, because I do believe it, without coming across as rude or disrespectful. I'm a little sore, but I'm safe now. I'm glad you're safe now. I'll keep quiet because I have to heal something. Yeah, just do what you need to do to take care of yourself, girly pop. And this has been a fascinating conversation. Thank you all. Load. Yes, this is so fucking fun. Don't worry, you're not dismissing others and just saying, nope, that's definitely Warren. while not having all the information. I guess you're... Oh, thank you. I'm pretty sure death is good, actually. Important, even.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
But I can die. And that is his hubris. That right there is the height of his hubris. What he just said. He assumes that everybody, every mortal, has this abject terror of death in the same way that he does. Like, personally, me in real life, out of character, yeah, I'm fucking terrified of dying. Absolutely petrified. Partially because now, more than ever before in my life, I want to live. Death is absolutely bone-chilling. I would not remove the concept of death from the world, though. He assumes that every mortal would. He assumes that every mortal has to feel the way that he does by virtue of being mortal, and that is the height of hubris. The first and the last are eternal in the middle of something we cannot sustain. Exactly. Flying the princess is to universal stagnation, as leaving the princess in the dungeon is to a universe that goes on as freeing. The princess is to ending the universe unilaterally. The cool thing about dying is you don't have to do anything anymore. I want to keep doing things. I get what you're saying. I've been there. A lot. The vast majority of my life at this point. But at this point, I want to keep doing things. Confidence born of ignorance. The cycle cannot be broken. The pattern has repeated itself more times than you can fathom. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I can't be asked to type in the tiny Twitch chat bar where I can edit what I say, where I can't edit what I say and see what I wrote easily, so I'm gonna end it here because I just tried to edit a multi-paragraph argument only to have a mini stroke. Oh. God, I'm so sorry. That sucks, Pink. I want to keep doing things so bad. I suffer from death anxiety so hard. Same. Absolutely same. And so, like, Leon, with that feeling, like, knowing that you feel that way, would you remove the concept of death from the world? Existential crisis times all the time. So true, Arya. Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times.
You haven't. You've flirted with dying. You've played pretend. But your consciousness is an unbroken stream.
Hell no, I mean, if I got to pick maybe a couple extra 1,000 years more, but not eternity. Same. I'm on the exact same page. I would, if given the choice, at this point, like, I want to live so fucking badly. I want to keep doing things so badly that I think I would give myself more time. I don't think I would give myself eternity. I would not remove death from the world. What were they shaped from? That is what I'm gonna ask next.
The cycle of life and death.
Yep.
The endless pattern of creation and destruction. I tore it in two and shaped the fraying threads into you and her.
I think living a couple extra 100 years to see where things go would be great, but I don't want to be around for the heat death of the universe. And part of it too is it's like it's not even like we're making this choice for ourselves. Like, would I choose to let myself live for eternity? I don't know. Would I choose to remove the concept of death from the world? Like, remove a concept from the universe? Like, no, that is no, no. I don't want to. I don't want to make decisions that big. That's not for me to do. That is too fundamental, too massive. No. In theory, I want to do many things, but really, I don't want to do much of anything these days. But I never want to die. I'm the arbiter of taste, not reality. Exactly. I wish I had so much more time to live, so much more time to fix my mistakes, etc. Yeah, like, I really, really fucking want more time, but I wouldn't remove death as a concept. The breaking point for me is the nature of his continuation, a cycle of forgetfulness and rediscovery. I just can't accept that. Yeah. Even if the universe were to die tomorrow, I couldn't accept that. No, absolutely. There's a Twilight Zone episode about a guy who gets immortality with an opt-out clause, and he uses it like a few days later. But honestly, that was just that guy's skill issue. Like, go find a hobby, bro. Why are you just testing the immortality? What I value about life is the continuous consciousness. To loop that instead of just dying is to put the cart before the horse. Yeah. I really am that bird in the princessless cabin. I used to be deathly afraid of sleeping for that reason. No, like... Ooh. I don't think it likes me saving and loading this many times. He uses it because he gets sentenced to life after killing someone because he wanted to try the electric chair, bro. Have you tried playing board games or something? Don't worry, Captain. We'll buff out those scratches. Let's load like that one again. Uh-oh. Yep. It sure didn't like that. What were they shaped from? They were shaped from the cycle of, like, life and death. Oh, it killed my tracking, too. The streaming was quite unceremonious, SMH. She ended the universe all for her own ideals. The hubris was to play a visual novel for 9 hours straight. Did you ask a question and I missed it? I did, but I'll ask it again. Don't worry. It's taking its sweet time opening again. Why must nothing be open at this time? I'm hungry. That's always rough. There we go. Spit on it usually, a little. That usually works for me. Jesus. Load game. That one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, here's a new plan. New plan. Maybe the issue is in VTube Studio, not Slay the Princess. Funny enough, I read a manhwa with a character who was stuck in a time loop, but he wasn't the main character. Heroes returned. Interesting. I wonder if I can go borrow the fan controller without waking someone up. I believe. Do this. There we go. I think that this will do what... Man, Oblivion is crazy. Achievement noise but black screen has me cracking up. Strimma will sacrifice yourself for the sake of the game. Exactly. He can't die unless a demon lord kills him, but he returned to our world, a world where a bunch of humans get pulled to other worlds from. Huh. Interesting. There we go. Yeah, this already feels better. Load. We are so back. Since we have no demon lord, he can't die, so he tried to make one. Interesting. Okay,
If that's your belief.
Rika Demira. Welcome back, thank you.
You haven't. You flirted with dying?
Uh-huh. Here we go. I was wondering about this. And how do you know everybody else doesn't experience death the way I do?
They obviously don't. You experience death the way you do by design, and by your unique nature.
Okay, that's actually a fair point. But there's no way to prove that there isn't rebirth all the same, you know? I think you're wrong. I don't think dying is bad at all, and you're making all this up as you go. I don't know if I agree with that, but...
If you really want to waste valuable time telling me I'm wrong, we both know I'm not, then that's your prerogative.
How far can I take this? And what is my true identity? Okay, that's it. What is my true
You're the
identity?
long quiet.
Yeah. Obviously, bro, I'm gonna eat your metaphysical ass. That fucking bird that I hate. Yeah, I think a variable population count is proof of the absence of rebirth. I mean, not necessarily... In a way, yeah. But, I mean... I don't necessarily think that, I mean, it's evidence, proof of the absence of rebirth in a clear one-to-one, like, sense. But yeah, it depends on the kind of rebirth. That's actually what I was just saying when that message popped up. People aren't being reborn one-to-one, but that doesn't mean that, yeah, there isn't some kind of cycle to it. Like, when this universe ends, another universe may spring into existence that will have more life in it, you know? And that sort of thing. We have no way of proving that it won't. Destroy the mirror. You've heard enough. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Are you fine, Storm? I never asked, but did you sleep well today? Yeah, no, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking, though, Gigas. I saw that, but, yeah. Forgot to respond until now because I was focused on fixing. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I'm a zip now. Hell yeah. Proceed to the cabin one last time. Bring the networked wild tour. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find. Thank you for the head pats, Leon.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long.
Woman
My
jump
heart
scare.
has ached for this moment.
Thank you
I've
for the head
missed
pats,
you
Lulu.
dearly.
Me too. The art is going so hard for sure. I miss you dearly. New page. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They
Yeah.
call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Trying to, capture something as infinite as a god in something as reductive as a name. Yeah. Said like I say, I'm trouble.
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
It is.
When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me
Yeah.
a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
Yep.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning?
That's the biggest thing to me right there.
Will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Death is change, as is love. Yeah. World devoid of death is, stagnation. And stagnation has so many more implications beyond just the lack of death. Like, yeah. There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Being an end. Pitch black islands in the blind. Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts.
The idea that death is necessary for change is such a logical leap, IMO. So it's kind of the inverse in this. I didn't necessarily phrase it well. Death is one aspect of change. She represents change as a whole. We can't kill just death. We would need to kill change. Yeah, exactly. Death is a type of change, not that it's necessary for change. Thank you. Exactly. Shifty sounds cheerier than last time we met, for sure. Shifty is cute. Bro expected the god of stagnation to change the nature of life. Yeah. Kind of set himself up for failure on that.
If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Yeah. Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions, and I need answers before I can make a choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic.
I still have so many answers, and I still have so many questions, and I need answers before I can make a choice. Yeah.
But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. A web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. Where did you end and I begin? When you felt what it was to be me, we held on to each other and pierced the veil of truth. Will you abandon that curiosity now that we are no longer joined in physicality?
Okay. This seemed like a more final thing than I meant for it to be. Let's just go ahead and go back first, because I don't necessarily want to do that yet.
Ever the past when the echoes.
If you were always going to become this, then what's the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment? I mean, I think that's a big part of it. The illusion of choice is, like, in this case, an inherent part of the message, but, like, it wouldn't have changed where you ended, but the paths you chose are still relevant because it's a reflection of who you are.
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are...
Oh, okay, she doesn't like that. I'm sorry.
Ever the passive when the echoes so.
I told you what was going to happen when we reach this point. Slay the princess, slay the princess. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go. If you're always going to become this, yep. There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. I won't do it. If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. There has to, yeah.
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand.
Seek less as dialogue.
To grasp at things that words, violence, and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten a web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves.
So this is where we go now. There aren't any other paths before this.
A beautiful beginning we can never return to. Where did you end and I began? When you felt what it was to be me, we held on to each other and pierced the veil of truth. Will you abandon that curiosity now that we are no longer joined in physicality?
Adjust this vessel statement directly. Will you abandon that curiosity now? No. I miss what it was like to be together. Can we go back to it?
Though that was us before we were us, there is no turning back. For all the Echo's delusion, he still managed to reshape reality itself. Though he could not destroy what could not be destroyed. We are intertwined, but we are separate.
There is no going
A
back.
picture of a life, and a picture of a life, and a picture of a life. How deep must repetition still our movements, until even the air we breathe is still? You doused the flames of false devotion, and in my despair, you lifted my chin, and the two of us danced beneath the stars.
It's going through all the different things. Yeah. The two of us dance beneath the stars is showing that one.
But the stars can't be seen unless the flames go out and the walls come crashing down. Can you not do for all things what you did for us?
Of course I will. Thank you for the head pats, Lulu. Remember how the hero was the counterpart to the normal princess? Well, now we met our counterpart. Yeah, that's something that we said like earlier in this sequence. Like when we were still talking to the narrator, I think. What we shared there was agony, but it doesn't have to be like that. I'd never want to hold the world still, but is suffering the only alternative? I'd never want to hold the world still. It needs you. No, there's not... Yeah, I was so glad to dance with you.
And dance with me again, and I'll never have to stop.
That's the plan.
Shiver passes through you as your fingers dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they don't return it. I offer you absolution, and you take my hand in yours. We felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was used to set me free.
Yeah.
Without sin, there is no redemption.
Does this only go one way? No, I don't think it does. I would sacrifice everything to free you again.
And yet there is nothing left for me to sacrifice, so long as you accept me with open arms.
The sensation of bleeding and sweating and breaking and mending and dying and living comes back in vivid color. You feel the shame of 100 deaths and the pride of 100 conquests. All of the peaks and valleys weaving themselves into a single tapestry, free of beginning and free of end. Do you remember when we killed each other with such fervent passion that death itself no longer
My
sat on
hands
our
literally
shoulders?
flew off my legs. Trust this vessel's statement directly. I don't know how to feel about this one. I think we didn't have to hurt each other. But it was unnecessary. We could have worked together to build something better. But that's not what we wanted. That's not what that aspect... That's not what that voice wanted or what that aspect wanted. It was meaningless. Neither of us could ever truly win. And maybe that one. We didn't have to hurt each other. I'm too gentle in real life. That's what I would say in real life, but think that in the context of this game, like, because that was stagnation.
So bleakly nihilistic. Is death the end?
Oh, I didn't
Or is
necessarily
the
see it
birth
that
of
way.
Something new. If you cannot find meaning in living, how will you find meaning if you strip me from existence?
I get what she's saying. Yeah, I misunderstood a little bit. As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is
Stubborn found his
exists
perfect
only
match.
in
I
relation
think given
to
their natures
everything
at the
that
time, they
isn't.
found it beautiful. Yeah, I'm following now. I was not quite tracking, but yeah. Yep, I fully agree with her on this. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. God, this is like literally like yeah, fully agree. Like, we only understand things through comparison and all of that. You know, perspective is so valuable. God, I love this.
There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
What do you think happens if we leave here?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And
Yep.
that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
Damn, okay, I can see why Automod flagged that one. Welcome, sweet lavender pie. Thank you so much for tuning in. How are you doing? Then all the trans people will die when the world ends. It's true, but then there will be more of them. Also, definitely trying to evoke imagery of Shiva throughout this whole sequence. Bit sicko, but I'm hanging in there. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better. Yeah, the 4 words from trans to die. Exactly. It's easy to believe in. I don't agree with this, but
It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
that's not necessarily the most reassuring answer, but I'm curious. Can we say that dying is the only option, though? Is it possible we could think another way? Yeah, there are definitely a couple of options here. If the world ends, then they probably won't live, or at least not as anything recognizable as human. Yeah. Because now it's like, I can agree, I can kill her, or I do have these options. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free.
There is no something else. This, what we are, is everything.
Yeah, I'm glad it flags it too.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Wait. I thought voices weren't allowed here. I thought you died when... Which hero are you? Yo, what the fuck?
I'm all of them, I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
I thought you died whenever not died. That's not quite right. Where's everyone else?
They're still where you left them, stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now.
Part of me is with them, just like...
There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
That's why he's the fucking goat. This is like when the characters show up from the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, but good. Seriously.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
No, I like Smitten. I respect it. I'm ready.
Let's go.
I'm obligated to like the paranoid.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
This is the first place we went after that. Yep. Back in the world of the stranger.
Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place.
We get contrarian.
Oh, you made it here too? We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Mm-hmm. I'd like that description now, if you don't mind. For old time's sake.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything. Only it doesn't feel so terrifying anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife. Windows.
Because your first route was Stranger, you get him, it's a bit of a secret ending. Hell yeah.
You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions,
No,
did he?
he never did, because he didn't want us to conceptualize or acknowledge other ways out.
He mentioned the windows when we broke them.
Yep, but that's it.
No mirror this time, either. I think it did whatever it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
That's fair. Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
Is the narrator really gone?
It's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
My boy Smitten is still out there. Also, ads are just about to start. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to go to the bathroom quickly and then see this through to the end. All right, I'm back. Safety first. Smitten is enjoying his time in the Mount. God, I would shower me. Women pissed? They excrete oobleck-like waste from their clothes. Jesus. What a terrible, terrible day to be literate. I could not avoid waking someone up. Oh, I'm sorry, Melon. That's rough. We love viscoelastic substance. I was laughing at seeing Leon's emotes pop up at the bottom of the screen. Leon, be honest. Are you using that emote because you said welcome back out loud again? Morning, Stealth. Welcome back. How are you doing? How's your sleep? Slept good? Glad to hear it. That is the worst sentence I've read today. Sad to be literate. Same brain cell, lavender pie. Fully agree. I absolutely am. Yeah, I know you pretty well at this point. That's rough for her, not me. Oh, woo! Thank you so much for the follow, Lavender. Welcome to our little community here. I really appreciate you being here and all that. Literally always looking at Discord while you're gone. Okay. So, you've missed, we're near the end of the game. I can't remember, have you played this stuff? Yeah, I wouldn't say good riddance. Happy to have entertainment while sick bed bound. Yeah, I really hope you feel better. Hopefully it's nothing. I've seen a playthrough, okay. So we're right at the end, Stealth. We have remade the shifting mound and know that we're the long quiet and we're going through the final sequence. It's funny, I was just talking about this earlier today in a completely unrelated context. I don't have it in me to celebrate a death. I can be relieved, but I can't. It's not me to celebrate it. I would never say good riddance here. I don't actually know how to feel about him being gone.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? It's not complicated at all. I miss him. I feel bad that he's gone. That's probably for the best. It's always seems to give us more things we can do, right?
True.
So, you're not going to suggest we throw it out the window?
Fine, narrator, my zealous king. Right? Adios, narrator. Throw it out the window.
We've been through too much for that. And he's gone, so there's no one left to mess with but ourselves. You've gotten serious. Besides, what's the third beat? It isn't funny if we toss it out the window twice.
Okay, that's actually a fair point. But counterpoint, isn't it kind of funny if we throw it out the window twice?
I know.
Isn't it kind of funny? Throw the blade out. Okay.
You actually did it. I know I just told you not to, but I'm proud that you did it anyways. It's like you finally left the nest.
God, I love this game.
Yeah, just like that it's gone, isn't it? Blade tossed, glass shattered. I guess we'll have to make do without it. There's your third beat.
God, this makes me so happy. The game and shit have become one and the same.
Hey, you're right. Good work. That was really funny.
I love this so much. It's funny that you didn't have the contrarian didn't want to. It became funny again. Exactly. I think maybe I should have avoided spoilers on this game and bought it myself, not because I want the experience, but because it would have been better with doing my responsibilities and going to bed at a good time. Understandable. A bit late for that, unfortunately. Also, I know I say things like this all the time, but right now I'm really feeling it. I really treasure being able to, like, play through something with all y'all like this. Like, that would have gotten, like, a giggle or a smile out of me if I was playing solo, but being able to see all of you yelling, do it, do it, do it, throw it out the window, throw it out, like, that made this so much more enjoyable. I'm really glad I get to experience games like this. Thank you all for being here. Pristine Blade makes a better projectile than melee weapon anyway. True. No offense, Jenna, I like the streams. I know you do. Just slightly inconvenient. I totally get what you mean. I would have wasted the time on my own and stayed up this late anyway, probably. No, I absolutely get what you're saying. Don't worry. I don't take it personally or anything.
Those winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
I stayed up till 4 a.m. a few times playing this game. Guess what time it is for me right now, Lavender? I've 100%ed it now. Understandable. I think I'm gonna. Meanwhile, I need to do Pure Vessel and Absrad. Why are you still awake? Oh no, it's worse. It is currently 9:30 in the morning at night for me. 9:30 a.m. at night. No offense, Jenna, but I enjoy your streams. I hope that's not offensive to you. Believe it or not, it's not.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time. We don't know what you want from us, but let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
I hate all of you people on the internet. None of you have the sleep schedule. I yell at all my internet friends for this constantly.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together.
Sleep is not made to be scheduled. The moon is ablaze on this shiny night. We do, it's just a bad one. I was away making food and I can't believe you threw the fucking knife out the window. I can. Tsukigakure. Have we not met the Smitten? Oh, we met the Smitten.
And forward we go.
We got the happily ever after ending. Or route.
That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
Absrad time, pray for me. I believe in you, Twitter, you got this. Smitten got control. Smitten is always evil, She looks wonky. Why does she look rumpled?
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move
So
outside of the
yoinky
script.
splunky.
Are we missing a page?
I really like Happily Ever After. It's a really good depiction of a relationship where people put their partners first and still fuck it up. I wouldn't even argue that that's the problem, Lavender. It's important to make your partner a priority, but I think it's necessary almost to make sure that you are always your own highest priority. Writing-wise, it's one of my favorite chapters. I literally, like, sobbed for, like, an hour and a half as we were talking through that. Lavender. Like, I was crying the whole time in Happily Ever After. Did you ever catch on to the relationship metaphors? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we literally were in there for like an hour and a half or so just talking about that. Not just for Happily Ever After, for every chapter. Yep. Yep, definitely did. Very powerful. Yeah. No, like, I've literally cried like 4 or 5 different times throughout the course of this game. A lot of people miss them, and the writing is so brilliant. No, I am very passionate and very interested in allegory and symbolism and all of that. Yeah, Wild also got us some crazy discussions. Wait, did we deploy the look? The look? I never got a chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you at least. I'm sorry for what I did to you.
That's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a
The
version
look.
of her. But we weren't very good at it. A conversation with us then probably wouldn't have been very insightful.
Yeah, 9 hours through 2 routes should tell enough about the theory crafting. Yeah, we've literally done 2 routes tonight, and it's been over 9 hours. Lavender. Yep, thank you, 50. Mr. Long Quiet is helping me find my vessels.
That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
It's so good to finally see you again.
It is, for all of us. We've seen so many threads of stories told between us, but this moment is unexpected. Even when we've seen it all, you still managed to surprise us.
I don't think I want to be a god.
Hard agree. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
My man. Okay, Contrarian is really growing on me.
But that's what you've always been, even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are, and neither can we.
Like, the hero is great. I really empathize with a lot of them, like the Smitten. Like, I really, really get it. But I kind of fucking love Contrarian. Witch Wild. I don't know what Be Wild even is, but we got Witch, which I assume is what the W is.
So, you might as well embrace it.
You telling us we can't makes us really want to. Everyone's like, Contrarian is the GOAT, but when Are you the same as you are up there? Yes, I was just making sure I didn't accidentally spoil a chapter with full name. I figured, and I appreciate it, because I don't know what the Be Wild is, and I like it that way. You know, I like that I don't know, because I am planning on playing more. Me when I throw a pristine blade out my window. Are you the same as you are out there? I also like that her face here is like pained. After we were saying we didn't want to be a god, and she's like, yeah, but you are, so you might as well embrace it. Like, there's sympathy in that look.
Yes, we think. We're kind of like a shadow. Out there, every part of us is blended together into one huge idea. A big wave of unyielding change crashing against the world.
Thank you for the head pats, Leon. Why is it so important it's pristine? Is the narrator a freak? Some Chapter 2 routes can lead to the same Chapter 3s. W Wild and B Wild are the same route with alternate journeys there. Got it. Also, Ash, next stream, what do you say we do Act 3s to the princesses that you only got 2 for, and the witch, because you'll see. Yeah, no, I have some ideas for how I'm going to handle it going forward.
But in here, we're fractured. Small. Still a little more separate than we'd like to be. Our instincts still trying to pull us in different directions.
That's kind of like us, isn't it?
Yeah.
We really are the same.
Surely we wouldn't use a dirty blade on the princess. It must be pristine. Exactly. It's about respect, damn it. Strema is a seasoned VN player. It's funny because I'm really not. Guess I'm just a natural. What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
We don't know. We've seen through so many eyes, but all of them have been hers. We like you as you are. We like us as we are. Maybe we would have liked her version of us too, turning the wheel of a cosmic cycle together. But that's not the choice you made, even though she did everything in her power to convince you. It took courage for you to make your way down here, away from the paths others would have had you walk. We find that courage beautiful.
So what do you think of her, what she wanted us to be? Got it.
But that's the worst part of us. That's me she's talking about.
Yeah, I'm top 10 in the world in
I
VNs.
think that's the point. There is no worst part of us.
Exactly. And that, yeah. Oh my god, this is something that I've brought up so many times. It's like, it's all about acceptance, y'all. Like, identifying something as the worst part of yourself is kind of inherently demonizing or rejecting it to a degree, scapegoating it even. It's all about acceptance, yeah. Contrarian has to have low self-esteem because we like them. God damn, I love her, right? Alexi. Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you? They told you you were a god and you went, nah, that's so brave.
It's so tempting to speak as she would, to simply state that we're all of them, but there were also something new. We don't know if you'll find that answer satisfying. Perhaps you'd rather hear that we're the first version of her that you've met, but that we've been shaped by the experiences of all of the others.
Interesting.
Yes. That feels right to us.
Interesting. So, okay, so then what we're talking to here is essentially what the shifting mound would have been with all of those other aspects, like, brought into it if it hadn't awakened as a god again. Like, is that what y'all are gathering as well? Because the shifting mound was talking about how, like, it was integrating all of the experiences and everything of all of the different aspects. But then it awoke and became what it is now. This is talking about, like, integrating all of the experiences of the different aspects, but without that final awakening. It still has some awareness of that final awakening, but it's not going through it.
It's her. It wouldn't make sense if she was anyone else.
Yeah. I want triple kissies. Same, Melon. It's almost like how we were before we were God, yeah. Stranger is definitely able to be read as non-divine mound, yeah. Yeah, it's... She's the princess, but not the shifting mound. This is the shifting mound if it accidentally threw the pristine blade out the window. Her, but not, yeah. So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name?
We're just a stranger. But that doesn't mean we have to be distant from you. It just means that we'll always be able to find new things to discover in each other.
I really like that. I really like that.
That's sweet, but it's also a little sad.
I thought it meant that you didn't meet in chapter 1. What do you mean? The stranger gives amazing head, Jesus.
I think it's only sad if we
Yeah.
want it to be sad.
Absolutely. None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
Is it unfair if it's our fault?
That's why she's the stranger, because you didn't see the princess yet?
Is it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair? Would
Oh,
this
I get
moment
what
be
you're saying,
it is
Melon.
without the pain that built to it.
Yeah, because, like, we did get here without ever seeing the princess. How many lungs do you think she has? I'm guessing 4. I'm guessing the middle one shares each one of its lungs with the one of the faces on the side, and then each of the side faces also have their own individual lungs. Probably stream for another hour, proceeds to stream for nearly 10 hours. Okay, you know Phoenix is very good. Is very good. None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it? Is it unfair if it's our fault? Was it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair? Would this moment be what it is without the pain that built to it? That's beautiful. Her chest isn't bigger, so 2. 0 lungs, like how she doesn't need to eat. Her crown is almost more of a hairpiece than royalty. Yeah, absolutely. She has a unique existence in that she's the only time we don't meet the princess in chapter 1. Yeah, and that's why she's the stranger. Legit, I was lurking from 9 a.m. my side till 2 p.m. Fell asleep, and now it's 7 p.m. here. Well, you get to see the end of it.
We know we must sound like her, but it's how we feel. Everything that happened to us seems so important now. We walked a long and winding path together, and we've cherished every second of it.
Besides, I don't think fairness has much to do with anything.
Yeah. For better or worse.
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore. It's the spirit of the thing.
There's always polyamory, except I have no Riz. I mean, that's different than a triple kissy GF, too. I love the contrarian. What if we just leave? Do it for the narrator. He would hate it. Like, that's fucking great.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible, or what that would mean for you?
Sure you want to find out.
Is that what you want?
Oh, okay. Chad Stranger beatboxing. With her and us, we could be a barbershop quartet. I bet she could make crazy fart noises. I'm sure she could, Leon. Barbershop quartet is crazy. What would happen if we left with you? Do we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible, or what that would mean for you? Stranger's the only one to ever out-beatbox Thanos. The narrator failed to consider this. So our options here. I'm gonna save. Explore, take their hand in yours. I've always wanted to leave with you, but I didn't like being a god. I want to walk through that cabin door just as we are. Just you and me. Not knowing is exactly why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. I want this. It doesn't matter what it means. What matters is that we're leaving together. That's all I want. I think she's asking what does it mean to leave the construct as is, not as gods. Exactly. The narrator is the only one to ever out Pizza the Hut. But in his time it was called the cabin. Oh my god. Let's see what this does. Okay. Now there's no need for words. Leave with her. Not knowing is exactly why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we don't know this. I want this. I like that one. But also what matters is that we're leaving together. That's all I want.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Why didn't you tag it 18 plus? Shame on you. Fucking hand-holding lewd. Unprotected hand-holding, no less. She's gonna get that bird pregnant.
Yeah, I think we've done our job.
Are you two gonna be okay alone?
We're not alone. We have each other.
Hero doesn't want the chair,
And
Jesus.
I'm sure we'll find the others.
Leave with the princess. Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there's an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel their hand tremble in yours. They're unsure of themselves for the first time in their long and short existence. They have no part to play anymore, and they know this. Yet they still are. And then they cross the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with them.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining.
Yeah.
We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us.
Yeah. There's comfort in routine and in certainty in doing what you feel you're meant to do. But, yeah, confining is a good word for it. Something new that we'll experience together with someone who exists outside of us. Taking a risk. You know, it's that whole thing of like opening up and really connecting with someone is vulnerable and it's a risk. Like, it almost requires the admission that you're going to be hurt, but it broadens what you can experience. Yeah.
With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
Yeah. Neither of us knows what it's going to be like out there. Are you ready? Who's going to open it? I love you.
And we love you too.
I've always read this as an amicable breakup, or maybe just moving on to something new, realizing you don't want the routine you've been through for so long and deciding to try something outside of that. Absolutely. I think moving on to something new, realizing you don't want the routine you've been through for so long, deciding to try something outside of that, I agree with that side of it. I think an amicable breakup is one form of that, but I just see it as, wanting something new. Wanting to take that leap. Fuck, now I'm crying again. Rejecting, like, everything you're meant to be, or everything you feel like you're meant to be, and everything that you know you are, because it doesn't fit you anymore. You know that you need something more. Scary. It's fucking terrifying, but it's so important. You can do more interactions that might be less emotionally outgoing, but I will say it does make me tear up a little. Yeah. Whereabouts, Twitter? How do I get there? So scary, but that's what makes it all worth it. Exactly. It seems kind of silly compared to, like, what the game is talking about, but I'll take a screenshot of that. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. That's so cute. You can go into your escape menu and hit A, then load the autosaves for the last 6. Wait, really? Oh, holy shit, I didn't know that was a thing. Holy shit, that would have made such a big difference so many times. Thank you. It's the OSC in the order you encountered it, I figured. That's really cool. It's sweet. But, yeah, I really really get what it's talking about. It feels a bit trite in the scope and the depth of what they're saying, but Holzier throws the pristine Alexi out the window. I cried every time I play this game, and I'm crying now too. This game's really amazing. Yeah. I can't see my girlfriend till this evening, and I don't want to get her sick, so probably not then either. Why did you tune into this stream then? You know what this game does to you. Late at home and still seeing Shenna, but why are you still awake? Because we've been playing this for 10 hours. It's so good. Next time I definitely want to geek out about how crazy your analysis was, but I don't want to ruin this moment. Sounds great. I'll see you there then, 50. And now that you've finished the full story for the first time, you've also unlocked the gallery. You can access it from the main and in-game menus under the Memories tab, and is full of clues that will help you find undiscovered vessels and interactions. Happy hunting. It's my favorite game, and I have no foresight. I needed to cry with happiness after suffering again today. Sorry if I say. No, there's no shame in saying it, Lulu. I'm so sorry that you had such a rough day. I'm glad that there's some catharsis in this. I'm glad that it's comforting in a way. I'm really glad. You hear Lexi's muffled voice from the forest outside the broken window. Sometimes the game just starts that good. I love playing games like that. Yeah. Chat now. I'm now crying for the second time. Yeah. It feels so silly to say. But, for those of you that haven't, like, been around for long, here, that is, like, I've only been streaming for a couple of months, actually, and I knew I wanted to for a while, but I have a lot of trauma and anxiety and that sort of thing that made it really difficult to approach. And so, in a way, like, deciding that I needed something new and stepping into streaming, like, was me doing, like stepping into something new that's scary was me doing, like, was me starting streaming. Like, me being here is because of me making a decision like that. And I'm just so glad that I did. I'm really grateful to all of you. Thank you all so much. I Yeah, just thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being who you are. For wanting to hang out, for engaging with this, for being so sweet, and helping people, and not just myself, but other people in chat as well, be vulnerable and feel welcomed. Right? I'm really proud of. I mean, honestly, I am proud of myself, but I'm really proud of the community that we have here. It's such a sweet and welcoming place, and this is what I mean every night at the end of stream when I say it's the most rewarding thing I've ever done. I really can't convey just how incredible it's been, just how much it all means to me, just how blown away I've been by the support. For now, I'm gonna return to the main menu. Oh. I love you all too. I've only been here for 3 days. Felt like I was here longer too. I'm really glad that, like, you all feel. I've been here less than an hour. You sure have. What a place to join in, Lavender. No, not my ears. She can't cry if she doesn't have eyes. I have no mouth and I must hug. Oh. But yeah. I do definitely need sleep. I'll definitely be streaming more of this in the coming days. I might have a change of pace tomorrow. I might do something a little bit different. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling come tomorrow night. It might be more of this, it might be something else before coming back to this, but I'll definitely keep playing this. I joined because you rated the stream I was on. I don't regret following you for a single second. Oh. Thank you. You want to know the funny thing, Twitter? It wasn't even a raid. I just tuned into Jelly's stream one day and like started chatting with y'all. I know I'm normally the preferred weirdo you make dumb jokes with, but I'm used to being a shoulder you can cry on, so come here if needed. Thank you. I appreciate it. And quite a few of y'all have offered that sort of thing, and it really means the world to me. But, not but, and I really mean it when I say that right now, even though I'm so busy, even though things are so stressful, like, my mental health is the best it's ever been. This has been so good for me. Yeah, really. Random moments can lead to something great. Yeah. It's impossible to know the gravity of a single moment. Yeah. You're the best, John, I always say. You do, and I appreciate it. I don't know if I'd say the best. I'm just me. But I'm glad that people can see value in it, in who I am and in what I do. Where's that Bust Your Princess Twitter spoiled Sasha into that? Not today, because Asha's tired. Yeah, that'll be a soon thing for sure, but I know you know this, but I want to point out regardless that you're only reaping what you've sown right now. You earned this. Oh. Thank you. That really means a lot. I'm not going to deny that luck always plays a role in this kind of thing, you know? I've been lucky as well. But I'm not going to turn my nose up at some luck. Yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. Even more so than I normally mean it. I really mean it right now. This has been really magical to experience for the first time with you all. I don't know how long. Thank you that you stream. Oh, it's impossible not to feel lucky having met you. Oh. I say this every night. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep this pattern up, but thank you for the head pats, Leon. For now, at least, I'm streaming every night about midnight or 11 p.m. I guess 11 p.m. a little bit after until at least 5 a.m. Pacific time, every single night. And there's nowhere I'd rather be. Like, at some point, life is gonna get in the way. At some point, it will become, like, a lot, you know? But for now, I love it so much that I'm really treasuring being able to do it every night. I am a variety streamer, and yeah, I've kind of played stuff all over the place already, and I'm going to continue doing that. I am always open to suggestions. This was actually kind of a combination of something that someone I rated suggested and a suggestion from people in like chat. So like there's never any pressure, but y'all are always welcome to stop by the Discord, like chat, lurk, give suggestions, anything like that. Just like on the stream, like as long as you're comfortable with the way you're engaging with it, you're handling it perfectly. By the same token, my username is exactly the same as it is on Discord. Like my Twitch username is exactly the same as it is on Discord, and I'm always happy to like talk. I'm openly trans, and I'm completely an open book about that. I think that queer issues are something that are much bigger than I am individually. Like, it's not something that any one of us can fix, but the best way that I can contribute to making progress on something so much bigger than I am is to spread normalization and information. So if you have any questions about my experiences, queer issues in general, please feel free to reach out. I'm always happy to talk about it, even things that feel rude to ask. Holy shit, girl, your voice training progress is brilliant. I'm very, very impressed. Thank you. Yeah, completely an open book. By the same token, I'm always happy to listen if any of you ever need to vent about anything. Life can be really fucking difficult. But it's easier when you let people in. I am very busy. I work full-time and stream every night. So I can't promise that I'll be able to respond like immediately or always have like long drawn out conversations. But I'm never going to be upset to see a wall of text. I'm always happy to lend a sympathetic ear and give what advice I can. Anything I can do to make it a little bit easier on other people. Anything I can do to help people not feel alone when they're facing really heavy shit, you know? So please don't be a stranger if you think that that would help you. I am seeing one other streamer. Thank you, Leon. I will do that. Wait, Ash is trans. I forgot. Me forgetting of you being trans should show you that your voice is on another level. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's really sweet. I'm very lazy. I don't do mine. Please tell me what techniques you use for voice training. I need to know. So a big part of it for me, Lavender, was luck. I have a naturally high voice, and I was in choir all throughout school. So I was already used to playing with my voice and that sort of thing, manipulating it, all of that. And I also always had very feminine affectations to my voice just naturally. So I had a very easy time with it. I didn't really do anything special, and I'm very grateful that it was so easy for me, honestly. So I'm not necessarily the right person to ask. Sorry, Lavender. Jealous? Yeah, I know. That's the one spot that I was really lucky on with transitioning. And I'm so grateful for it. There's one other person that is playing Slay the Princess right now. They have the first playthrough tag on, and it's also a charity stream. Good old hard work it is. I pass in every way other than voice. I believe in you. You got this, Lavender. But yeah, it'll be fun to give a raid to a charity stream. Thank you all so much for being here. Sadly, Shen, I already need to go again. I can, but you won't be able to be right. And yes, life can be difficult. I started my life on nightmare difficulty. I had quite a lot of work to get through it, which made two things with me. For once, I literally forgot how to cry, and second, I'm always there for people if they need it. Yeah. Oh! Yeah, Lulu, you are live now. See you next time. Last word, everyone. I hope you all have a great night or day or whatever time it is for you right now. And I'll talk to you all next time you choose to tune in. Thank you so much, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye, Lavender. Bye, Leon. Bye, Lulu. Bye, Alexi. Bye, Phoenix. Bye, Arya. Bye, Deus. Bye, Twitter. You're all really great.